The plants we will be discussing can be highly toxic and cause life-threatening symptoms if handled or ingested incorrectly. We are not medical professionals, and this episode is intended for educational and historical discussion only. If you suspect poisoning or have any questions about poisoning prevention, immediately call the National Poison Control Center at 1-800-222-1222. This service is free, confidential, and available 24/7. Do not wait for symptoms or attempt any home remedies without contacting them first if symptoms have already appeared. Call 911 to transport the person to the nearest emergency room. Safety is paramount when discussing or handling toxic plants, so please proceed with caution.
Sleepy town settled for the night, where every lawn is tailored just right, and it's about time that the back porch light comes on. At that house down the street, at that house on Magnolia Street.
Good morning.
Good morning, sunshine. What's good?
Clinkety clink.
What are you
Oh, I
drinking?
like that mug. Let me see that. What does it say? Keep it creepy.
Keep it creepy paper.
Creepy paper.
Creepy paper.
What is his name? It's not Laszlo. It's the other guy.
It's not Laszlo. It's like, oh, fuck. I forget. I feel like I want his name to be Laszlo, though.
Yeah, I can't
right?
remember his name either.
We started watching that from the first episode.
So good.
Yeah.
Regular human bartender. How far are you?
Where the energy vampire meets the other energy vampire.
Cute. That's
Funny.
awesome.
He's like, it's not working on her. I don't know. She's like different.
Well, Colin, what's his name?
I don't remember his name.
I think that's the point.
Yeah. Some generic guy.
I keep wanting to call him Colin Mockery, but that's from whose line?
Yeah.
Carrie?
Yeah.
Colin Robinson.
That whole show of like an office, like The Office, just like with vampires.
Yeah,
Literally.
exactly.
Super awkward, super like, documentary style. I love it.
I love it.
Yeah.
Good. This looks like a lot of notes.
It's chunky.
It is chunky. I added more this morning.
So did I. I was up till 4 last night adding shit, and then I added more this morning.
This is awesome. I'm
Yeah.
excited to do this one. So,
Yeah.
hey, witch, hey.
Hey, witch, hey.
I'm Christina.
I'm Justina.
Welcome to Magnolia Street, your one and only musically inspired practical magic fandom podcast.
Yeah, so every week we deep dive on different aspects of the movie and the books, as well as treat your ears to our very own practical magic inspired original music.
This week, today, we thought we would dive back into our Witch's Garden series with baneful herbs and plants. We have a few series, but this might be the second installment of any of those series.
You might be right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. I'm glad we are consistent.
We start a lot of series, but then we were like, oh, what's this shiny nugget over here? And then we start talking about something else. But like every single series is such a wormhole. There's just so much.
Yes.
I saw you dumped all the book stuff, and then I saw you left the movie part blank, and I was like, ooh,
I saw some screenshots. I was like, oh, she's zoom enhanced.
I was like, let me dig into this. Yeah. So I had lots of fun
Superpower.
going down that rabbit hole. So yeah, we'll get to that.
Yeah, that's your superpower. We'll put here at the top of the hour that we support the seeking of knowledge about these plants and even the inclusion of them in your garden. However, we do not support these plants being used for baneful, harmful, or malevolent purposes, at least in the physical world.
Right. How you use them in your magical workings is up to you, but please note our disclaimer, we are not doctors, we're not botanists, so please use caution while cultivating these plants, and please consult a professional before ingesting, burning, or handling any of them, because burning too, like just inhaling fumes of a poisonous plant, that could fuck you up too. So
You blast off.
blast off. Right. A whole moxibustion in your yard. Right.
Yeah, if y'all remember, we started off this series with the basics, which was in season 1, and that was episode 23, where Justina and I talked about our love of growing things in our own personal gardens, the basics of getting started, as well as how to incorporate them into your magic and your practice and into your garden or green space.
Today, baneful herbs, we're going to talk a little bit about what they are and how you can use them if you want to use them, because they're poisonous, so you shouldn't want to use them. But I'm very paranoid. I've used pokeweed, pokeberry, and the seeds in that are poisonous. So I'm very weary of working with stuff like that. And I try to keep it outside, like, away from the pets. Be very careful, use your gloves.
Yes.
So, but first of all, what are baneful herbs exactly? Well, the definition of baneful is killer, slayer, poison, death, or woe.
That's a great tagline for this episode.
Yeah, we need to put like metal music behind that.
Destructive, seriously harmful, deadly, poisonous, capable of causing harm or ruin.
So, the term first came into use during the 1500s. It comes from the noun bane and its Old English root, bana, which means not just killer, slayer, murderer, but also the devil himself.
That means baneful herbs are plants that can cause serious illness or even death in the hands of the wrong person, whether it's malicious intent or by accident. And we've talked in depth about a few specific baneful plants in the past, like episode 10 was our belladonna episode. And I told Justina yesterday, I went back to look at those and reference those notes, and they were only like 12 pages. Y'all, we were doing like 77 pages of notes these days. And I think we need to maybe touch back on a few of these.
Yeah.
Then episode 31 was wisteria. Episode 35 was mugwort spice. Episode 54 was thorn apple, also known as Jimson weed. And then recently we did episode 80, which was our lily of the valley.
Our Y2K opulence episode. Somebody recently commented, they sent us a video. They went shopping in Nordstrom's and they were like, look at all this like Sally inspo or whatever. And I was like, Y2K opulence. It's awesome.
That's up there with arbiter of taste.
Right?
That's such a good line.
We had some good one-liners. All right. So yeah, we also take an in-depth look at the infamous, quote, flying ointment in season 1, episode 6 of Brew, Magic, and Lore, said to be used in days of yore by witches in order to take flight. If you've listened to that episode, you may know that it was a mixture of baneful, hallucinogenic herbs that when combined and absorbed through the skin, it made its user blast off, mentally at least, right?
Totally. Yeah, and in her books, Alice Hoffman is no stranger to the use of baneful plants and herbs and magic, and lists quite a few. We're not going to dive in too deep into left-handed magic, where a lot of these plants call home, because I think that will be its own specific episode, but we will go through where these toxic plants show up in Alice's books and tell you what they've typically been used for.
Yes, and as we discussed in past episodes, there are some plants Alice ropes into the baneful category that we're not entirely convinced should be there, and we talk about this a little later on. So feel free to use our timestamps to jump around, but we're also going to be talking about different toxicities and how they affect the body, how to safely use baneful plants and herbs in your garden, what kind of magic they're typically used in, and also, as we comb through Alice's books, I kind of like made notes on the not so common ones. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Like, I've never heard of some of these things before, so just out of curiosity, like, I was curious, are these things baneful? So I kind of made notes on passages that anything stood out to me that,
Perfect.
kind of point that out. In the movie, the only baneful herb that we are introduced to, verbally anyway, is the belladonna, which, like Christina said, we covered in our episode 10 back in season 1. I did comb through the movie last night, and I did find some extra stuff that is baneful that doesn't really jump out at you because it's not the main front and center main character belladonna, right? Because that's...
Ooh, Nelly.
Yeah, belladonna's the main character of the film pretty much, so that's why we're like, oh, that's the only baneful. There's other stuff peppered throughout that's like mentioned, or you see in the grimoire, or
Yes.
Stuff in maybe the Aunt's apothecary cabinet. So we'll get into all that once we talk about the movies. But first, we're going to dive into the books. So we're going to start off here with magic lessons, and this starts off on page 406, and this is the tree magic passage. U, as in Y-E-W, the yew tree, signifies life, death, and rebirth, used for bows. Beware, the seeds are poisonous. Hemlock will cure swellings and sores. On pages 12 through 13, practical materials. Wormwood is poisonous, but can be used for divination. Belladonna, though poisonous, can cause visions and give the power of sight. Pages 26 through 27. In the morning, after a quiet night of sleep, their visitor was in better spirits. Hannah crafted an amulet of apple seeds, which we're going to talk a little bit about apple seeds a little later on. She then added mandrake, the heart of all love potions, first mentioned as such in Genesis, referred to as Circe's plant by the Greeks. The roots of this plant grow in the shape of human limbs, combining the aspect of a dragon and a man. It was so powerful that some refused to pick it themselves and instead attached the plant to a rope wound around a dog's neck so that the dog would be party to the mandrake's wrath when it was pulled from the earth. For the plant screamed when it was taken, its roots torn from the comfort of the soil in which it grew. And we see that play out a little bit in Harry Potter. Mandrake is like a huge thing.
It is, yeah. They give it its own little personality.
Right. They're like little infant babies that they don't shut up, right? And
yeah.
their scream is deadly, fatal. Okay, so at page 32, for revenge, a wax figure cast into fire can cause damage or death. A curse thrown to bind a man to the place where he stood. Nightshade, wolfsbane, foxglove, yew, fire. The bones of a bird baked into a pie of thorns.
Can I interject real quick? So I was like, mandrake in the Bible. I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
So I looked it up and it's in Genesis chapter 30, verses 14 to 16.
Yeah.
And its biblical use is generally attributed to its supposed fertility power. Okay. Well, don't no. Just no. It's fiction, y'all. Don't take that as gospel. No pun intended.
What do we call it? Catholic
Christian lore.
Christian mythology, Christian lore.
Yeah.
Page 33. They thought she couldn't fight back, but she could. Sparks flew everywhere, and in no time, the apothecary garden beside the house caught fire, including the plants in the poison garden that Maria had learned not to pluck from the earth. Yarrow and black nightshade, wolfsbane with its purple hooded flowers, foxglove that could slow a heart, yew, lords and ladies, laden with the poisonous berries, all went up aflame, their dark fumes breathed in by the very men cheering on the blaze. Yarrow is in here, and I think that was one of the ones in question. Like, we were like, why would yarrow be included in that? Right. It's a common herb, like most people use it medicinally. So we talk a little bit about that later on and how maybe it could have been confused with something else.
Okay. All right. Yeah. We just did another episode in the spring that did mention yarrow in like excess being toxic. So it could also be it, but you have a lookalike that we'll talk about.
Right. Yeah. So pages 48 to 49. In fact, there was a man who was Rebecca's past, present, and future. For him, Rebecca had planted a night garden that bloomed after dark. Angel's trumpet, moonflower, night jasmine, evening primrose, all waited for the moon to rise.
I'd be interested in Rebecca and Robbie's meet cute story, their origin story.
Right, yeah. I feel like there's so many threads throughout all of these books that you can like kind of spiral off of any side story and give them a whole story or whole book, right? So on page 78, Caden was outside tapping at the window. He was relentless and frantic. All the same, Maria didn't let him in. She knew what he would tell her. Burn mandrake in a brass bowl. Write his name on a candle and throw it far into the sea. Repeat 3 times. Fly away as fast as you can. On page 94, she saw a man in the snow who longed for her, and a house ringed by a garden where nightshade and mandrake grew, where the lilacs were so sweet bees came from all over the county to drink from them. On page 126, spring was madness in New England. All the world comes to life at once. Pine, oak, chestnut, plum tree, elm, walnut, ash, witch hazel, and wild cherry all grew here. There were mallows and white hellebore in great profusion in the marshes, used as a curative for wounds and aches, and clusters of loosestrife with vivid purple flowers. In the shadows there was nightshade, black henbane, wormwood, and bloodwort. Yeah, I did a little spiraling off of that passage just to see, because like I've never heard of bloodwort. So bloodwort is commonly known as Sanguinaria canadensis, and it's a perennial flowering plant native to North America. It's often recognized by its distinct white flowers that bloom in early spring, followed by lobed green leaves. The name bloodwort comes from the red sap that can be found in the root, which has historically been used in herbal medicines for various ailments, though it should be approached with caution due to its toxicity. The plant is also valued for its ornamental qualities and is sometimes found in woodland gardens. So just a little bit more about the bloodwort.
Say that Latin name again.
Sanguinaria canadensis.
It looks like Sangria Canada to me. That's what I'm seeing. Sangria Canada.
On page 136, there were great gray owls in the trees here. Gnats filled the air, and poisonous plants grew nearby. Stalks of horse nettle and chokeberries, and toxic wild cherries that contained cyanide. And we'll talk a little bit more about fruit. The pits in fruit, mostly all the pits in all fruit contain cyanide. So,
oh no.
Yeah, but eating the fruit is okay. Just like don't consume the pit.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Yeah. So page 170, part of Alice's list for a simple witch's garden. Green wormwood for wounds, mix with vinegar or rum, and then apply. On page 173, there were many toxic potions that could be made from the local plants: hogweed, lily of the valley, castor bean, tansy, bittersweet nightshade, mountain laurel, which is, I think we said was like bay leaf, right? In the last episode we did on leaf magic. Yew leaf, white baneberry, henberry, horse nettle, pokeberry, pure cyanide, and the pits of wild cherries. But what was done could not be undone, and vengeance always returned to its maker. On pages 217 through 218, there was a yard in which to grow herbs, including tall, plumy sage and aromatic rosemary, along with feverfew and wormwood and currant bushes, whose young leaves made a fragrant mixture when lemon zest and rosemary were added for Maria's travel well tea that helped to prevent scurvy. In the rear of the garden, there was a spiky fence to ensure that children from the neighborhood would not stumble upon certain plants and mistakenly ingest herbs that would make them ill. The darker ingredients, such as bittersweet nightshade, foxglove, laurel, castor beans. And then page 245, wild belladonna, which was dangerous and agitated the spirit. And on page 250, it was a miracle that Faith's garden was such a marvel. She grew feverfew for health, rose hips and skullcap for healing, lavender for luck. She'd pluck wild black nightshade to start from seed. And then this is another one on page 250. And this was a sign to her captor, Martha, that Faith still possessed magic. The older the girl became, the more convinced Martha became that it was her duty to cure the child of her heritage. The daughter of a witch must be carefully watched. Once she planted nightshade, anything might happen. Alright, so then on page 308, Alice includes a spell to, quote, bring a lover home, and that includes cooking nightshade and honey together. So just a note, don't do this.
I would not. Yeah, don't ever consume the nightshade, right?
Don't recommend. And also, to bring a lover home, would that be lumped into the against free will category?
Yeah, I would put
Right.
that in that category.
Right. So, I mean, don't pull an Irene.
Don't pull an Irene.
Yeah. All right. So on page 329, Faith withdrew a figure made of hemlock bark. She held a match to it and recited an invocation from the Book of the Raven, watching as the wood melted into a black pool. Each time she recited a spell from the text, she felt a change inside her, as if her blood burned more hotly and her bones became sharper. On 359, there she discovered what she was looking for, the apothecary garden. It had gone wild, and there were jumbled weeds abounding, but there were still stalks of belladonna along with the root that took the shape of a man and was said to scream when plucked from the ground, so that's the mandrake. On page 386, the more dangerous plants were kept inside in the locked shed, which now boasted a murky glass ceiling so that the light could enter. Belladonna, yarrow, black nightshade, again, she lumps yarrow into this baneful category, black nightshade, wolfsbane, foxglove, lords and ladies with its pretty toxic berries, pennyroyal, which could end a pregnancy. Didn't Jet or Isabel lock the stuff away in Rules of Magic too?
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right.
Yeah.
Pennyroyal is okay to take, right? Unless you are pregnant.
I went down the rabbit hole a little bit and looked a little into it. Pennyroyal is a flowering plant in the mint family known scientifically as Mentha puligum, Hedioma puligioides. Puligioides. Sounds Greek, right? Probably Greek.
You put the Sicilian twist on it.
Puligioides. Puligioides. I want it on my pizza. Yeah. It has a strong minty aroma and is often used in herbal medicine and traditional remedies. Historically, it was used to treat ailments like digestive issues and colds, but it's important to note that pennyroyal can be toxic in high doses, especially the oil. So I guess even if you're not pregnant, just be careful if you're going to use this. It can be used to rid of pregnancy. I guess it has been used in days of yore to rid of pregnancy. I think Nirvana has a song about that, right? It says it can be used in some culinary applications, though I wouldn't recommend, and it said caution is advised, clearly. If you're going to use pennyroyal for any purpose, it's best to consult with a healthcare professional. And then I also looked into the black nightshade, and I was like, what differs a black nightshade from your typical Atropa belladonna, like your regular common nightshade?
Okay.
So black nightshade scientifically known as Solanum nigrum, is a plant that belongs to the nightshade family. It's a small herbaceous plant with berries that can be black or dark purple when ripe. So while it has been used in traditional medicine in some cultures, parts of the plant, especially the unripe berries and leaves, can be toxic due to the presence of solanine and other alkaloids. Some people use black nightshade for various ailments, but caution is essential due to its potential toxicity. If you encounter it in the wild or are considering its use, it's wise to consult an expert or healthcare provider. While I guess regular nightshade is Atropa belladonna, black nightshade is Solanum nigrum. So, but it's still part of the nightshade family.
Still danger plant.
Still dangerous. Yeah. You don't want to fuck with it. You're right.
Let's do rules of magic. Let me do this first one. It's on 49, and then Justina's going to tell us a little bit about, I think this is the first mention of this. So it says on 49, and this is Jet, Vincent, and Franny's story in the 60s. They wore heavy gloves so that they could tear the poisonous plants that grew wild: Jimson weed, holly, foxglove, nightshade, mandrake, and rue.
Let's talk about rue for a minute. So it's scientifically known as Ruta graveolens, and it's a perennial herb in the citrus family. It has a strong, distinctive scent and is characterized by its blue-green leaves and yellow flowers. Rue has been used historically for medicinal purposes, including as an anti-inflammatory and for digestive issues. In addition to its medicinal uses, rue is sometimes used in culinary dishes, although it can be quite bitter. It's important to note that rue can be toxic in large amounts and may cause skin irritation, so it is best if you handle it with care. And as always, we're going to say this after every herb: consult a healthcare professional before using it for medicinal purposes. Right.
It's a little bitter.
Yeah.
Page 176 to 177. He saved her from what she had intended to do at the Plaza Hotel that night, and now he felt responsible for her. In some way, she was his. He'd known what she'd planned to do. She brought along a tincture of belladonna that night, a mixture that quickly induces dizziness and nausea, then weakness and breathing complications. She had planned to ingest it, then get into the bath. And when she passed out, she would drown, which seemed only fitting. No one could float after partaking of this tincture, not even her. Raphael had derailed her plans when he came into the room and lay down beside her. He reminded her that she was alive. Page 220. In Santa Cruz, they had dinner outside at a weathered wooden table set beneath a trellis teeming with flowering vines. The pale blooms gave off the bittersweet scent of almonds, reminding Vincent of their aunt's greenhouse. "This is so familiar," he said. "Oleander," April responded. "It's poisonous." She had been inspired by the greenhouse in Isabel's garden and grew herbs that weren't native to California.
Yeah, so I looked into the oleander a little bit. So the oleander plant, Nerium oleander, is extremely poisonous and can be fatal to humans and livestock. All parts of the plant contain cardiac glycosides, which can cause cardiac arrhythmia and death. Symptoms of oleander poisoning include irregular slow heartbeat, low blood pressure, weakness, blurred vision, severe gastroenteritis, diarrhea, abdominal pain, sweating, dizziness, unconsciousness. And symptoms usually appear for 4 hours after ingestion. A single leaf can kill an adult. So
Dang.
I don't know if it's like poisonous to touch too, but if it's that poisonous to ingest, I would imagine that just touching it would do some damage to your skin. I don't know. I've never came in contact with it, but I don't want to after hearing that.
No, it's a beautiful name though for a girl.
Right, oleander.
Oleander. Could you imagine having a whole slew, like not us, but like a girl squad, like belladonna, foxglove, oleander, like such cool girl names.
Yeah. That's
You're like, no, I can't imagine having
They would all be toxic as fuck, right? Just toxic to be around.
Yeah.
All of them are energy vampires.
Yeah.
Right.
So this is 319. Oh, speaking of which, you were in a bookstore recently. I had a couple of these on my list, but there's like a little series. One's called Foxglove and one's called Belladonna. I don't remember the author though, but I do want to read it. 319. The more dangerous plants were ordered from the Owens farm in Rockport, Maine, and these Jet grew in the greenhouse, still locked with an old iron key. No reason to take a chance that teenagers who could easily mistake wolfsbane for marijuana might manage to get inside and binge on poison. There, behind glass, she kept belladonna, hemlock, nightshade, which could induce visions, and was said to be in the ointment that allowed witches to fly. Henbane, also known as black nightshade, used by men to attract women and by women to bring rain. Mandrake, an herb said to scream when plucked from the ground by its roots. Thorn apple, used for healing and breaking hexes, but only in tiny amounts. Otherwise, death might result. Some of these are just repeating from magic lessons, like the magic, the tree magic, U signifies life, death, and rebirth. Used for bows, beware of the seeds, they're poisonous. And hemlock will cure swelling and sores. This is on 406 in this book. And then again on 406, practical materials. Holly leads to dream magic, but can be poisonous. Blackthorn can return evil to the sender. Ferns call rain, but fend off lightning. Feverfew to ward off illness. Wormwood is poisonous, but can be used for divination. Belladonna, though poisonous, can cause visions and give the power of the sight. Mint on your windowsill can keep away flies and bad fortune, and lavender for luck.
I just wanted to comment on that passage from 319 where Jet thought that the teenagers would easily mistaken wolfsbane for marijuana. I don't know if they looked that similar.
Oh, okay. I can't think of what the leaves look like.
Wolfsbane leaves. Because I know the flowers are like bright. They're like purple. Yeah, okay. I guess I could see how that might be confused for marijuana. But marijuana don't grow no flowers, so I don't know. I guess if you're a dumb kid, with which Jet is locking them away to keep away from dumb kids, then
Dumb kids will buy a little thing of oregano. It's marijuana,
Can I tell you a story real quick? So Avi in high school, when I did not know him yet, when he would do stupid shit with his friends, they took leaves from, I guess, like a Japanese maple or something. Because, how the leaves are kind of pointy, and they thought that it looked like marijuana. So they tried smoking. I think they tried smoking it, and they called it fisherman's cheese. They named it.
Why?
They gave it their own folk name. Yeah. He's such a weirdo. Yeah, he's like, yeah, we went over Mike's house and we stood under the deck and we smoked a fisherman's cheese. I'm like, you're a fucking idiot. You guys are dumb. All right, where are we at here?
That was it for rules of magic.
Okay, all right, so now we're gonna jump back into practical magic. So this starts on page 35 to 36. So they took her out to the garden at midnight, an hour too late for a silly infant, and they showed her how nightshade bloomed in the dark, and how if she listened carefully with her big girl's ears, which were much more sensitive to sound than her little sister's ever would be, she could hear the earthworms moving through the soil. So that was talking about Antonia.
Because in the book, Antonia is the older one.
Right. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, so this is on page 54. So there's only one mention of Belladonna directly in this book. So after a while, Kylie and Antonia were spending most of their time in the garden, where Belladonna and Digitalis have always grown beside the peppermint, and the cats the aunts love so dearly, including two ratty creatures from Sally's childhood, Magpie and Raven, who have simply refused to die, still dug in the rubbish heap for fish heads and bones. I don't know if I remember, in the book, does Jimmy not OD on the Belladonna? Was it the Jimson weed that he OD'd on? I don't know.
They call it nightshade. They only said Belladonna once, but then they refer to it as nightshade.
Right. Okay, so it is the nightshade that he ODs on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, not the Jimson weed that he was peddling to college students.
No, he not though.
Yeah, but I would be like, wouldn't that be some shit to meet your demise and getting a taste of your own medicine?
Yeah, it would. Right. Didn't we talk about this at one point?
Probably in the Thornapple episode, maybe.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
On page 75. Believe it or not, but we had to get out of Tucson really fast because Jimmy was selling to the kids at the university, telling them it was peyote or LSD, and there was sort of a problem with people dying, which I had no idea about until he said, "Get packed, pronto." I would have called before I arrived on your doorstep. I just got freaked out, and when he collapsed at the rest area, I didn't know where to go. And this is Gillian showing up on Sally's doorstep with a dead Jimmy. Page 80. He looks kind of mean. Oh god, yeah, Gillian says, but only when he was drinking. The rest of the time he was great. He was good enough to eat, and I'm not kidding. So I got the idea of a way to keep him from being mean. I started giving him a little nightshade in his food every night. It made him go to sleep before he could start drinking. He was perfectly fine all this time, but it must have been building up in his bloodstream, and then he just conked out. We were sitting there in the rest area, and he was looking through the glove compartment for his lighter, which I bought for him at the flea market in Sedona last month, and he got bent over and couldn't seem to straighten back up, and then he stopped breathing. On page 91, that was when she got the idea for the nightshade, which seemed such a modest plan at the time, just a little something to take the edge off and to get him to sleep before he got good and drunk. And then on page 222, the reason I'm looking for Mr. Hawkins, Gary explains to Gillian, is that it appears he sold some poisonous plant matter to several college students, which has been the cause of 3 deaths. He offered them LSD, then went and supplied them with the seeds of some highly hallucinogenic, highly toxic weeds, and that's talking about the Jimson weed that Jimmy was peddling to all these college students. On page 267, this is the last mention, it says, Gillian admits she used nightshade, a plant she'd always had contempt for when she was a child, pretending it was ragweed so she could give it a good pull when the aunts asked her to clear out the garden. When the aunts ask for the dosage she used and Gillian tells them, the aunts nod, pleased, exactly as they thought. If the aunts know anything, they know Nightshade. Such a dosage wouldn't kill a fox terrier, let alone a 6-foot-tall man. But he's dead, Gillian says, stunned to hear that her remedy could not have killed him. She turns to Sally. I know he was dead. Definitely dead. Sally agrees. Not by your hand. Francis could not be more certain of it, not unless he was a chipmunk.
And there you go. As far as they know, but we know the aunts have a little gray moral code in them. So are they just telling her that to like get her to calm the fuck down?
Right?
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah.
I don't know. Last book, Book of Magic, and this 4th book in the series, what we think Practical Magic 2 is going to follow. So it starts on page 30. They say, in tall glass jars in the pantry, there was mandrake, belladonna, mushrooms of all sorts, blue beads, black feathers, apple seeds, the hollow bones of birds, and dove's hearts. Page 40 and 41, myrrh, juniper berries, licorice, skullcap, pennyroyal, hemlock, chamomile flowers, unicorn root, taken in small doses, butterfly weed, a tea of stinging nettle to strengthen the uterus, motherwort to bolster Gillian's immune system. So this was all the stuff they were trying to help her get pregnant.
Yeah. So I wanted to look a little more into some of these in that last passage. So the juniper berries, they're generally safe to eat in small amounts for culinary purposes, but they can be harmful if consumed in large quantities or for other reasons.
And that's what they use that in the gin. I love it. I love the flavor.
I love that, like those like woodier tasting liquors. Yeah. Avi, not so much. She's like, you're weird.
You know what?
We
were on the Wisteria Vine, y'all talking the other day, and I was showing the girls these beautiful gin bottles, right? And the one with the orange citrus in it, Aaron's not a gin drinker. He's like bourbon all the way, but we had that orange gin with elderflower tonic water, and he was like, I think I like gin. Like it converted him. I was like,
maybe you just gotta start off with the right wine. It's kind of like sushi. Like, if you don't start off with that right roll, then you're like, oh, fuck sushi.
Exactly. Yeah, totally.
Exactly. So you gotta start off with the right kind. Then the unicorn root, I was like, what the fuck is a unicorn root?
Yeah.
Also known as colic root or white colic root, I guess more commonly. It's the fresh root that is mildly poisonous, causing abdominal discomfort, and it may lead to colic, diarrhea, and vomiting. It said is used to treat amenorrhea. I don't know what that is, and avoid during pregnancy, but
it sounds like it would help against colic, not cause colic.
Okay.
But no. You're probably right. Like
it says may lead to colic.
Exactly, but something that's called colic root, it sounds like it should be like something to cure it, not cause it.
Right. Yeah. So I guess it causes it. So yeah, stay away from that unicorn root.
Page 56, this says, using the greenhouse to grow poisonous seedlings such as belladonna, hemlock, black nightshade, and henbane, plants so toxic that Antonia didn't think they should be grown anywhere at all. And Antonia in this 4th book is like a PhD, I think, right?
Right, yeah. Scientist, yeah.
122, it was the proprietor who greeted them at this hour of the night, and he quickly supplied the ingredients Vincent asked for. Rosemary for remembrance, elm to connect with the inner voice, red chestnut for guidance, walnut to free them from shadows and trauma, mandrake to open the door to the other side. 252, she mixed the cure she'd seen her grandmother give to women who wanted a baby and could have none, a secret recipe begun with Cora Wilkie long ago, one used only in their country, made of myrrh, juniper berries, licorice, pennyroyal, hemlock, and black and white hellebore. Some of the ingredients were so poisonous, a person must wear gloves simply to handle them. But Margaret was well trained, and she wasn't afraid to partake of the poison that would bring her heart's desire.
Yeah, so the white hellebore, it's Veratrum album, and it's a poisonous plant that can grow up to 5 feet tall and has green yellow flowers. It's also known as false helleborine, European white hellebore, or white veratrum.
It's also known as Lenten rose. My mom has a few. They're beautiful. I want to plant them this year. You should look them up because I feel like you wouldn't have these. They come in purples and like reds and pinks and stuff like that. They're very beautiful.
Yeah, just don't ingest them.
Yep.
Or use them.
201, it says, any real witch would laugh at his attempts, but not at his expertise in poison. That was one art in which he excelled, bringing people to the brink of death, using the herbs in an old poison garden that grew wild in Devotion Field, where he foraged for Amanita verosa, a local variety of mushroom known as the destroying angel.
Yeah, so I think all amanitas are poisonous, but this one, the Amanita verosa, I think the most common one, I don't remember, it's like Amanita something, but it's the one with the red cap and like the white spots on the red cap. Like the
Okay.
most common mushroom like you see in like all the
A
cartoons and stuff.
cartoon. Hmm.
Yeah. That's poisonous. It's also on the I think it's on the Incubus Fungus Among Us album cover.
Yay. Fungus,
Yeah.
Hunky Brungus and the Fungus Among Us.
But the Amanita verosa is actually a white cap, white gills, and white stalk. The whole thing. It looks like a little ghost mushroom, right?
Cute.
With a white ring and cup-like sheath at the base of the stalk, contains amatoxins and phallotoxins, which can kill an adult human if just one cap is eaten. Symptoms include severe gastrointestinal distress, such as vomiting, diarrhea, and stomach cramps, that can be delayed for 6 to 12 hours after eating the mushroom. It can lead to liver and kidney failure, coma, and even death. So don't eat these things.
We're gonna get knee deep in some mushrooms in like 2 weeks when we talk about witches' hats. You wouldn't think, but we're gonna.
What? Okay,
Yeah.
I'm intrigued.
Yeah.
All right.
202 to 203, it says the family curse had been initiated when his seventh great grandfather was poisoned only half an hour's walk from the village in a place called Devotion Field, where an apothecary garden had once grown, rife with dangerous plants including yarrow and black nightshade, wolfsbane and foxglove, and lords and ladies, with its toxic black berries.
Again, lumping the yarrow into the poison category.
We need a whole yarrow episode.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't done that one yet.
Yeah. 259. He wound up tossing Raudskina into the fire in the backyard, fairly certain he had heard the book scream, as mandrake is said to do when it's pulled from the ground. 259. Holly, thornapple, hawthorn, rowan, oak, ash were all tossed into the flame. Will you do anything to get what you want? Tom asked her. And 296. He, talking about Vincent, recognized the wicked ingredients on the small kitchen table: black wax, pins, black thread, madder root, belladonna, the berries of lords and ladies, the heart of a dove, a strange white bone, ashes, and a black candle.
So these lords and ladies berries have come up a few times now throughout all these books. So I was like, what are these lords and ladies? So they're berries, scientifically known as Arum maculatum. They're bright red and are produced by the plant after it flowers in the spring. Lords and ladies are also called wild arum or jack in the pulpit, known for its striking spathes and hood-like structure. While the berries are visually appealing, they are toxic if ingested. The entire plant contains calcium oxalate crystals, which can cause irritation or other harmful effects. Historically, it has been associated with folklore and traditional medicine, but caution is advised due to its toxic properties.
Okay. I've heard of Jack in the Pulpit, but I can't picture what it looks like.
They kind of look like lilies a little bit.
Hmm.
There's a whole rabbit hole. I'm not going.
I mean,
down
we'll
this.
end up doing individual episodes on all of these, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And guys,
All
we
right.
do have a specific garden grimoire playlist, I believe. You can check it out there's a link in our show notes of all of the herbs and plants we talk about. We put them all the episodes in one place for you.
Eventually, we'll make a grimoire, right? We're gonna
Oh, wouldn't that be cool?
to write a grimoire.
So 310, it says they would get what they deserved, each and every one: mud and earth, belladonna, lords and ladies, straw and grass, and black thread, and horse nettle. So poisonous, a user had to wear gloves when handling the herb to make a tincture that would produce the hex.
Horse thief.
Horse thief.
I had to do it.
I'm really surprised that's what stuck from that trip. We got a horse thief. We got peanuts.
A banana tree.
341, she crossed Devotion Field where there were oxeye daisies and poppies and wild chamomile, and in the shadows, enchanter's nightshade, named for Circe, who changed men into animals with her curse.
All right, so this little passage here gave me a lot. I was like, poppies? Enchanter's nightshade? Tell me more. Speaking of poppies, ingesting any part of a poppy plant is life-threatening and can cause convulsions, asphyxiation, and even death. If a child consumes a poppy, seek immediate medical attention. Symptoms include sedation or hyperactivity. Using any part of the poppy in any way is life-threatening. People in Tasmania have died from doing this. I didn't go that far down the rabbit hole to find any accounts, but apparently people in Tasmania know better now.
Okay.
Any ingestion of poppy plants should be treated as an emergency. Some poppy seeds contain opiates, which can lead to dependence or an opiate use disorder or addiction. Consuming poppy seeds can also lead to opiate overdose. I know we all eat poppy seeds on like bagels and stuff.
Right. I'm thinking because those little motherfuckers have like thousands of seeds in one little poppy head.
Uh-huh.
So like if somebody's plucking a whole poppy thing into their mouth, they're getting
Yeah.
a ton of those that toxicity. There was a show when I was growing up, not even sure what it was called anymore, and there was like a football player uncle, and like he got in trouble. He's like, "What? I don't do drugs. I don't do drugs," because he got like blood tested or something for
Yeah.
opioids, and he was like, "The bagels I ate, the poppy seeds showed up in the lab test," so he was getting in trouble for that.
Was that also a bit on Seinfeld? I feel like that
Really?
might have been a bit, but like yeah, I remember growing up being like, no, I can't eat poppy seeds because like you get drug tested for any kind of sports you join at school or a job that you're trying to apply for. So like they always say, if you're gonna go apply for a job or if you have to do drug testing, don't eat poppy seed bagels before because it will show up on a drug test.
Yeah, exactly. I wonder what the average amount of seeds is in one little flower.
I have a question though. Is that why I'm addicted to my everything bagel seasoning?
Pizza.
Pizza. What do you put everything bagel seasoning on, Justina? Oh no, pizza. I guess aside from consuming poppy seeds in bagels and stuff, don't you remember in The Wizard of Oz how the poppies had like a sedative effect on Dorothy and her crew when the Wicked Witch of the West, like, she made the whole field of the poppies? The poppy field serves as a magical barrier, causing the characters to fall asleep under the witch's spell. The vibrant red flowers symbolize both beauty and danger, embodying the themes of temptation and the struggles against evil. This iconic scene adds to the film's visual and emotional depth, highlighting the challenges the characters face on their journey to Oz.
I looked up. So the mean number of seeds per capsule in a poppy is 1,360
Okay.
in one.
Okay.
The average seed number per plant ranges from 10,000 to 60,000.
Oh, wow.
And an isolated plant may have more than 500,000 seeds.
Okay. Now, can you look up approximately how many poppy seeds are in a bottle of everything bagel seasoning?
No. How many poppy
I'm joking. I'm
in
gonna look that up. I just want
everything
to know.
bagel seasoning?
Am I at risk for liking everything bagel seasoning and putting it on my pizza?
AI says there's 2 teaspoons of poppy seeds.
Okay. So not enough to form an addiction, an opiate addiction?
So funny. Pizza.
The pizza. Okay, moving along. Back to that passage on 341, they talked about Enchanter's Nightshade. So I was like, what the hell's Enchanter's Nightshade? That sounds so ominous.
Oh, mystical.
So, yeah, Enchanter's Nightshade is scientifically known as Circia lutetiana. It's a perennial herbaceous plant found in shady, moist woodlands across Europe and parts of North America. It features delicate white or pink flowers and has heart-shaped leaves. The plant is named for its historical association with folklore and herbalism, often thought to have magical properties. Despite its name, it's not part of the nightshade family as far as like the family that includes plants like tomatoes and eggplants, but belongs to the evening primrose family. It's often admired for its beauty and is sometimes used in traditional medicine, though it should be approached with caution as some parts of the plant can be toxic. But I didn't go that far. It doesn't say what parts of the plants are toxic.
Is primrose toxic? It sounds like it should be. Evening primrose sounds like it should be toxic.
I don't know. Is evening primrose the same as like common primrose? Because I have primrose in my garden.
Right, I thought you did.
It says evening primrose, while not toxic, can still cause a stir in a little one's tummy.
Oh.
So I guess for children or pets, it's like eating too much candy. It's unpleasant but not life-threatening.
Okay.
So I guess it's evening primrose is not poisonous. It doesn't seem like it.
Good.
So before moving on to the film, I just wanted to acknowledge Alice's usage of apples and apple seeds and all the magic in her books. And apples were also a motif that made their appearance throughout the entire film, right? They kind of symbolized Michael's death and,
they were placed here and there in scenes you have to look for.
Yeah, we did an entire episode on apple magic and lore in season 1. It was episode 14, so if you guys want to go listen to that, check that out. But I just wanted to mention that apple seeds, like the seeds in most fruits, which we mentioned before, are actually poisonous in large doses. So apple seeds, and I think earlier Alice even mentioned cherry seeds, like the pits in cherries. They contain cyanide and can be poisonous, but it's unlikely that you'll be harmed by eating them. A gram of apple seeds contains about 0.6 milligrams of cyanide, but a lethal dose is well over 50 milligrams. So you need a lot of.
So technically, you could gather these seeds
Mhm.
and make a tincture from them, and that would be deadly.
Poisonous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. I'm wondering if, like, do you remember in like Snow White when the witch she gave
Gave her the poison apple.
Snow White the poisonous apple?
Mhm.
I'm wondering if like it was just like she injected it with a tincture of the apple seed.
It was all green and gloopy.
Yeah.
But then she made it look red, like a nice
Candy apple.
candy apple. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it's Halloween season.
Yeah, I know. It's getting all the spookies.
Bobbing for apples, candy apples.
Last night, me and Avi, he brought home. Okay, again, my husband goes on Costco runs without me, and he comes home with just all this junk food. He came home with caramel apples with like the nuts on them.
Ooh,
My
damn.
favorite. So we split one for dessert last night after dinner. And we're eating it, and he goes, before me and you started dating, I've never had a caramel apple.
Ooh.
And I was like, what? He's like, I've only ever had the candy apples. I was like, that's weird. I hate the candy
Punk
apples.
ass
Are
bitch.
like, the candy apples are just so like, they get stuck in your teeth. It's like
Yeah.
eating a Jolly Rancher
Yeah,
to get
yeah,
to the
yeah.
apple. And I'm just like, just give me all the caramel and
Oh, so
nuts,
good.
and I'm good. Yeah. I love some apples around this time.
Mm.
Yeah, so going back to the cyanide in the seeds, an average adult would need to eat 150 to several thousand crushed apple seeds to be at risk of cyanide poisoning. So it takes quite a lot. The average apple has only 5 to 8 seeds. The body can process small doses of cyanide. Apple seeds have a protective coating that prevents the cyanide from entering your system. So like if you're just like chomping on an apple, you're not going to get the effects of the cyanide basically.
Okay, you're just gonna poop it right out.
Yeah, many other fruits and vegetables contain small amounts of cyanide, including cherries and almonds. The fruit around the apple seed is safe to eat, obviously, why otherwise we wouldn't eat apples, and can be a part of a healthy diet. Apples contain vitamins, antioxidants, and dietary fiber. So apples are good. Keep eating them. Don't be put off by the cyanide in the seeds because it's not enough to kill anybody if you're just eating like an apple, right? Also, I wanted to mention nutmeg because, around this time of year, we do a lot of baking and we add a lot of nutmeg and spices to our recipes. Nutmeg, consumption of excessive amounts of nutmeg can result in, I don't know how you say this word, myristicin poisoning. In small amounts, such as those that standard cooking recipes use, nutmeg is typically safe. However, if a person consumes larger doses of this spice, they may experience nutmeg intoxication. The risks increase further if the person has consumed larger doses of nutmeg in combination with other harmful drugs. So, I guess like if you're doing the cinnamon challenge with
Right, that's what I was
nutmeg,
thinking of.
that might fuck you up.
Right. This was big, like back when I was in college. Like people were like, if you do the nutmeg, you're gonna like hallucinate.
Yeah.
Like kind of thing. Was that a bit going around when you were in school?
No, I don't know where I heard of this from, but I remember when I heard, I was like, oh, nutmeg's poisonous? Why am I eating it? Why am I adding it to recipe? But like, it's such like a small amount you're adding to recipes for taste, like it's fine. And the cinnamon challenge, don't do that either. I mean, it's not poisonous, but like all that powder and dry,
Mess up your lungs.
that will mess up your lungs. And I don't know, there might have been a couple deaths from the cinnamon challenge.
Oh yeah, I think you're right.
You can choke on it. Don't do stupid shit. Even if it's not poisonous, just don't do stupid shit.
Yeah. So that's it for the books. Now let's dissect the movie.
Yeah. All right. So as we mentioned earlier, we did go more in depth about the belladonna in its own episode. So we're not going to go too in depth about the belladonna here, but we'll just kind of bullet point for you guys here where it appears in the film just for a quick refresh. We first see the belladonna in the scene where Gillian goes into the bathroom and uses it in the tequila bottle. Once again, this was a heated topic of debate over on our TikTok discussion. Did Gillian use the belladonna to astral project to her sister, or did she just mix it together to give to Jimmy so she could get a little shut-eye? We'll never know. We also get a mention of the belladonna when Gillian is visiting Sally on that little, quote, astral projection trip and is gushing all about Jimmy. Gillian tells Sally how intense he is and says, "Thank God for Jet's belladonna or I never get any sleep." Sally asks, "Why are you taking that stuff?" And Gillian says, "I'm not taking it. I'm just giving it to him every now and then. That's all." And Sally says, "You're drugging your boyfriend to get a little shut-eye? Doesn't that seem a little strange to you?" And Gillian insists that no, he's strong. He can survive the curse. So she needs to drug him to sleep.
It's
right?
interesting that she says Jet's belladonna, because
Mm.
in the practical magic book, I don't know if they ever specifically say like one or the other aunts is that's their bag.
Right.
Till the other books where we learn that Jet is the one who's like helping the women at the back door and locking up the herbs.
Garden.
Right? So it's funny that they had her say that.
Right. Yeah. And I guess Franny's the one with the soap, right? Franny is the one in the Rules of Magic who's making the soap with Aunt Isabel. And in the movie, she's the one stirring the lie.
Yes. Oh, I just got goosebumps.
Right? Like it all clicks.
Went off.
All connected. Yeah, so next we actually see it again in the scene where Jimmy kidnaps the girls when Sally goes to save Gillian in the motel. Sally is driving while Jimmy is holding Gillian hostage in the back seat, going on and on about Louis L'Amour. And Gillian taps into Sally's psychic field and sends her a message through the rearview mirror and says, "The belladonna, it's in my bag." And Sally nods, that sneaky little sly nod, and she knows what to do. But then she dumps the entire fucking bottle into the tequila, right?
Yeah.
Causing it to swirl into a little tornado, kind of like an omen that this shitstorm that's about to ensue. The shit is about to hit the fan.
My question.
Yeah.
What would have happened if she had only put a little? He passes out. Were they gonna like just dump him somewhere? If
Right.
they did that, wouldn't you think like after Sally sending Gillian so many letters, he has their address? Wouldn't I would think he would go after her.
Yeah, what was their plan if I never thought about that before. What would have been that plan? Like if he just nodded off but he was still breathing, they just dump him off at a rest stop and then what?
Right. Like even if you dump him in the trunk, you don't know when he's gonna I mean, you could, I guess, okay, here's not what I would do. Put him in the trunk.
Christina's never thought about this before.
Park it somewhere where he could still be, live. And then, or take a cab and go home. Like he gets out when he gets out. Usually a cop is going to come by and check a car and he's already wanted. So boom, bada bing, bada boom.
Bada bing, bada boom. And if they just like left him in a car on the side of the road, how would anybody find out who did that?
Right.
There were no cameras back then, no dash cams, none of that existed in the 90s. So
park him at that like foundry or whatever, wherever they were at, leave him in the trunk.
But we know that these girls are a little sloppy and they're covering up their tracks. There was belladonna all over that seat.
I know.
All over the seat. So she just like dumped it in the bottle, but it just like went, the little seeds just kind of scattered everywhere. Because Gary, we saw him kind of scooping it up in one of the next scenes. You know?
Yeah. I think I would be in the same mind frame of like, we are gonna die. I need to like do what I can. I probably wouldn't have been thinking about spillage.
Right. Yeah. And that I think that's kind of what came back to bite them in the ass, right? So we actually see the belladonna in that scene. So the only other time we see baneful substances or like the belladonna in the film is when Gary comes to town to question the girls, and then when before he goes to take the car, he tows the car away, he scoops some of that belladonna, the seeds off of the car seat with his little business card. So I think that's the last time we actually see the belladonna, like the actual seeds. And then we get a last mention, I think this was the last mention, but correct me if I'm wrong, when Gary questions Sally in the greenhouse the morning that he shows up for pancakes, he picks up a random bottle in the greenhouse and Sally tells him, belladonna. Gary doesn't say anything, he just picks up the bottle and looks at it.
It probably has the label on it, right? Because they have all their shit labeled.
Possibly, because I don't know if I noticed the label in that scene. He was just kind of snooping around, but then I guess he hit the nail on the head because Sally was like, yeah, that's belladonna. It's a sedative. People put it in their tea to relax or calm their nerves. And Gary says some people also use it as poison.
What is it doing in the greenhouse?
Right.
Why is it? There's no other bottles of anything.
Yeah.
Shouldn't it be in the apothecary?
Locked up, right? Because like there's Antonia, there's Kylie. Why would they have poison out in the open? You think Jimmy put it there? Like his ghost put it there?
He's a bottle mover.
He's a bottle mover. He's a horse thief. Maybe. Continue. I don't know. Yeah. But I just thought it was funny that Gary picked up that bottle, and I don't remember it having a label on it. But like it was the belladonna. And if you think about it, at that point, Gary had already taken the belladonna as a little sample off the car seat. He might have had already had that tested and confirmed what it was.
I think he did because he put that bottle back down with like an attitude, like,
Uh-huh.
bitch, I already know you're gonna lie to me. So
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he knew.
That's where my mind went. I was like, I never thought about the fact before that he picked up that bottle in the greenhouse. She confirmed it was belladonna, and then he knew what belladonna was. You're telling me that a sheriff
Of
that's
Arizona.
of Arizona
Yes,
just like
Arizona.
knows what belladonna is? Because he
Right.
says to her, he's like, some people use it to poison people. So
Right.
how would he know what that was if he hadn't had those seeds tested and like confirmed like what the tests came
Right.
back in the lab and told him what it was, you know?
I agree.
Yeah. So yeah, and then Sally says witch people, and then Gary's like, ah, witch people, like WITCH.
Mm-hmm,
Right?
mm-hmm.
He's like, I got you, pegged.
Clever.
So that was it for the belladonna as far as like appearances and mentions. But there's a few other instances of baneful herbs in the film. However, they aren't really talked about, which is why you might not associate them with the film. They kind of appear in a much sneakier way throughout flashes on the screen or on a bottle label or in the grimoire. So we're going to talk about some of those right now. So the first thing is from Jimmy's resurrection scene. So after they get Jimmy, Sally and Gillian get Jimmy on the table, on the slab, ready
Yeah.
to
In the
resurrect.
lab.
Ready to resurrect. Sally goes into the pantry and she gets some tools out. She's knocking over shit. Then she goes over to the cupboard of potion bottles and she grabs a few. She takes one out and holds it long enough where like if you pause it, you can see get a glimpse of the label and what it says, but you can only really make out the first few letters of the word, which are, it looks like it says capsic, CAPSIC. So it's like capsic, what the hell's capsic? So I started typing capsic into Google and it pretty much finished the word for me, which is capsicum. And this is the first thing that popped up. So you could see the screenshot of the label here. So what is capsicum? So capsicum is a genus of flowering plants in the nightshade family, Solanaceae, native to the Americas, cultivated worldwide for their edible fruit, which are generally known as peppers, or capsicum, I guess is the Latin.
Capsaicum?
Capsicum?
Capsaicum.
So if capsaicum is peppers, what is this bottle she grabbed? Is it the seeds? At first I figured it would be the seeds of the pepper because typically when you think of peppers, you think of the seeds and like those are the most potent part of the fruit.
Capsaicum is like what makes the pepper hot.
Okay.
So it could very well be
Seeds?
the liquid, like,
Or like maybe an extract of the seeds? Because if you look at this bottle, it looks more like a liquid. There's not
it's
seeds.
red. It's got a red tint to it.
Yeah. So I'm thinking that this is some kind of tincture or extract. So my next question was, what is capsaicum extract used for? So medically, or I guess practically, if we're going with practical magic, according to WebMD, capsaicum is commonly used for nerve pain and other painful conditions. It is also used for many other purposes, including digestion problems, conditions of the heart and the blood vessels, and many others, but there is no good scientific evidence for many of these uses. And I mean, that's great and all to use as a supplement if you're alive, but why would she need capsaicum for Jimmy? I searched for some magical uses, and here is what I found. According to, I think this is asaliaearthwork.com, it says, in our physical bodies, chili, like the chili pepper, improves circulation, which assists with a lot of psychological problems. In much the same way, chili improves our spiritual energy circulation, if you will, releasing blockages, moving stagnant energy. These properties make it an excellent way to add heat and energy to rituals and spells, and is also why this part, I bolded this because this stuck out to me. This is why caution is advised by so many elders in its use, the aunts. Right?
So, yeah. So, were they trying to just get his blood pumping again?
All right, yeah, let's dive a little deeper. So, however, there's a time and a place, and you might need that kind of power behind what you are doing. You can shake a dried chili with its seeds intact inside to heat up your spell or ritual as another way to invoke its energies, and it should come as no surprise then that it is often used offensively in curses and hexes, and conversely in counter magic to protect and defend. So I'm thinking if they were resurrecting something that they knew the aunts deemed dark and unnatural, is what they told Sally when she tried to do this with Michael. Sally knew that she would need something to protect and defend in case anything went awry.
Isn't this like a Sicilian Italian thing? Don't they have like the chili pepper everywhere?
Yeah, yes. Yeah.
Clever producers.
Right. So chili can be used alone or added to other crushed herbs in powder form and sprinkled around a space as a protection measure. Remember that note though, use sparingly and with discernment. Handle with care is not an idle warning. Approaching plants with respect is always best. So I think it's safe to say that Sally had probably seen the aunts use this capsaicin in many a spell to pack some punch or to use as a protective measure. But maybe she didn't know enough, because we've talked about how Sally is a trash witch and she doesn't know enough about it to use it correctly. She just knows what she saw and what she learned
monkey see, monkey do.
Exactly. So who knows, maybe it was the capsaicin that makes this resurrection spell go awry. Because if you notice on the Constitute Grimoire page, in that scene, it lists all the ingredients for the resurrection spell that they're about to do, and nowhere on that page does it call for capsaicin. And nowhere on that, look at this, the screenshot on this page, nowhere on it does it call for this ingredient.
Right. So she's the hodgepodge and other shit in there too.
Right, exactly. So let's talk about this Constitute Grimoire page and this recipe and what this calls for to do this resurrection spell, okay? So we have 4 ounces of braided wheat straw, which is like, I guess, like your typical wheat or corn husks or anything grass, right? Not toxic in any way, doesn't seem.
Wheatgrass.
Right. 2 ounces of blue sage, common, fine. 2 ounces of mandragora, which is the mandrake root, which we know is highly toxic. It looks like it says TBL, so I don't know if that's tablespoon. 1 TBL of henbane pulp, which is also, the henbane is toxic. 2, I guess this is drams. 2 drams of Distorian seed. I think this is made up because I looked up Distorian seed and no, it was nowhere to be found. It was like, do you mean distortment? And I was like, no, I don't know what Distorian seed is, so maybe they made that one up. 4 ounces of Arnogloss and it looks like SOL, or I can't tell if that says SD. I'm not sure what the fuck they meant to say here, but I searched Arnogloss and it came up as the French word for a scald fish. I'm not sure if they meant to use that or if they meant to say Arnoglossum, which is actually a plant commonly known as pale Indian plantain. And that one does not seem baneful.
Okay, so I would go with that one.
Yeah, so out of this entire Constitute spell, the only things that are baneful in here are the mandragora, which is the mandrake root, and the henbane pulp. So we're gonna talk about these two a bit more in depth a little later on, but just briefly, mandragora, aka the mandrake root, was made popular from the Harry Potter film. Like, everybody has seen that scene when they have the little root body that resembles the shape of a human baby figure.
Have you seen people who like knit and crochet little mandragora stuffies? Oh, they're so cute.
So cute. I actually did an illustration of a mandrake root a couple Halloweens ago. And yeah, so I'll have to post that over on our Patreon if you guys want to check that out. But in the Harry Potter film, they are characterized by their fatal shrieking, which all the students must wear their protective headphones while handling them. Now, realistically, all parts, because this is a real root, right? All parts of the mandrake plant, including the leaves, seeds, berries, and root, contain tropane alkaloids, which are highly poisonous. Symptoms of mandrake poisoning include vomiting, diarrhea, blurred vision, dilated pupils, difficulty urinating, dizziness, headache, blushing, and a rapid heart rate. The effects are mandrake is a powerful narcotic, emetic, sedative, and hallucinogen. So yeah, anticholinergic properties can lead to asphyxiation, and in ancient times, mandrake was used as a narcotic and an aphrodisiac, and it was also believed to have certain magical powers. So why do we think this resurrection spell called for the mandrake root? So according to tragicbeautiful.com, mandrake root stands as one of the most potent and enigmatic botanical elements utilized in spellwork, root work, and healing practices. So throughout history, it has been revered for its mystical properties and associations with various deities such as, get ready, Circe, Hecate, Diana, Hathor, and Saturn. So, mighty Hecate, make it right. We think that Hecate, they were trying to say Hecate, but didn't want to use the actual name of the deity out of respect for the film. But we think that whole resurrection might have corresponded with Hecate, right?
The mandragora is for her, a little offering.
Exactly.
Make it right.
Yes.
She did make it right. She was like back in the ground.
She did make it right. Well, first she stirred up some shit and was like, nah, bitches, yeah, things are gonna come back as dark and unnatural. Look what door you opened up here, right? And then, like, again, what Jet said in the beginning, be careful what you wish for. And then also one of the ingredients in this spell is henbane pulp. So I was like, what the fuck is what's henbane pulp? So henbane was one of the most important analgesic medicines of antiquity. It was used as a sedating and calming agent, as well as treatment for various forms of madness or mania. The leaf, flowering tops, and seeds are used to make medicine, but henbane contains chemicals that are poisonous, particularly in high doses. Don't confuse henbane, sometimes called fetid nightshade or stinking nightshade, with bittersweet nightshade or deadly nightshade, the belladonna. It's a different type of nightshade. So why do we think this resurrection spell called for henbane pulp? So, according to GothicHorrorStories.com, the associations of henbane with ancestor worship and the dead. Henbane has long been associated with the dead, including ancestor worship, and henbane, along with barley residue, has been found in a Neolithic necropolis in Scotland, and it's believed that a beer brewed with henbane was drunk by the dying, or perhaps after death by those mourning. From Persia, there's a Zoroastrian writing which tells the story of a man who drank wine laced with henbane and spent several days beyond the veil in the afterlife before coming back. I just had to throw a little Jimmy in there. So, henbane seeds were buried in Viking graves, and there's a good reason to believe that the warriors known as berserkers reached that state of anger and fury through the plant.
Like a berserker, like berserk.
Oh,
berserk.
right. The Greeks have a rich history with henbane. They believed the dead in Hades wore wreaths made from the plant to make them forget who they were, and were left to wander aimlessly along the banks of the river Styx. Also, I wanted to mention that henbane has a connection to the Magus, which we know is a sacred text that Vincent was enamored with in the Rules of Magic. Henbane, a plant known for its toxic properties and historical use in various magical and medicinal practices, is often associated with the occult and herbal lore. In the context of the Magus by John Foles, henbane symbolizes the themes of manipulation and the darker aspects of knowledge. The plant's association with dreams and altered states of consciousness ties into the novel's exploration of power, control, and the complexities of human relationships. Foles uses such symbols to deepen the psychological and philosophical undercurrents of the story, reflecting on how knowledge can be both enlightening and perilous. We've talked about this name before, Albertus Magnus, the greatest German philosopher and theologian of the Middle Ages, and a saint to boot, wrote in this text, De Vegetalibus,
Vegetalibus, cute.
De Vegetalibus, in 1250, that necromancers used henbane to invoke the souls of the dead as well as demons.
Oh, shit.
Something dark and unnatural.
Oh, shit.
This was a concept shared by Cornelius Agrippa, another word that we've come to know in the sacred practical magic texts. One of the earliest writers on the occult, who listed henbane as an ingredient in incense with the intent of raising the dead.
Damn.
It is also used as a fumigant in ritual magic. So perhaps the resurrection spell calls for henbane as the aiding in the raising of the dead, aka Jimmy's malevolent spirit. I would say maybe it was used as an incense, but pulp, henbane pulp, suggests otherwise. Like a pulp is something like a lumpy wet mass. Like if you think of making paper, you like crush down like...
Could they make like a resin, like, you know, the cone incense?
Possibly. Like a paste, like a resin paste.
Yeah, because they got a lot of smoke going on, and that's not just the blue sage they're burning. Braided wheat grass, whatever they're burning.
So perhaps they did make a henbane pulp kind of like as a incense to raise the dead.
That's so cool.
Right?
I feel like their Witch for Hire was still on board at this point. They decided to put some of this in.
Perhaps. Yeah, because this is all just too, like, it's
on the nose.
It's checking all the boxes here, right? So I don't think this is all by accident. Like, all of these things are in the spell for a reason. Okay. Intentional, right? So yeah, I'm thinking that the henbane pulp, it was used for the aiding in the raising of the dead. So yeah, I'm not sure why it would be used as a pulp in this situation, but maybe it was used as kind of like a pulpy, pasty kind of incense resin or something of the sort. I don't know. A couple other notable things that I noticed throughout the film is, one, one thing in the apothecary pantry when Gillian and Kylie are mixing up that banishing syrup for Gary. Since it's daytime in this scene, it's a bit easier to read what some of the bottles say that are behind Gillian. And like we know like that the stuff that they're mixing together, like the Nigellus, and she also mentions milk thistle, but none of those things are poisonous or baneful. But they do have banishing properties because that's what they use to banish Gary away, although we don't know what else they put in that. Did Gillian put poison in that?
Exactly. What did she put in there?
We don't know. But there are some questionable things behind Gillian in that scene, which I don't know if she added any of those things, but it's, interesting. So one of the bottles, if you scroll down a little bit, you can kind of see what those bottles say. One of the bottles says ether or aether. Although not a plant or an herb, ether is considered baneful and is poisonous to humans. It's a pleasant smelling, colorless, volatile liquid that is highly flammable. It is used as an anesthetic or as a solvent or intermediate in industrial processes. Ether does not directly come from a plant, but it has linkages or bonds that are naturally found in various plant compounds, like in the structure of carbohydrates and lignin, meaning that plants contain molecules with either bonds within them, although we don't typically extract ether as a pure substance directly from plants. Instead, it is usually synthesized in a lab from chemicals like ethanol. Some plant essential oils contain phenyl ethers, like anthanol, found in anise seed, which is a naturally occurring compound with an ether linkage. So ether is baneful. By breathing it in, inhaling diethyl ether can cause drowsiness, dizziness, vomiting, excitement, irregular breathing, increased saliva. High exposure can lead to unconsciousness and even death. Skin contact, prolonged or repeated skin contact with ether can cause the skin to dry, crack, and scale. Drinking ether can cause effects similar to alcohol but more rapidly. These effects include excitement, mental confusion, loss of consciousness, and loss of muscular control. Ether is very addictive. The Catholic Church fought ether addiction, and some priests refused absolution to those who were addicted.
Didn't they use ether in medical situations, like to put people under?
Yes, it was used as an early anesthetic, like
Yeah.
anesthesia.
Yeah.
It was used as an anesthesia. Ether theory. In the 19th century, ether was a theoretical substance that was believed to transmit electromagnetic waves like light and X-rays. However, Einstein's special theory of relativity in 1905 led the physics community to accept that ether does not exist. So that's just a little bit about the ether and how it can be dangerous. So I'm wondering, do you think the aunts were using ether in this form do you think they were using it as an anesthetic, or do you think they were using it for other purposes?
That's a good question, because if they're giving people remedies or anything like to take home with them, maybe they have to clean the bottles before, or they're using such a concentrated tiny little bit, like maybe somebody wants to have like prophetic dreams. I don't know what else they could use it for magically. If they're like the aunts know their nightshade, I'm feeling like they also know their ether,
their gases, their liquids.
Because
they're volatile
Franny
liquids.
is a scientist.
That's right. And speaking of volatile liquids, let's just back it up a little bit to the bottle next to that ether. Can you see what that says?
I can. Chloroform.
So, why do we think the aunts are using chloroform, and who do we think they're using that on?
What else do you use it for?
I don't know. I don't want to look it up because I don't want to,
You don't want that on your history.
I don't want that in my search history. Oh my God.
Why? That's wild.
I don't know.
Never noticed that. These photos, these stills you got are really good.
Yeah, so there were other bottles surrounding those, but those were the only two that I could really make out clearly what they said. So the bottle next to the ether in the wider angle where you see the one to the left of the ether, it's like CIN. And then it looks like it says EDA, but then when you look at the one above it, it looks like it ends in ON. So I don't know if it's CINO something ON. I don't know what that would say.
CINOMOS? Is that what you're saying?
It ends in, look up, see the image on top where it ends in ON? The bottle to the furthest left.
Yes.
Next to the ether, It
Yes.
ends in ON, right? And then the picture below that, the
Yes.
bottle next to Aether, it looks like it starts with CIN and then maybe EON, Cineon.
I wonder if there's another like second still that's a little clearer at some point in the movie.
Yeah. But anyway, that's what I found. Chloroform.
As if the aunts weren't gray enough.
Right? Like, what the fuck are they using that shit for?
Chloroform.
Okay, they're giving Sally and Gillian shit for some shit that they're trying to brush under the rug, but in their day, they might have chloroformed a couple guys and, off them at some point. You don't know.
That's where my mind went. Like, is it the curse or are they killing their husbands like the town folks say they are?
What happened to her, poor Ethan? You tell us, Franny.
Got into the chloroform.
Did you have to get into that chloroform with him? I don't know. So a couple other things that I guess I would want to note from the movie is like all the toads, right? All the motifs of the toads and the frogs on the pages in the grimoire, not only on the pages in the grimoire, but how they represent not only Jimmy's resurrection spell, but also how he chooses to haunt them from beyond the grave throughout the film. Toads can actually be quite poisonous should you choose to work with them in your magic. We're not going to get into all the toads here because we actually did a whole deep dive on the toads in season 1, episode 46, so go check that one out if you commoners choose to do so. And also check out our Teespring shop for our commoners t-shirt. So, just a little plug. What is toad venom? So I was like doing a little search on like, poisonous toads and like poisonous frogs because you hear about people licking toads and licking frogs to get high and trip balls all the time. But what is toad venom? So yeah, recently the practice of smoking toad venom has been gaining traction across the United States, apparently. I've never heard of this. Licking toads in the Buffondier family has been a practice to experience a psychedelic trip. Licking toads, typically cane toads, can be dangerous. However, it may cause muscle weakness, rapid heart rate, and vomiting. The toad venom being used today is from the Colorado River toad, also known as the Sonoran desert toad. This nocturnal toad grows up to 7 inches in length and has dark leathery skin. It is found in Mexico and in the United States, in Colorado, California, New Mexico, and Arizona.
This is 7 inches.
Holy shit, that's big.
That's big.
It's a big toad.
That's a big toad.
Right. So this article, I took like a little summary because there's a whole article over this if you guys want to go down that rabbit hole, but this is from addictioncenter.com. It says the practice of smoking toad venom, particularly from the Colorado River toad, has been gaining popularity in the US, and this toad is found in desert, aquatic areas of Mexico, several US states. It secretes toxins containing 5-MeO-DMT, psychedelic compound. Users extract and smoke this toxin for a rapid, intense trip lasting for about an hour, and during which they may experience altered perceptions and feelings of connection to a higher power. So I think we did in the Toad episode, we did compare this to kind of like an ayahuasca trip, right?
But ayahuasca, doesn't it last longer?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're saying this is a very short trip.
This is more my speed.
Yeah, we don't want to trip balls on boiled salad for 4 fucking days.
Yeah.
Shitting ourselves back and forth forever.
Yeah. Hashtag Jimson Wade.
No, thank you. So while some studies suggest that psychedelics include those from toad venom could aid in treating depression and anxiety due to their shorter trip duration compared to magic mushrooms, so the concerns remain regarding their safety and potential for addiction. Hallucinogens can cause various adverse effects, including panic, nausea, and psychosis, and though some hallucinogens are known to be addictive, opinions differ on the addictive nature of toad venom. Overall, the risks may outweigh the benefits, and further research is complicated by the illegal status of these substances. So do your research if you plan on licking any toads or using them in your magic. So maybe all the toads throughout the film that are alluding to Jimmy's presence are kind of also symbolizing that he himself was the poison throughout the whole story.
Perhaps.
And then I wanted to deep dive a little bit on the aunt's spell from the Midnight Margarita scene, because this is a whole take on the witch's spell from Shakespeare's Macbeth, right?
I wanted to make this a whole episode, but we can put it here.
It still can be, because I just wanted to note that most of these things are just code words for actual herbs that are actual baneful. Most of these are baneful. So let's just talk about the Macbeth, the eye of newt, toe of frog, wool of bat, tongue of dog, adder's fork, blindworm sting. In Macbeth, it's lizard's leg and owlet's wing. For a charm of powerful trouble, like a hell broth boil and bubble, double double toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble. Like that's the Macbeth. The aunts changed it a little bit, and I'll talk about why in a minute. But let's just go through that list and talk about the baneful stuff. So eye of newt, that's the code for the mustard seed. And although eating mustard seeds is relatively safe, you should keep your intake in check. There have been incidences of dermatitis in people who have directly applied a mustard patch on their skin, and other research has shown the ill effects of uric acid, a compound found in mustard. So do with that what you will. The next thing, toe of frog, that is in Shakespeare's Macbeth. The toe of frog is a plant that is used in a witch's brew. The most common interpretation is that the toe of frog refers to buttercup leaves, Ranunculus acris L. Buttercup leaves are poisonous to humans and animals, and when crushed or bruised, buttercup leaves release ranunculin, a compound that breaks down into protoanemonin, a toxic oil that can cause a rash, blisters, burning, and itching. Swallowing buttercups can cause abdominal pain, diarrhea, vomiting, dizziness, and paralysis. Protoanemonin can also irritate the eyes. Buttercups vary in toxicity levels, but are most toxic in the spring when they are flowering and actively growing.
Why would they name them something so yummy?
Right? Yeah.
Seems counterintuitive.
And buttercups, like I think they sound cute, right? They don't sound
very
like
cute.
They don't sound like they should be so toxic.
Wait a minute. So the things that you hold under your chin and you're like, oh, if it's yellow, you like butter, rub it on your chin. Don't do that. Because it can cause rashes, right?
Those are buttercups?
Aren't those buttercups? Like, oh, hold it on your chin, and if you like butter, it'll be like a yellow hue under your chin.
I've never done that. I've done like the whole dandelion thing on your hand.
For what?
There's a song called like that song, I'm crushing up a baby bumblebee.
Oh yeah.
And, like you rub the dandelion, like, and it's like, oh, now the bumblebee peed all over your hand.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, we used to do that shit in like grade school.
I've never heard that. That's cute.
But I never done the thing with the buttercups. But if those are poisonous, yeah, like why?
Interesting.
Why do you do that? But it says the leaves are poisonous, so I don't know.
Maybe not the
flowers are poisonous.
Okay, not the petals, the leaves.
Yeah, so maybe don't fuck with the leaves. Yeah. The next thing in this little poem is wool of bat, which refers to holly or moss. Holly, I don't think the holly leaves are poisonous, but the berries contain a toxin called saponin and are poisonous to humans and pets. Eating more than a few holly berries can cause severe nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, and drowsiness. In children, symptoms can occur after eating as few as 2 berries. It says holly leaves, although not as toxic as the berries, holly leaves can cause side effects like diarrhea, nausea, vomiting, stomach and intestinal problems. Swallowing holly leaf spines can also tear or puncture on the mouth, obviously, and digestive tract, because these things are spiny.
Even
right?
Leaning like too close to one of those things is like, oh, we have one right in under this window right here, and Aaron always hates like doing anything.
Right.
Rip those fucking bushes out.
Yeah. So be careful around those holly leaves. Not only like don't ingest them, but just be careful because they will stick your ass.
Mm-hmm. Pokey.
Yeah. And to prevent poisoning, you can remove the berries before decorating with fresh holly if you do decide to use it in your holiday decor, because we see them a lot around Christmas time, and some people do like to decorate with it. And keep it away from your pets. The next thing is tongue of dog, which is hound's tooth. And this says, yes, hound's tongue, Cynoglossum officinale, is poisonous to humans and animals. Hound's tongue can cause dermatitis in humans. It's a noxious weed that grows in dry, well-drained areas like pastures, roadsides, and disturbed soils. It's a strong competitor with desirable forage and can produce thousands of barbed seeds per year that cling to animals, wildlife, and clothing. So I can imagine that won't feel nice if you bump into some of that. Kind of like a milk thistle. Oh, thistle, any kind of thistle. Fuck that shit. I have to remove it with my shovel. I don't even want it to touch it.
Don't touch it.
Yeah. The next thing on this list is adder's fork.
Like snake tongue.
Yeah, and this is more commonly known as violet. Violet root, the root is toxic in excess, but both the leaves and the flowers are safe and can be harvested for use. So you can harvest both the leaves and the flowers to use in any of your magic, but always make sure to leave some for the bees and other pollinators that rely on spring flowers, but don't fuck with the root because the root is poisonous.
So I'm wondering if it has like a deviation that looks like a snake's tongue. I wonder why they picked violet and they chose to call it adder's fork.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. We can do a whole deep dive on just this poem in a whole other episode. I just
Okay.
wanted to touch on like the banefulness of each thing.
I have so many questions.
I know. Yeah. Yeah. Everything. Every one of these is a whole other rabbit hole. The next thing on this list is blindworm sting, which is knotweed. And despite causing damage to property, Japanese knotweed is not harmful to humans, although some have reported that contact with the plant can cause some mild skin irritation. Japanese knotweed is often confused for giant hogweed, which does pose a real threat to people. As Japanese knotweed grows, its mass and packed stands can cause damage to garden walls, especially those with shallow foundations and old or poorly constructed fences. The thickly packed mass of knotweed can push over these retaining walls and fences, resulting in sudden collapse or other safety risks. So, although not poisonous, it can cause massive danger to your garden, and just be careful not to confuse it with that more poisonous giant hogweed. The next thing on this is from the Shakespeare poem. I don't think this was in the aunt's poem. Lizard's leg, which is ivy, English ivy and poison ivy. The woody evergreen vine is toxic to humans and many animals, including cats, dogs, and horses. All parts of the plant are toxic, but the leaves are more toxic than the berries. I don't think I've ever seen berries on an English ivy, because I have English ivy. I don't think I've ever seen berries on it. Symptoms of exposure including vomit, diarrhea, abdominal pain, hypersalivation, and skin rash or irritation. And poison ivy, clearly, I'm sure everybody in their life has had some kind of poison ivy. This plant contains, how do you say this word? Urushiol oil, which can cause a rash on the skin. The rash can develop within hours or days of exposure, and the intensity of the itching can vary. Mild cases can be treated with cool baths and soothing lotions, like the calamine lotion, but more severe cases may require prescription medication.
Your girl gets that real bad every year. I try to make it so safe. I only had it in March though. This past year. All summer, I played it as safe as I could. Like I washed down as soon as I came inside. And you can't use just regular like hand soap. You got to use like Dawn to cut through the oil.
Yeah. I have heard that if you know that you came into contact with it, you can diminish like the amount of the rash by like going in and scrubbing it with the Dawn right away.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
So I mean, you might still get a rash, but it might not be as bad as if like maybe you say like you didn't realize you came in contact with it, and then you went like a day, and then it popped up and you're like, oh fuck, where did this come from? Yeah. Avi's gotten it really bad one year because our neighbors had it growing on their property and they like didn't do anything about it, and then it came over to our shit.
Yeah.
And then like we're pulling weeds, and then
yeah, and it's one of those things that'll increase like every year you get it, the worse it is.
So horrible. But like I don't know if you can't burn it, because then you'll just ingest the fumes of it, right? So I don't really know any way to permanently get rid of it unless like you can kill it with, I think, like, I don't know, vinegar and something like salts.
Yeah,
maybe.
You have a lot of acreage. I don't know. I just mow over it.
Yeah. Anyway, so going back to the aunts, let's just be clear that in this scene, the aunts, I'm pretty sure they're doing a bit, right?
They're playing into the character.
Right. They aren't really using these poisonous, baneful herbs in their midnight margaritas concoction. I think they are reciting this whole poem from Shakespeare's Macbeth in jest, further feeding into the stereotypes and tropes that their community has chosen to see them as, like spooky, folklore kind of witches. And I think that's what's so brilliant about this scene. It's just like they know that the shit is being talked about them, so they're playing into it. Oh, they're like, oh, you want a poison?
I love that. Yeah.
Festering witch, we're gonna give it to you.
Yeah.
Got it, exactly.
And then it's attached to such the most fun scene in the whole movie.
Right. And then the next scene, the poison seeps back into the scene, the real poison, Jimmy's ghost, right? With the tequila bottle. Where the fuck did it come from? Someone left it on the porch.
There you go.
Right, exactly. All right, so that's all that I could pick out from the film.
That's incredible. I'm so glad. We're gonna head into a little break. When we come back, we're gonna talk about like why somebody would choose the poisoner's path, what that is. We're gonna talk about what's in your garden, how things such as these baneful herbs have been used medicinally. We'll give you a little list. We'll talk about lookalikes and more. So stick around and we'll be right back.
Hey little witches! The Estina's here. If you've been listening to our podcast for a while, you would know how much we love using the Practical Magic Inner Witch Oracle deck by Grounded by the Moon.
And now we want to share the magic of Grounded by the Moon with you, our listeners. Joseph Benitez Egerton, the creator behind Grounded by the Moon, would like to offer this very special 10% off discount to all who wish to experience the magic of his Practical Magic themed tarot and oracle decks.
But that's not all. He also creates other divination tools like tarot workbooks, deck bags and altar cloths, pendulum kits, oil blends, cleansing sprays, smoke wands, teas, and ritual kits.
And let's not forget about his custom handcrafted, all-natural soy candles, where every candle is hand-poured and personally infused and charged under the light of the moon. They even come with a crystal.
And did we mention all of the ingredients in the candles are ethically sourced?
All of Joseph's offerings are just so magical. So go visit groundedbythemoon.com and use the coupon code Magnolia Magic for 10% off your entire order at checkout.
That's MAGNOLIA MAGIC. So get your discount today.
You're listening to the Magnolia Street Podcast.
All right, so we're gonna do an actual pull. We're not gonna.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Ready? Tell
Ready.
me what. Oh, this one's backwards. Hold on.
Oh, I haven't been able to do this in a while.
Right. Yeah. All right. Ready? Tell me when to stop. Ooh.
Stop. Circle around the moon.
Circle around the moon.
How fitting.
Yeah, and the keyword on this card is change and transition. It says there is an upcoming change and you are more than ready. Things are shifting and it is time to gracefully accept this upcoming metamorphosis as it occurs. This is a positive and needed transition into the light. Welcome it with open arms. Let go of any worry and stress. You are ready and prepared. To better connect with this card's meaning, utilize the power of this card along with some candle magic. Utilize the power of a white candle to help cleanse and restore your energy while also welcoming new changes. Light your candle and visualize a circle around you. Envision that circle becoming a bright ring. This ring will help you in your upcoming transition. Speak the affirmation to enhance the circle's power. And the mantra on this card is, I am ready for the change.
I know we try to connect it with what we're talking about usually, but this to me is like we're coming up to the end of our season 2.
That's right.
Like we're like right there at the doorstep. It's just
so
there's so much more we want to talk about, and like we said, even in just within this episode,
right.
I have so many questions.
Right. And if we think about like what's going to come of 2025, we know the Practical Magic 2 film is scheduled to release in 2025. We don't know when, but I mean, I'm sure that's going to bring on
What's
a
it mean for
whole
us?
Other can of worms for Magnolia Street Podcast. Like, what does that mean for us? Like, we don't even know. So I guess it's a very exciting time. I feel like we're kind of sitting ducks right now, but it'll reveal itself in due time. And I'm excited to go on that journey, whatever it is.
Yeah. It felt like whenever this news came, like around the solstice,
right?
I think it happened because we were gushing about it. And then I did, that big spell workout in the woods. It felt like we were doing like the Looney Tunes spin and go. It felt like there's so much momentum, and now like we're cruising. We got the cruise control on. We're waiting for the next fork in the road, what we're supposed to do, the next choice, the next change. So I feel like that's where we're at right now.
Yeah. And we're also still working on our music. Things are in mixing and like, getting very closer and closer to mastering. And then we'll have to do distribution. And before you know it, we're going to be able to release this thing. And who knows what that's going to hold for us. So there's a lot in store. We're very excited.
We are.
Great card.
Now that I'm all giddy, let's talk about poison, baby. There is the poison path, which I do not tread, but we're going to learn all about it. And this is through the innertraditions.com. So this goes to say that baneful refers to the ability of a thing to cause harm. And because of this threat, the baneful thing becomes taboo and gains a sinister reputation. In this case, we are talking about baneful herbs capable of causing bodily harm and sometimes death. They are plants that have been used for murder, execution, magic, and medicine throughout human history. Baneful herbs make powerful medicines, often valued for their pain-relieving and sleep-inducing properties, many of the plants in this category have a profound effect on human perception. To tread the poison path requires drawing on knowledge from several areas: chemistry, alchemy, herbalism, folklore, and history. It also incorporates ethnobotany and entheology, fields of study that encompass many different cultures and time periods and are not limited to a specific tradition or single group of plants. As one becomes intimate with the characteristics of these plants, shared traits become noticeable. Many of the hexing herbs in European witchcraft derive from the same family, the Solanaceae, or the nightshade family. They are surrounded by superstition and lore, initially appearing to be fantastical, like the secret names for more mundane ingredients like batwing and eye of newt. Upon further investigation, similar themes in mythology begin to emerge. Many of these plants are mythically associated with deities and spirits of the underworld, the night, and magic. For example, Hecate, Circe, Medea, who are renowned for their knowledge of poisons, potions, and witchcraft. The plants are connected to deities of magic and witchcraft, ancient spirits, credited with bringing knowledge to humanity early in human history. Many ancient cultures have similar myths about renegade gods coming to Earth to gift humanity with some sort of knowledge. Spirits from the wilderness to the underworld emerge at times to school an individual in the arcane arts. Each myth seems to contain a seed of an earlier source, allowing us to trace the origins of the ideas surrounding these important botanicals far back in human history. Among the stories and lore surrounding these plants are planetary and elemental correspondences attributed to them. These stories and associations give us clues to the nature of the spirits that dwell within and around these plants. Their innate energies can be honed by the magical practitioner to bring about the desired effect. Often an intimate understanding of their nature is formed. We can delve deeper into our own personal gnosis surrounding these plant spirit allies. Throughout this person's book that they have, they took a look at mythological origins of many of these herbs, their legends, and the superstitions that have formed around them. Through an investigation of their esoteric associations and magical correspondences, we can learn how to communicate with the genius of the plant and add powerful symbolic nuance to our rituals. Medieval superstition has connected many of these plants with the Christian devil and evil spirits in general, and a culture of fear and trepidation was encouraged around them. It has been suggested that some of the accounts of witchcraft during this period were due to the hallucinations brought on by their consumption. One thing is for certain: the connection that these plants have magic, the spirit world, and the beings that have brought knowledge of such things to humanity is undeniable. These plants have an innate affinity with the nocturnal world of spirit and the arcane secrets hidden in the earth. It is not surprising that then many more practitioners are opening up to the idea of exploring these plants as spiritual allies in magical practices, despite their reputation for being too dangerous to work with. As we integrate these cathodic and Satyrian energies that are a prominent part of traditional craft practices, we learn to work with our shadow as well as darker forces of the natural world. Much importance and inquiry has been placed on specific dosage and how to prepare formulas for entheogenic use through ingestion. Although there is a growing body of information based on experimental practices from modern practitioners and some obscure medical references for the use of these plants, this is where one is largely left to work the poison path for oneself. While there are guidelines as well as more information available, with an increasing number of practitioners sharing their ethnogenic experiences, personal exploration and learning are key. Always do your own research, we say. There are several ways to work with these powerful spirits, just like those plants used for healing. By using flower essences, ritual incense, oils, fetishes, and charms, one can come to understand safer esoteric ways of working with baneful herbs. The hallucinogenic and trance-inducing properties that they have are a small facet of the rich spiritual properties that can come from a working partnership with these botanical allies. The variations in alkalinity among different plants and the many factors that contribute to how concentrated the alkaloids are in any given plant are part of the unpredictability and characteristics of these teaching plants of a darker nature. They are the tricksters and shapeshifters of the plant world. They can act as both poison and panacea. What? Pancetta?
Pancetta. Hold on.
Is that cheese?
Pancetta is like a meat.
Oh.
Panacea, it's a solution or remedy for all difficulties or diseases.
Thanks.
Yeah. But pancetta. Just say pancetta.
They can teach us about boundaries and limitations that we would otherwise not approach. Their visions are often terrifying. Their amnesiac qualities can sneak up on a practitioner who may not realize he or she was delirious until the effects of the plant have begun to subside.
Oh, shit.
So sneaky, sneaky high.
Wait, quick question. You know Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde?
Yeah.
What was it that made him change? Was it like a baneful herb or something? Or like, because he drank a potion, right?
I only remember the movie with Jerry Lewis where he was the
Okay.
nutty professor. Yeah, it's like the same thing. It's like a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde kind of storyline.
Okay. I'll have to go deeper down the rabbit hole. We could revisit it. I actually put a whole section at the very end of this episode of like, popular poison like deaths in pop culture.
Yeah.
So if I find it, I'll pop it at the end of that. All right, so modern advances in phytochemistry and plant medicines have taken us to a place where we as practitioners can blend science with magic. However, advances in the chemical extraction of these substances for pharmaceutical use have created a dangerous tool in the wrong hands. These powerful alkaloids, in their pure state, have resulted in many negative experiences and sickness in those seeking recreational highs by exploiting these sacred herbs. Many people, upon hearing of their use in spirit work and witches' flight, view these plants as magical potions, nothing more than a pill that can be taken to gain its prescribed effect. But the sacred plants are not a shortcut to spiritual knowledge or magical power, just as they are not pleasant highs to be chased by the recreational drug user. From a magical perspective, these plants cannot simply be reduced to something profane and utilitarian. The baneful plants are autonomous entities offering experiential gnosis. What is that? What is gnosis? What is gnosis? See, you said pancetta before. I just see gnocchi.
Gnocchi. I want to make gnocchi so bad.
Pancetta and gnocchi. Gnosis is the knowledge of spiritual mysteries.
I love that. That would be a really cute children's book.
Aww.
Pancetta and gnocchi.
Pancetta and gnocchi. Now I'm fucking hungry. Anyway, the path of exploring their mysteries must be tread individually. These plants do not give up their mysteries easily. Just as with animal spirits, an intimate bond must be forged on a one-to-one basis, and in many cases, the spirit does the choosing. Ritual and relationship are the keys to working with these plants and unlocking their mysteries. The ritual process is just as vital a part of this practice as the active components of the plants themselves. They are tricksters and sometimes adversaries, their effects and potency always changing. Many people are concerned about dosages, knowing that these plants are poisonous. The author of this article says, however, I think it's good that there are no universally prescribed dosages. No one can say for certain what one plant will do for another person. So basically everybody is different. Everybody's systems are different. I mean, yeah, they can give you a general dosage, but like everybody might have a different reaction to something,
And different plants are like processed differently. I'm even nervous about taking valerian because there's different forms. You can take a tincture, you can take the kind I have, it seems like it's dehydrated. Yeah. And I'm like, I don't know what's too much. Like, I don't think I would ever put enough in there to hurt myself, but even just like scooting that line, I'm just nervous,
Right. Yeah. Definitely. So the prospect of potential poisoning and unpleasant side effects keeps the dabblers at bay. It is important that we do not forget what brought us to these plants to begin with. Their practical use and growing prominence in modern witchcraft continue the ancient tradition with these powerful botanical allies. The lore surrounding these plants continues to grow and transform as we gain new insight through direct communion with these plant spirits. By providing a wealth of ideas and practices as well as useful and accurate information to draw from, the author says, I aim to encourage you to embark on your own exploration with these powerful plant spirit allies. So that actually reminds me of this oracle deck that I have. Hold on. This is called the Herbal Astrology Oracle by Adriana Ayalis, artwork by Josephine Clerks, and it's a beautiful deck. So I'll read the back real quick so you can kind of get a gist of what this deck is.
Are there any like zodiacs connected with the cards?
I'm pretty sure because it says the Herbal Astrology.
What's ours?
All right, let me open this up. I don't really use this much. I think it's just a beautiful deck to have. I think either my mom or my brother got this for me for Christmas, but they have like all different herbs, like the ashwagandha.
Oh my gosh, that's so pretty.
They're very, very pretty. Oh, look at this one. This is Palo Santo with pretty
Can you say the
nature.
artist name one more time?
Josephine Clerks. So real quick, there was a Mandragora card in here,
Perfect.
which was really cool. Oh, they have milk thistle. Oh, look, they have a tobacco offering. Really pretty.
Hey, that's so cool.
Native American spirit.
Clerk, clerk.
Klerks. Yeah, I think each card has like zodiac symbols on it as well as like the word of like what it's good for. So for example, like here's my favorite, ginkgo biloba.
Ginkgo biloba.
This is good for breakthroughs. I'm trying to find. Oh, look, poppy. Oh, you were just talking about valerian. There's a
Sleepy.
valerian.
Yeah. Oh, cute.
And here's what I was looking for. Mandrake, and then Angel's Trumpet, which is the Datura, right? Another Baneful. So there's a bunch in here. Not all of these are Baneful herbs, but I just thought that whole paragraph of like talking about the sacredness of each herb and forming a bond with certain herbs that you choose to, work with as far as the Baneful ones go.
I love that deck. That is so cool.
It just made me think of this because this is such a spiritual, like healers kind of deck, but it also includes some of those more Baneful herbs that most people are put off by, but like this makes it seem like a more sacred approach to it, which is really
Agreed.
cool.
Yeah. It's called Botanical Astrology.
The Herbal Astrology Oracle.
Let's get into the garden, kind of like what we did in the first installment of this series. So this little bit is from Bone and Arrow, and this says, in an English country garden, amongst the pretty wildflowers and manicured lawns, you may find a baneful herb or two, or three, or many, if you know what you're looking for. These herbs, plants, and flowers are so named because if used with bad intention, or even just by accident, they can cause illness, injury, or even death. Lots of plants have a historic association with witchcraft, and many of them have made the journey from magic potion to modern medicine. Though, quote, baneful herbs walk the line between doctor and death, some plants are pure magic. And that's why these Flora Obscura are the inspiration for their new collection called The Poison Path. Let me click on this. What is this collection? Oh, I see. So this is like a jewelry line. So they have a belladonna ring.
Ooh.
They have a lily of the valley necklace. These are really cool. They are like snapdragon earrings, I want to say, with little skulls.
Beautiful.
They have the little apple of death necklace, and they have some yarrow pendants.
Okay, hold up. Let's read this because everything on this page, it says the poison path, baneful herbs and their properties, right? Yarrow, we're confused as to why is yarrow baneful.
Okay.
This says yarrow, also known as the witch's herb and the devil's nettle. Yarrow has long been associated with witchcraft and magic, traditionally used for healing wounds as well as reducing inflammation, digestive disorders, and even reducing anxiety. It says this herb isn't so much baneful as magical. So this person says, I had to include this herb in the poison path because it has a history of appearing in so many potions and magical recipes. Though yarrow has a bad rap, just like us witches, it actually is a wonder herb and sounds deadly from its nicknames alone. I wonder what its nicknames are. Okay, so the flowers, it says, even taste bitter like medicine, although of course, like all things in nature, too much of it might cause some side effects. Yarrow is definitely a friend rather than a foe. So I'm wondering what else it has been called. If it's even in this book. Let's see. Okay, so all right, so here's some more folk names for the yarrow. Arrowroot, bad man's plaything, okay, carpenter's weed, death flower, devil's nettle, eerie, field hops, 100-leaved grass, knight's milfoil, lady's mantle, militaris, military herb, millifolium, noble yarrow, nosebleed, old man's mustard, old man's pepper, sanguinary, 7 years love, snake's grass, soldier's woundwort, stanchgris, staunchweed, tansy, thousand seal, woundwort, yarrow way, and yarrow, like W-E-R-W. So, well, if yarrow is most commonly known as the witch's herb, and we know how the patriarchy feels about witches, they probably associated with all those other more negative names with the witch's herb. I could see why. And now it's starting to make a little more sense why Alice might have included this in the Baneful Gardens.
Yeah.
Her books, right?
But these pieces through the Bone and Arrow are so pretty.
They are. I'm looking at The snapdragon, what are those earrings?
They
Those are
look like
so
earrings.
cute. And the lily of the valley.
Yeah.
And these are really pretty.
Before we go any further, I wanted to share something from archive.org. And this is getting up there with like jester.org with the amount of like microfiche and newspaper and journals and shit.
Yes.
So I found a medical botany book. It gives you access to all 504 pages if you want to go
Wow.
through this.
And this is free? You don't have to like be a
It's
member?
totally free.
Holy.
Yeah. So this book is from 1836 and it's called Medical Botany or Illustrations and Depictions of the Medical Plants of London, Edinburgh, and Dublin, pharmacopoeias comprising a popular and scientific account of poisonous vegetables indigenous to Great Britain. They loved the title. This is probably where we get a lot of those really beautifully illustrated botanicals like the belladonna that we, see sometimes. It's totally free if you want the whole book. We'll give you the link. There's also another link here from archive.org published in 1918. It's called The Medicinal Herbs and Poisonous Plants by David Ellis. And I wanted to include this just because the chapters alone, I didn't even count how many pages. It looks like the index is 170 something, but it goes over like plant structures and then the psychology of plants, the structure of the flowers, and it's all organized into specific chapters, trees and shrubs. For these notes, I just included some snapshots because they have some really nice line drawings of the plants and the plant parts. If you're all into the science, go check this book out. But in archive.org, we're going to be using it for the next couple episodes as well. Really cool stuff. I just love like the old shit.
Same.
Yeah.
These illustrations are beautiful. Real quick. And also, they're probably royalty free too, right? Like they're probably so old that they're like public domain at this point.
I think so. Like you can print them and have them in your house.
Right.
I wouldn't recommend making prints and selling them.
Right.
But for your own personal use.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can see on like chapter 2, they list like meadow saffron, lily of the valley, herb paris, bluebell, and hellebores. All the stuff. The lords and ladies, sweet flag. It's all there. So I thought that was so cool.
That's a rabbit hole. We got
it is
later.
This might be redundant because we've already done belladonna, we've already done lily of the valley, but this is just some things that might be growing in your garden. Episode 10 was our belladonna, and this is probably one of the most famous baneful herbs of all. All hail the queen, Atropa belladonna, aka deadly nightshade. Belladonna has long been associated with witchcraft and so has gotten a bit of a bad rap, but she's not all bad. Yes, belladonna is toxic and sometimes even lethal with the wrong dose. It is also used in modern medicines to this day. When an optometrist dilates your pupils, we talked about this on our episode, it may well be derived from belladonna in the eye drops that they use. In fact, that's how belladonna got its name. Italian ladies used to squeeze the juice of belladonna berries into their eyes to make their pupils larger because it made them look prettier. And beautiful lady in Latin is, of course, belladonna. The dark berries of belladonna are also known as murder berries and have been used as poison in countless movies and books, and they are actually thought to be what would cause Juliet to appear dead, since one of the side effects of eating these berries is a deep and deadly sleep. Lily of the Valley we discussed in episode 80, and this is May's birth flower, my birth flower. This is also called Lady's Tears. Lily of the Valley was said to have been formed from the tears of Eve as she was cast out of the Garden of Eden. Even though this plant is a symbol of sweetness, don't eat it. Not the leaves, flowers, roots, sap, seeds, nothing. The whole plant is super toxic. If you eat any part of the sweet smelling plant, you can expect severe vomiting at best, and that doesn't always happen. A coma and even death is in those cards as well. So be warned, it's deadlier than it looks. Snapdragons, how beautiful are they? And like when they're dry, they have those little skull heads. Actually, some ancient cultures believe that they had a supernatural power and that they offer protection from witchcraft and curses. And some believe that anyone who ate them would have beauty and youth restored to them. Okay, good job. They aren't actually poisonous. So why did then they make it into the poisoner's path? I hear you ask. Well, I've been fascinated with snapdragon seed pods ever since I first set my eyes on them. Surely they aren't real, I thought, but yep. One autumn, I went out in search of snapdragon plants, and there they were, perfect little screaming fairy skulls, some with long pointy noses, all with terrifying gaping mouths. And this author says, I fell instantly in love and I knew I wanted to keep them forever. So, like Medusa turning her enemies into stone, I turned them into Oh, this is from, this
Oh,
is her
the
talking about these
jewelry
jewelry pieces.
collection. Yeah.
They turned them into the silver and began collecting more strange flowers for this collection. And their little death apple necklace, the manchineel tree, which grows in northern South America, is the world's most dangerous tree. The milky sap produced by the tree is so toxic that even sheltering beneath it in a storm can cause an extreme rash.
Oh my God.
And you don't want to eat it. Definitely not the fruit. It's so toxic that just one bite will cause severe swelling to your throat, as well as blistering and burns to your digestive tract. And don't try to burn it because the smoke from the burning tree can cause temporary blindness.
Dude, okay, so that's definitely the apple that Snow White, the witch in Snow White
Yeah.
used.
Okay.
The little
Mhm.
apple of death from the manchineel tree in South
Yeah.
America.
I've never heard of that.
Me either. All
And
right, and
Justina told us about the yarrow.
yeah, we read the Yarrow one before, so that's very interesting.
And then we have a list of baneful herbs, but y'all, there are so many lists out there, and I think it's a good idea to get your own like collective list going. And a lot of these we talked about: elder, oleander, castor bean, angel's trumpet, may apple. So they're all going to be here, and those are from themagicalspot.com. I wanted to talk about lookalikes in this relation to these baneful herbs because we talk a lot about intention on the show and your path being your own, and I wanted to present the idea of utilizing these lookalikes perhaps in place of the baneful ones in your magic. And I do believe with a lot of these heavy hitters, it's like a witch's wet dream to have these at her disposal just to say you have them. It's kind of maybe like an image thing. It's cool, it's spooky, it's badass, it's taboo to work with these dangerous plants. I don't really think it's worth the health risk. Needless to say, I do have foxglove and snapdragons, and we're going to be planting the Lenten rose this year, the hellebores. But I'm not planning to use them in my magic. I'm putting them in the ground and gonna leave them there. I'm not even planning on cutting them and bringing them in the house. I don't want to moxie bustion myself to death, Also, that dangerberry might have a danger cousin or two. So let's cover some of those for you. And just a reminder, stay safe, consult our disclaimer. Our world is filled with a variety of plants that range from delicate and delicious to downright dangerous. Navigating what's safe and what's not would be simple if all toxic or poisonous plants were easily identifiable. However, many plant species look very similar to others, sometimes completely unrelated plant species. Learning to spot the differences is the best way to ensure you don't mistake poisonous plants for their harmless lookalikes. And Justina mentioned this one earlier. Let's talk about poison hemlock because you mentioned hogweed, and I know Queen Anne's lace looks the same, cow parsnip, wild parsnip, and even spotted hemlock. These all look very similar.
Yeah. And actually also the yarrow, which has been a big topic of debate for us. Why did Alice include yarrow in her poison garden? And we learned a little bit before from the person who made that jewelry about a little bit about why yarrow might have been
Yeah,
taken.
absolutely. And yarrow comes in white. Also, most of these are white, while parsnip is a little yellowy, but they also come in yellow.
Yeah, so I can understand why maybe Alice used yarrow in the books in the poison garden. Maybe she was confusing it with hemlock. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
I'm not sure. But then also yarrow is the witch's herb, so maybe that's why,
Yeah, I like what you found. It's all the devil's nettles.
Devil's
nettles.
Yeah,
I was gonna say dirty lettuce.
Fisherman's cheese.
Exactly. And again, this is I'm bringing this up just as like a space holder for a baneful herb. It's a lookalike to use in place of that maybe poisonous toxic thing that you're thinking about using.
Right.
Let's talk about what poison hemlock kind of looks like, where it grows, and then we'll give you all of its lookalikes. Poison hemlock has small white flowers that grow in tiny clusters. This plant is toxic to humans when ingested in some cases, has been reported absorbing even through the skin. So just touching it or having it in your pocket and sweating. This will be blooming in the spring. It grows in zones 5 to 9, usually in full sun, partial shade, slightly acidic soil, and it can get up to 6.5 to 10 feet tall. So that should be a distinguishing thing because I don't think yarrow gets that big.
Right. Yarrow does, well, I'm tiny, but yarrow can get like waist high. I want to say it's gotten like waist high before in my front yard. It hasn't since like the first year. It got so tall the first year. But yeah, yarrow stays relatively, I want to say closer to the ground. It's more bushy, but it kind of spreads so it can be invasive.
And then the Queen Anne's lace too is kind of small. But this next one you mentioned, the hogweed, giant hogweed, also toxic. This is also a tall one. So I guess if it's a tall, white, clustered flower plant, don't fuck with it.
Yeah.
So this says another white plant with a similar structure to poison hemlock. It flowers grow in clusters that form an umbrella-like structure that can tower over an average person, 17 to 14 feet. So giant hogweed has a sap that when touched can cause burns and permanent scarring. So it's critical to wear gloves if you need to remove this from your yard. This is going to be blooming in the summer, late June through early July in zones 3 through 9, usually in more shady area, sandy, loamy, or clay soil. And then there's the spotted hemlock. I don't know if I've ever seen this one, but again, these all look so similar. It is widespread and native to North America. Water hemlock is often called the most deadly plant in North America. All parts of this plant are highly toxic to people and animals. Ingestion may cause abdominal pain, convulsions, delirium, nausea, seizures, and vomiting, often resulting in death. This plant typically measures 3 to 6 feet, so average person height, and its stems are smooth and hollow. Stems may vary in color and pattern from solid green to purple green with like purpley spots and stripes.
I was looking up Angelica because Angelica is like, I don't know if you've ever seen Angelica. It's also kind of like a clustery kind of thing. I don't think it's poisonous though. It does have like the little clusters, so it does look very similar. I'll have to post a picture in here. But
Eliza.
yeah. All right. So I actually included a little like side by side photo of the yarrow next to poisonous hemlock, and it does look very, very similar. So I think that might be where the yarrow confusion comes in now that I think about it. It is often confused. I know it's often confused with poisonous hemlock, so much so that there are so many YouTube videos on like how to distinguish between the two.
Oh, yeah.
So I did include a video here, and we'll post that over on our show notes. Yeah, so maybe Alice meant to include the poisonous hemlock in Hannah's Baneful Herb Garden and Magic Lessons, and maybe not the medicinal and in most cases safe for consumption, human consumption yarrow that, you know, we've been
maybe. I'm still going back to like its nicknames because she does mention hemlock separately. I'm pretty sure in some of her quotes.
Yeah.
Maybe she was using them interchangeably.
Yeah, I don't know. But I don't know. Maybe I'll just go back to it's the witch's herb. Maybe that's why.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, totally. And Queen Anne's lace, the only thing I know is she's got fuzzy legs. That's the only thing I've heard is her stem will be fuzzy. But the two pictures you have here, the poison hemlock and the yarrow, the poison hemlock's like stalks look very like woody, a lot harder than the yarrow does. Yarrow can kind of like move and bend in the breeze a little bit. This looks like a little tree branches.
Right. So just a little bit of the difference between yarrow and hemlock. So in appearance, yarrow has more of like fern-like leaves that are finely divided and darker green. Poisonous hemlock leaves are larger and look more carrot-like. Yarrow stems are grooved and covered in woolly hairs. They're kind of like feathery. They're really soft. Like if you've ever touched like a yarrow frond, yeah, they're very feathery, very fluffy. While poisonous hemlock stems are smooth and purple or have purple spots. Yarrow's flowers are small, white and daisy-like, while poisonous hemlock's flowers bloom in more of an umbrella shape. So those are just some of the visual differences in appearance. So that's how you can tell the difference between the two. And as far as toxicity goes, poisonous hemlock is acutely toxic to humans and animals, while yarrow is only toxic to dogs, cats, and horses, so keep it away from your animals. Symptoms of poisonous hemlock include trembling, muscle pain, and rapid heart rate. And yarrow pollen can trigger allergies in humans, causing sneezing, itchy eyes, and a runny nose.
Oh.
And, yeah. So I guess like those are the only like real symptoms that you get if you're allergic to it, but it's not toxic. Like, you know, so as far as the uses, poisonous hemlock has sedative and antispasmodic, is that how you say it? Antispasmodic properties, but it was used with extreme caution because even small amounts can be harmful. I don't remember what yarrow is used for exactly.
I always get it like mixed up with dandelion, like for your liver. Like it's gotta be good for something.
What is yarrow used for? Many purposes. So wound healing, treats fevers, treats headaches, treats any kind of pain. It's good for pain relief, gastrointestinal issues, stomach cramps, irritable bowel syndrome, skin conditions. You can use it in baths to soothe itching and relieve inflammation. Menstrual pain, great for treating menstrual pain and treating kidney disorders. So, yeah, I guess if you have kidney stones, I guess it's like, you know, like a lavender, like slap it on anything and it'll probably do something good for you. So
sure. Yeah. And that's I was gonna say later on that like maybe Queen Anne's lace is your safest bet as a lookalike in place of hemlock, but yarrow sounds probably better because it's
Yeah.
actually beneficial to you in some way.
Yeah, it seems like it reduces inflammation. It is also taken as a sedative to relieve anxiety or insomnia. So
Whoa.
maybe it's like more of like a
Damn.
mild sedative and not like a knock you the fuck out like a belladonna would, like, you know.
Have you ever tried just straight up yarrow tea?
No, I haven't.
I haven't
No.
either. I have some in the cabinet. Not tea, just like loose stuff, but I
Yeah.
wonder.
The only thing I've used my yarrow for is honestly to make my besoms. I've never used it medicinally
What?
or like herbally. Yeah, I've only used it to make my besoms and it's like usually out on my front porch. I dry it and I
Girl,
hang it up. Yeah.
you gotta put in a little jar. Dry it
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
Make some
Yeah, I have tons of dried yarrow on my
rosemary
porch.
yarrow tea.
Yeah, I'll have to make some of that.
Okay. All right. So there's two different parsnips. The first one is cow parsnip, and this is native to North America. It is listed as endangered in Kentucky and a species of special concern in Tennessee. Contact with cow parsnip may cause skin irritation, blistering rashes, and skin discoloration. This plant can measure 4 to 10 feet tall and has stems that are fuzzy and grooved. Okay, so this one, like Queen Anne's lace, is also fuzzy and toxic. Wild parsnip is native to Asia and Europe, but invasive in North America. Yellow flowers help differentiate this species, but the effects are similar. Contact with wild parsnip may cause skin irritation, blistering, rashes, skin discoloration, and this plant typically measures 2 to 5 feet tall and has stems that are hairless and grooved. And then that Queen Anne's lace, native to Asia and Europe, but invasive in North America, it grows all along the highways down here. And if you have sensitive skin, contact with Queen Anne's lace may cause skin irritation. Others may not experience any negative interactions. Before you consider handling this plant, make sure you're positive that it is not one of its similar lookalike species listed above. This plant typically measures 1 to 2 feet tall. It's going to be the shortest little itty bitty, and sometimes has a small little reddish flower right in the very middle, and the stems are going to be fuzzy with small grooves. So poison hemlock and the Queen Anne's lace, let's just put those two in the center spotlight and see how we can tell them apart. So a few distinguishing characteristics that make it possible to tell them apart are their height, their stems, and their bloom time. So their height, the more mature height of, I guess, the poison hemlock, like we said, is about 10 feet. And that's a hell of a lot taller than the Queen Anne's lace, which is just like 3 feet, a little over that. The stems of the poison hemlock are smooth with purpley blotches. Think of like poisony, like it's discolored. It's kind of like infected from the inside. Whereas the stem of the Queen Anne's lace is ribbed and hairy. The hollow, finger-thick stem of poison hemlock are considerably thicker than the solid stems of the Queen Anne's lace. Queen Anne's going to start blooming in the summer and persists into the fall, often up until the first frost. And poison hemlock blooms just in the late spring into early summer. So both plants are biennials, and they look different in their first and second years. In the first year, poison hemlock grows in large rosettes of basal leaves up to 2 feet tall, 2 feet long. Queen Anne's lace also develops a basal rosette of leaves in the first year, but the leaves are much smaller. The plant dies back during the winter and reemerges in the spring for the second year. Poison hemlock develops branches and grows in a flowering stalk, like we said, 8 to 10 feet tall. Queen Anne's lace sends up a flowering stalk much shorter, only about 3 feet. Both plants have finely divided lacy leaves with some characteristic differences. The leaves of poison hemlock are glossy, dark green, hairless, alternate, primarily triangular, and deeply divided. The leaves on the upper part of the stem are not as large as the base leaves. Queen Anne's lace leaves are gray-green in color, 3-lobed and fern-like with hairy edges. Most leaves of Queen Anne's lace are at the base, and there are only a few leaves on the stem, so the foliage is more sparse than that of the poison hemlock. Now its stem. The towering height of the plant and the purple blotchiness and the thickness of the stem are the telltale characteristics of poison hemlock. Queen Anne's lace is easy to identify based on its bristly, hairy stems and vertical ribs, and it's much thinner than that poison hemlock stem. A look at the flowers might make it difficult to tell what plant it is because both poison hemlock and Queen Anne's lace have white, delicate, umbrella-like flowers. So here are some differences. The growth habitat for the flowering of the poison hemlock, it grows in clusters, whereas the Queen Anne's lace has a flat-topped compound flower. And sometimes there is this like dark purple flower or red right in the very center of that white flower head. This says bract or no bract. The best way to identify Queen Anne's lace flowers is by looking for bracts or leaf-like structures immediately underneath the flower head. Okay, so she's got like a little collar, I guess, like a queen.
Okay.
The flower head balls, Queen Anne's lace much sorry. Fuck, I thought I could hold it together. Queen Anne's lace flowers, mature and tightly close into a ball, resembling a bird's nest. And the dried flower heads persist on the stem of the poison hemlock and Queen Anne's lace well into the winter, but only the flower head of the Queen Anne's lace will ball up its little flower head. So the next one on our list is deadly nightshade. And I put this alongside of the Carolina horse nettle. I put these together. Also, I didn't know Carolina horse nettle was toxic, but Alice mentioned it in one of her lines. So maybe I ain't so stupid. So I put these together because over the summer, Aaron and I were up in Boone, and I was second guessing myself that we were looking at horse nettle, but I was trying to convince myself it wasn't belladonna. I was like, why would this be growing wild here? So much so, like, I took out my phone and took like a Google snapshot of it to solve the mystery. But the belladonna has those like purpley berries, and like horse nettle, sometimes people call it like they have ground cherries, but they're orange. So they both get this little like growth ball seed. I'm still concerned about Alicia Silverstone. I don't know what she ate.
Is she okay?
I have her later on down in our news section. She's fine.
All right, good.
So anyway, what I was looking at was not belladonna. It was horse nettle. But they have this like 5-pointed purple star-like flower with a yellow center. So then add this to the mix. Weeks later, I'm pulling up a wild eggplant from, my garden. You might have heard in the last couple of episodes. Never planted eggplant in my life, never bought a plant or seeds or anything. I had pulled it up along with everything else. And it was the only thing that looked like its size. Its stem was pretty thick and like the leaves were pretty. And I only saw the flower, so I ripped it out. Yeah. And I looked to the side and there's like a baseball size eggplant growing on it. But also it makes sense because eggplant is part of the nightshade family.
Right.
So between the three of these, there's actually 4. So nightshade has lookalikes in twinberry honeysuckle. The twinberry honeysuckle has different colored flowers, but it also has that black, super dark black purple berry.
Right.
The Carolina horse nettle and the eggplant flower have very pretty purpley flowers on the outside and the yellow center, just like the nightshade.
Right.
So that's why I wanted to throw those in there.
And also, isn't tomato also part of the nightshade family? And if you've ever seen a tomato flower, it's kind of like a smaller version and smaller white version of like the eggplant flower, right?
Yeah.
The name deadly nightshade, Atropa belladonna, is well known, but its appearance can easily be mistaken for twinberry honeysuckle or even dark cherries. Though deadly nightshade's deep purple berries look like harmless fruits, they're fatal even in small amounts, according to the wildlife trusts. You can distinguish nightshade by its pointed oval-shaped leaves. And we talked about this in our belladonna episode. There's a company that makes belladonna chocolate truffles. So, I mean, you can microdose, I guess, with those and not get the full...
Anybody wants to gift us any. That's the only way I'd try it.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I wonder if it's like a little bit like a weed gummy where like you don't take the whole chocolate, you just bite off a little piece, and kind of just like microdose a little bit. But you
don't want to end up with no legs.
Exactly. And we've heard that story before. Yeah. And don't host any parties if you're doing that either. So the next one is Carolina horse nettle. Horse thief. Yeah. Solanum carolinense are incredibly deceptive. Not only do they produce blooms that look like harmless wildflowers, they also grow a form of a wild tomato, which we were just saying. These tomatoes, though, don't eat these. These are not your typical garden tomatoes. These should be avoided at all costs. Yeah. They and the rest of the horse nettle are poisonous. So don't fuck with that shit. Number 3, pokeweed. I have tons of this shit on my property. What about you?
I have one little bush. And she's kind of tipped over.
Like, mine grows up in like random spots around my property, and like I have to pull it out because like sometimes it'll take over a whole patch. Like if you let it, it'll get huge.
Oh wow.
Yeah, mine, the one on the side of my house, like we let that shit go this summer, and it's ginormous. We have so many ripe berries.
I need to make birds eat them. Are they okay to eat them?
Animals can eat them, yes.
Okay.
Humans cannot. The seeds are very, very poisonous. So, pokeberries, Phytolacca americana, sounds like a sweet treat.
It sounds like a Offspring album.
Yeah, or like, a a band of some sort.
Yeah.
They're deceptively enticing. According to poison control, it's not uncommon for children to confuse the plant's berries for grapes.
Mm-hmm.
They're not as big as grapes, so I don't.
Kids are dumb.
But kids are dumb. I think they kind of look more like blueberries than grapes.
Yeah.
But they could look like a baby grape. Like you've ever seen like grapes, like baby grapes on a vine? Though the berries aren't fatal, the seeds are, however. Pokeberries can cause gastrointestinal distress like nausea and vomiting, so it's best to remove pokeweed from your yard if you have small children. And I don't know like if it affects cats and dogs like the same way it affects us, but as far as like deer and birds, like they'll eat it outside. That's fine for them. And we have a little bit more coming up on the pokeweed later on because I have an ink recipe that I want to talk about. Number 4 is the Virginia creeper, and Christina, you have some of this on your property?
It grows everywhere. Yeah. And I didn't know what it looked like. And my neighbor came over when we first moved in. He's like, you're going to want to pull that shit out. Cause it was like climbing into our foundation and shit.
Ugh, that's so annoying.
Yeah.
So at first glance, the Virginia creeper, also scientific name is, oh God, help me with this one, Parthenosis quinquefolia.
That was really good.
Oh, thank you. It looks like a simple vine, but like many other plants, it has spiky leaves, and it's toxic. It grows berries that could look like blackberries to the untrained eye, and the Virginia creeper has a distinctive 5-leaf structure that resembles poison oak, another plant you should avoid.
I just tried not to touch any of the leaves in my yard ever.
Yeah. Right, yeah. Wisteria is, we had a whole episode on wisteria, and episode 31, if you guys want to go check that out. We learned about the petals, the little dainty, very cutesy, very demure purple flowers of the wisteria, which are actually edible, and Christina was daring enough to try one on that episode.
Yeah.
And then I think you got all paranoid because you said your tongue started to sting or something.
Like, I think I have the burble bellies. Like my stomach kind of like was burbling later on, so I kind of freaked myself out. But I was fine.
Again, I think it's like fine as long as you don't eat the seeds, right? Or
The leaves aren't appetizing, the roots. Those flowers are so beautiful, though.
They are.
We'll put them on.
So wisteria, it's a beautiful twining vine that produces light purple flowers, and this fantastical looking plant has poisonous seeds that grow in pods. Additionally, the entire plant is toxic if ingested, and symptoms range from dizziness to gastritis. So definitely be wary of the wisteria. And yeah, some people did use them on like baked goods or like culinary, like we had culinary recipes we read on that episode, and I'm like, I would be a little put off by using wisteria in my food, you know?
Yeah, unless you're just doing it as like an experiment. It didn't really have a taste. It's very pretty. Like put it on the side like a little hibiscus garnish. Yeah, garnish.
But hibiscus are edible. Like you can eat those. Those aren't poisonous, right?
Do you like those? Do you eat those?
No, I don't eat them. Like they're just a garnish, but like you can, like they're considered edible flowers. But like wisteria, I would not put that in my top tier of edible flowers.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay.
They do have that, I guess, baneful quality to them if you use them the wrong way. I don't know. I'm very, very mindful, very cutesy, very demure with my baneful herb usage. Yes.
I love that. Yeah.
The next one is Death Camas. Is that how you say it? Camas? Camas? Death Camas. Yeah, so like poison hemlock, Death Camas, also known as Zingadinus. Ooh, I like that name. Next animal I'm going to name him Zingadinus. It was named as a warning. The entire plant is toxic and can cause serious illness when ingested. This is a problem as it can be mistaken for wild onion. According to the U.S. Forest Service, the best way to identify a death camas is to look for green or yellow glands at the base of the petals. The next one on this list, this one's a killer, literally. Wolfsbane, which is known as aconitum, also called monkshood. This is a poisonous plant that has gained a reputation through literature and history for its use as a poison. There are many species of wolfsbane, and most of them can cause respiratory paralysis and heart failure per poison control. While some florists have managed to cultivate non-toxic varieties, it's best to leave these flowers in the wild. And don't they, like, in like all the horror novels, they use it in like all the like the werewolf novels to...
Oh yeah, wolfsbane. Mm-hmm. That would make sense.
Yeah, to ward off werewolves.
Yeah.
Okay, so later on we have a Wolfsbane article that I want to share because I read this a while ago when I was like, for my Bohemian Magic, I, would do the apothecary labels, and Wolfsbane was in my pack for Samhain. I did a label pack for every Wheel of the Year.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So I did Wolfsbane for Samhain, and I did all the baneful herbs on the apothecary pack. And I, researched all the herbs before I illustrated them just to get to know them a little better. And I found this article upon my research, and it just blew my mind. I was like, that's scary that you could just touch this and you're just dust.
Fucked. Dust.
You're fucked. Yeah, basically. Don't touch the shit.
Okay.
The next one is American Bittersweet, and this is Celestris scandens, and it can be used as a seasonal decoration, but don't eat the berries no matter how juicy and harmless they may look. The berries of an American Bittersweet, classified as low toxicity, are known to cause stomach upset and vomiting via the Lady Bird Johnson Wildflower Center.
And last one I have on here to just add in is comfrey has a very similar resemblance to foxglove, and I know I've beat that horse, albeit the flowers are a little smaller. And it seems like these cup-like, just like trumpet flower, these cup-like flowers that bees can like just skirt their way up into and make a nest for the night are fucking deadly.
Yeah, the foxglove seems to have more little like spots on the inside of the bell.
Yeah.
And the comfrey kind of has like a little bit of a lily of the valley kind of feel, like they're more cupped like.
They're much smaller, and they just have like a different shape altogether. And the bees love them. And like we learned last time making poultices, comfrey is amazing. So use it as a stand-in for foxglove, I think, with your baneful herb magic.
So comfrey is safe to use.
Comfrey is safe. Don't take it internally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you use comfrey for?
We talked about the poultice that you can make for bruises, the knit bone, the healing a little faster.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so you can't really use foxglove in that manner.
No, but also if you're doing like ritual work and you want to crush up quote unquote foxglove and put it somewhere, sprinkle it somewhere. Yeah. Comfrey flowers might be a little safer to do this with.
So it's good as a stand-in. Yeah, I like that idea of kind of using flowers that look similar to a more toxic herb, maybe using them as a stand-in. And intention is everything, right? Like if you're using that with the intention of like you want it to have the same effect as something else that might be too toxic to use in your magic.
Absolutely.
Do what you need to do. Nothing stopping you.
You do you, boo.
Do you. Tell me what you want, what you really, really want. All right. Okay, so the Alnwick Garden, also known as the Poison Garden, is a complex of formal gardens adjacent to Alnwick Castle in the town of Alnwick, Northumberland, England. The gardens have a long history under the Dukes of Northumberland, but fell in disrepair until revived at the turn of the 21st century. The garden now features various themed plantings designed around a central water cascade. The revival of the gardens led to several public disputes between the Duchess of Northumberland and various garden experts concerning preservation and the use of public funds. The garden now belongs to a charitable trust, which is separate from Northumberland Estates, although the 12th Duke of Northumberland donated the 42-acre site and contributed £9 million towards redevelopment costs. The first garden was laid down in 1750 by the first Duke of Northumberland, who employed Capability Brown, the celebrated Northumberland gardener, to landscape the parkland adjoining Alnwick Museum. Wait, Capability is somebody's name?
Yeah, that's wild. Capability.
Wait a minute. I have to laugh because I was literally listening to an episode of Salem the podcast like yesterday, and they were talking about the ridiculous Puritan names from back in the day,
Mercy, temperance,
like Cotton Mather and Increase Mather. Like, what are these names? So yeah, that's really funny. Capability is a good one though. That's wow. All right, so the third Duke was a plant collector and led a century of development at Alnwick. He brought seeds from all over the world, and pineapples were raised in hothouses. In the middle of the 19th century, the fourth Duke created an Italianate garden featuring a large conservatory, and at the end of the century, the gardens were at their grandest, with yew topiary, avenues of limes, and acres of flowers. During the Second World War's Dig for Victory campaign, the garden was turned over and provided food, and soon afterwards, the austerity of the 20th century saw the garden fall into disrepair. It was closed as a working garden in 1950. Redevelopment of the garden was instigated by Jane Percy, Duchess of Northumberland in 1997, and has been led by Belgian landscape designers Jacques and Peter Wirtz. It is the most ambitious new garden created in the United Kingdom since the Second World War, with the reported total development cost of £42 million. The first phase of redevelopment opened in October of 2001, involved the creation of the cascade and initial planting of the gardens. On December 22nd, 2004, a large 6,000 square foot treehouse complex, including a cafe, was open. I need to see this. This sounds freaking cool. The pavilion and visitor center featured a barrel-vaulted grid shell roof. The gardens included several water features as well as architectural landscaping, topiary, and decorative gates. A garden featuring intoxicating and poisonous plants was added in February 2005. The garden was thought of by the Duchess herself, who wanted the garden to have something that was different from other gardens. Species of the poison garden include Strychnos nux vomica, which is the source of strychnine, hemlock, Ricinus communis, the source of harmless castor oil, but also the deadly ricin, which was used in the show Breaking Bad. Do you remember that show?
I didn't watch that show.
Yeah. So we talk about that a little later on. Foxglove, Atropa belladonna, commonly known as Delhi nightshade, Brugmansia, and Laburnum. The mission of the Poison Garden also included drug education, with featured plantings of cannabis, coca, and the opium poppy, which we talked about a little earlier, Papaver somniferum. The Poison Garden is now one of the main reasons that people visit the garden. So
very cool.
It's no tachi.
I would want to touch everything.
And then you die.
And you die. You dead.
And then you die. No tachi.
But there's not just one famous poisonous garden. There's also one in Ireland.
The Poison Garden at Blarney Castle is one of the featured gardens on the grounds that span some 1,000 acres, but it is but a tiny plot sheltered behind the Blarney Castle battlements. The Poison Garden contrasts sharply with the expansive green spaces and vibrant flowers found elsewhere on the estate property, but mystique pervades the small plot and has curious visitors anxious to investigate. Before entering the yard that houses the Poison Garden, curiosity seekers are warned that some plants are so dangerous and toxic as to require steel cages to prevent them from being touched or eaten by Christina.
Oh, hey.
We were game to, quote, enter at our own risk. The garden was strategically laid out in order to be somewhat controlled. It is believed that a similar garden once occupied the same site from as early as the 1800s, where plants would have been cultivated for both medicinal and culinary purposes. Adam Whitbourne, head gardener, is the head gardener at Blarney Gardens and is available on the grounds to help identify the plants for you. Even through email exchange, like he will email back to you if you have questions. All right. The plants cultivated there embrace some of the deadliest toxins known to man, toxins that have claimed the lives of humans in many cases. Signage details the past and present uses of each plant found along the pebbled walkway. It's hard to imagine that any part of these poisonous plants was once used for medicinal purposes, but they played a big part in medical practices, from as early as 5,000 years ago and more. The old expression, it will either kill you or cure you, was in fact very appropriate. Imagine those first people on the earth that had to test that out.
Oh, God. Peasants, commoners.
Right? Yeah, exactly. They would make the commoners do it. In the United States alone, some 63,000 people are exposed to poisonous plants on an annual basis. Do not take this symbol lightly.
I had a t-shirt design idea.
Yeah.
Like we do like a commoners themed yearly t-shirt. First year's the frog. This year I think it's like mushroom taste tester. Or I don't know.
Mushroom taste tester.
I don't know. Some doofus having to be like the guinea pig, you know?
Right, yeah. Yeah, this is a little plaque at the Poison Garden. So this says the Blarney Castle Poison Garden was created with the purpose of educating visitors about the poisonous plants that can be found both in the wild and also in their own gardens. It aims to show both the positive and negative aspects of these plants by looking at their various uses, including medical, both traditionally and in modern times. The site on which you are standing may very well have once been a similar garden where plants would have been grown for medical and culinary purposes. These physic gardens were common in medieval Europe. A basic definition for a physic garden is a garden maintained for the study and cultivation of plants for medicinal purposes. This is cut off at the end, but there's a whole section that says how many people died because of poisonous plants. In Europe as a whole, the number of deaths from ingestion of a poisonous plant is so small that no separate statistics are collected. But in the USA, less than 5 people a year die, I guess, as a result of poisonous plants.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know.
That's not that many. Unless you shop at Costco and, what was it? The spinach, that grew next to the Jimson weed?
Oh my Lord.
Yeah. I just came across a TikTok that was a girl. I think she was on a farm and it was like a field of corn and it was Jimson weed growing in the field of corn. And she was like, this is literally my worst nightmare.
Oh no.
Because that shit gets contaminated by the Jimson weed, right?
Ooh, yikes.
Yeah. So very scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stress, Justina.
It stresses me out. Dude, all the shit like the listeria, all these outbreaks and
now ramen?
Ramen's not even safe. I don't even know what to eat anymore.
I know. Gotta grow our own shit.
Yeah.
But then you get wild eggplant popping up in your garden bed. Can't trust anybody, not even fucking nature.
The next photo is a photo of, I guess it's a rue plant growing in the poison garden at Blarney Castle. And this delicately bushy plant is called common rue or Ruta graveolens. The hardy evergreen shrub has a highly disagreeable odor, leading it to be used as an ingredient in insect repellent to combat house fleas and other biting insects. Seeing the effectiveness against such insects led people to rub extracts onto the skin to repel mosquitoes, but the reaction with exposure to sunshine caused severe rashes similar to that caused by poison ivy. So today, common rue is an ingredient in many medicines, especially antidotes for poison. Hippocrates once wrote, "If a man be anointed with the juice of rue, the poison of wolfsbane, mushrooms, toadstools, the biting of serpents, stinging of scorpions, spiders, bees, hornets, and wasps will not hurt him."
Wow.
But if any of this plant is eaten without proper preparation, it can cause severe vomiting and other gastrointestinal problems, even leading to death. So
I liked this sign. Most of that you already read, and we know like a lot of it's like vomiting, diarrhea, pain in your gut. This had a little folklore at the bottom, which I thought was cute for rue. It says in folklore, it was used to keep various unpleasant things out of your house. It was hung in doors and windows to prevent evil spirits from entering the house, and worn on your belt to keep witches away. And the juice from the crushed stems could be spread on walls, I guess around doorways, window frames, to keep flies out of the house. And that, like Justina said, this then was transformed into bug repellent, mosquito repellent.
like yesterday, we got a cinnamon broom from Trader Joe's.
Ooh.
My porch smells amazing right now, by the way. So I have it, I kind of just like propped it up next to my other broom on the porch. I have like 3 brooms on my front porch right now. The one yarrow broom, and then I had another one that I bought from Home Depot, and now the cinnamon broom. So Avi's like, what should we do with this cinnamon broom? It's just like kind of like sitting there. I was like, well, you could leave it there. He's like, you don't want to hang it up? I was like, well, my other broom is hung up, and then I have my yarrow that's standing there, and he's like, well, what should I do? I was like, just put it above. I have like a little broom sign that says home is where you hang your broom. It's really cute. I was like, just hang it above that sign. He's like, all right, are you sure it's supposed to be hung that way? I was like, what do you mean? He's like, don't you want like the bristles down? I was like, I already got 2 brooms on the porch. I think we'll get the boo hags. It's fine. He was like, the
put
what?
one on the back porch.
He's like, the what?
Avi's got problems, but boo hags ain't one.
But boo hag ain't one. Yeah.
Cute.
Anyway, so yeah, more back to the common rue. It was used during the Middle Ages, and its use was extremely varied, including its use as a powerful defense against witches and evil spirits, like Christina just said. It was the primary ingredient in many spells and was believed to summon second sight. So, like, did you ever see Sabrina, what the new one on Netflix, The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina?
Only like 4 or 5 episodes in.
She has a friend and she has like the second sight. It's called The Cunning.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, so she can like see.
Not like the shine. She's
Yeah.
got the shine.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, water hemlock, the most toxic plant that grows in North America, not to be confused with poison hemlock, Conium maculatum. Poison hemlock is an herbaceous flowering perennial with a variety of whimsical names, among the devil's porridge, beaver poison, and poison parsley, because of the similarity of the leaves to those of the parsley plant. Despite the fanciful names, all parts of this plant are lethal to humans and animals. A variety of serious ailments follow ingestion, the worst being total paralysis if subjected to an overdose. In ancient Greece, hemlock was used to poison condemned prisoners, the most famous being Socrates in 399 BCE. Long associated with British witchcraft, it is the invisible creeping effects of an overdose that seems magical and otherworldly. There is an even long history of children being poisoned by the plant when they fashioned whistles from the hollow stems.
God dang, can't even
Oh
be
my
a kid.
God. Well, I mean, what do you do before the internet, you know? What do you do before iPads?
Make Rue whistles.
Make Rue whistle. I guess so.
Commoner, and then Rue whistle maker.
Yeah.
And co.
We need all of these t-shirts, by the way. We need to make this an oracle deck of like just like commoners testing out plants before
Like
they-
idiots. Stuff, stupid things we have read that stupid people have done.
Darwinism, the oracle deck.
There you go. There you go.
Just an oracle deck called Darwinism. Lots of folks grow rhubarb. Oh God, this Latin name. Okay, listen to this. Ruum rabarbarum.
Rubum? Rabarbarum.
Ruum rabarbarum. It just sounds like I'm starting my car and it won't start.
Yeah, in the cold.
Yeah. So lots of folks grow rhubarb in our vegetable gardens so we can enjoy the extremely tart fruit from the fleshy stems in early spring. When stewed up with a healthy dose of sugar, it makes a delightful dessert. The fact is that the leaves are toxic, so much so that they are to be disposed of in the garbage as opposed to the compost heap. The roots have compounds that have been used in laxatives for over 5,000. Who knew that the custom of dipping raw rhubarb stalks into sugar as a childhood treat had such regal beginnings? Rhubarb was highly sought after in the 14th century Europe, and the transport of it along the Silk Road from China made it very expensive. That led Marco Polo to harvest the fruit on his travels. It was considered so valuable that an embassy report in 1403 declared, "The best of all merchandise coming to Samarkand was from China, especially silks, satins, musks, rubies, diamonds, pearls, and rhubarb."
Wow.
Yeah. Okay, so next is the black cohosh, Simifuga racemosa. It has long been used for treatment of female conditions such as menopause and gynecological problems, but there is controversy as to whether the treatments are effective. As well, side effects from medicine infused with black cohosh include a wide range of health issues ranging from dizziness to seizures, diarrhea, low blood pressure, and liver damage. Perhaps in this instance, the cure is not worth the risk. Hairy laurel, Prunus laurocerasus, are widely used in floral compositions, while the bushes are used extensively as ornamental plants. The cherries that form on this plant are said to be edible, whereas both the leaves and pits of the cherries are poisonous, probably because they have the cyanide, which we talked about earlier. What makes cherry laurel toxic to humans is the presence of cyanogenic glycosides. In short, if chewed, cyanide and benzaldehyde maybe, would be created, and since cyanide starves a human central nervous system of oxygen, death could follow. I thought it fascinating that the smell associated with cyanide is one of crushed almonds. So deceiving. Don't they say that it does like have like a sweet smell, like an enticing smell?
Remember when we were talking about oleander the first time? And then I was like, that sounds familiar to cyanide because Vincent's like, oh, it smells like almonds. And she's like, it's oleander. And I was like, oh my God, so deadly. So your senses want it. Very
Right.
foreboding.
It's kind of like that apple in the Garden of Eden, kind of like testing your temptations, like, you know, and then it's like, bam, no. Bam. Yeah, just hit you over the head with a frying pan. Yeah, so yeah, very deceiving. Next is the common laburnum tree, Laburnum gyroides? Anagyroides. All parts of this tree are poisonous and can claim a human life if too much is ingested, but the wood has historically been used for cabinet making and to fashion musical instruments.
That name, laburnum, sounds like laudanum. You know, that they used to take back in the day.
Yep. This spring blooming deciduous tree is stunningly beautiful when draped with the pendulous and vibrant yellow flowers that bring sunshine to even the dreariest day. It is no wonder J.R.R. Tolkien used the word in The Hobbit when he had Bilbo describe Gandalf's fireworks. Bilbo said, quote, "They used to go up like great lilies and snapdragons and laburnums of fire and hang in the twilight all evening," end quote. Yeah. The knowledge of ancient cultures about the plants' medicinal and culinary values, as well as their perceived magical properties, represents a lot of experimentation, documentation, and the passing of shared details from one generation to the next, or even across language barriers, considering that indigenous people acquired the knowledge long before many other cultures. Some of the plant specimens, like this European mandrake, the Mandragora officinarum, are considered so dangerous that they are kept behind bars. European mandrake has a long history of medicinal uses, but is mainly connected to applications steeped in superstition. The root of the plant, although more like a misshapen carrot or parsnip, was said to resemble a human body. The fresh and dried roots of European mandrake contain a whole host of chemical compounds, making it both hallucinogenic and narcotic, a hypnotic, painkiller, and a poison all at the same time. During the Middle Ages, it was popular as an anesthetic, whereas during the Elizabethan period, it was favored as a narcotic. So it seems like the mandrake has a lot of different uses, but they're all they'll fuck you up.
Okay. Yeah. I was looking for who wrote this because it was a husband and wife who had gone on a trip. I think it's Bob and Jean.
Okay.
Bob and Jean. Okay, yeah. Frame to Frame, Bob and Jean. They have a little website and it will be linked.
Cute.
So let's talk about some of these things that you may want to grow in your garden, maybe just for looks, maybe for the pollinators, maybe for your own magical practice. Before we talk about how some of these plants could find these happy homes in your gardens, got to talk about some safety. This is coming from the National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health, NIOSH. All right. Any person working outdoors is at risk of exposure to poisonous plants such as poison ivy, poison oak, poison sumac. When in contact with skin, the sap, the oil from these plants can cause allergic reactions. Burning these poisonous plants produces smoke that, when inhaled, can cause lung irritation. Working with this, it can be direct contact, indirect contact, inhaling. Symptoms of skin contact include red rash within a few days, swelling, itching, possible bumps, patches, streaks, or weeping blisters. Note that blister fluid is not contagious. If you're exposed to any poisonous plant, immediately rinse your skin with rubbing alcohol, poison wash, or degreasing soaps such as dishwashing soap or detergent with lots of water. And use cool water. I know with poison ivy, like that hot water just feels so good on that itchy skin, but that
dries it out.
All your pores, and it's making it worse. It's going to make it worse. Cool water. Use cool. Rinse frequently so that the wash solution does not dry on the skin and further spread of that sap or oil that makes you itchy. Scrub under your nails with a brush because that stuff will stay under there. Apply wet compresses, calamine lotion, hydrocortisone cream to the skin to reduce itching and blistering. You can do oatmeal baths to relieve this. An antihistamine can help with the itching, but you can get drowsy. I've had to go in and get a steroid, or you can take a pill to help with this. I know some people can even get almost like microdosed to make them not allergic anymore. It's like microdosing the allergy out of you.
Interesting.
In severe cases, or if the rash is on your face or your genitals, seek professional medical attention. Call 911, go to the emergency room. If you suffer allergic reaction, such as swelling or difficulty breathing, or have had severe reactions in the past. So you can wear long sleeves, wear those long pants, boots, gloves. In the summertime, I know it sucks, but it's better than being really uncomfortable and maybe even like having to pay a hospital bill, and ending up in the emergency room. Wash exposed clothing separately in hot water with detergent. You can use barrier skin cream such as lotions containing bentoquantum. This can offer some protection. After you use, clean your tools with rubbing alcohol, soap, and lots of water. This urushiol can remain active on the surface of objects for up to 5 years.
That's crazy.
Which is nuts because my dog is running all over our yard. So if he's coming in and I'm like, I want to give you belly rubs, but you're going to give me poison ivy.
Yeah. Wait, do animals, are they like immune to it? They don't get it? They don't break out?
No, he'll get it on his belly sometimes, but even just like the oils will stay on pet fur,
Right.
you know?
Yeah.
Wear disposable gloves. Don't burn the plants. Poison ivy, poison oak, poison sumac. Inhaling the smoke from these plants can cause severe allergic respiratory problems. All right. So with that in mind, as well as a message from us saying that we do not encourage this, we are just presenting facts and experience advice from other growers. Please use caution, not just with your health, but for your animals and the small children. And some of this we mentioned, like the nightshade, where to grow it, what it's going to like. It's going to like limestone, rich soil, full sun, and you're going to get blooms June to September. I would probably give it its own little area. Maybe. I don't know if I would plant anything else really close to it that it could touch. Mandrake hardy in zones 6 through 8. I think I'm in 7. This says in cooler climates, it can be grown in containers and brought indoors during the winter. So it is going to like more of a warmer temperature like the south, but northerners, you can keep it warm in a safe garden bed. Make sure that the container is deep enough to contain the root, which can grow to 4 feet in length. That's huge. The root.
Yeah.
4-foot root.
That's crazy.
If the container is too shallow or the crown of the plant is planted too deep, the plant will be stunned. The crown should be planted even with the top of the soil. Planted too far above the soil, the foliage will have no support because there is no main stem. Mandrake prefers full sun but will tolerate some shade. Well-draining soil is a must, or the roots, which resemble parsnips, will rot. The leaves can grow as long as 16 inches, but because they grow in a rosette rather than growing upright, the plants are only 2 to 6 inches high. The flowers, which appear in the spring, are bell-shaped and violet, followed by orange and yellow berries in the late summer. Again, this is mandrake. Propagation is usually by division of the roots or via offsets. Mandrake can be grown from seed, but it can be a little tricky to germinate. The seeds must be fresh, no more than 6 months old, and it's best to collect seeds from the ripe berries in the fall. The seeds need a period of cold stratification, either planted indoors during the winter or in a container for a month. You could put them in the refrigerator or freezer. Germination should occur in 14 days after stratification. Be aware that not all of the seeds will germinate. If planted indoors, a few will germinate in the fall or even the following spring. And mandrake is a cool season plant, and the foliage may disappear in the heat of the summer, then reappear in cooler times during the fall when the fall hits. It takes 2 years for a plant to become established, bloom, and produce berries. The roots can be harvested when they are 3 to 4 years old. When you harvest, there is no need to wear earplugs. They do not actually scream when pulled from the ground.
Aw, what's that?
And
That's so fun.
Yeah, most of this is going to be coming from advice from the herblady.com. If you're going to be putting henbane in your gardens, this is either an annual or a biannual. Both types of plants result from seed from either annuals or biannuals. It is thought that the annual plant result from seed from their first flower, while biennial plants result from seeds from flowers produced later in the summer. The annual plants bloom in the first year, while biennial plants form a rosette of leaves the first year and bloom in the second year. The flowers are yellow with a purple center and purple veins, and the bloom time is July and August. Henbane is native to Europe, but has spread around the world. The plant ranges from a height about 2 feet for the annuals to about 4 feet for those biannuals. They require full sun, and they're not picky about their soil. It is easy to grow henbane from seed. You can directly sow it into your garden in the fall. Sow them on top of the soil. You don't even need to cover them. They need sunlight to germinate. Not all seeds will germinate in the first year. They are covered with germination inhibitors that prevent them from germinating all at once in case the first year is not favorable for the plants. If you want to start your seeds indoors, you're going to need to cold stratify them by refrigerating the seeds for 2 weeks before planting them. While they are being refrigerated, it's an ideal time to remove the germination inhibitors by soaking them in water in the refrigerator and changing the water frequently. This seems like high maintenance to me. Yeah. Soaking the seeds in water leaches the inhibitors off of the seeds. After cold stratifying your seeds, you can plant them in the soil. Again, you don't need to cover them. They need the sunlight to germinate. The resulting seedlings can be transplanted into your garden after the last frost and give them plenty of space. If you're going to include foxglove in your garden, good news for those whose gardens are regularly ravaged by deer, Justina. There you go. Foxglove is poisonous for deer. as it is for us. So deer, leave it alone. You should consider planting foxglove for your hummingbird gardens. They love it. Hummers find the tubular flowers irresistible and not the least bit toxic. Foxgloves are native to the woodland edges of Europe and North Africa. They can grow in full sun but prefer semi-shade or shaded areas. Mine's in a pretty shaded area.
I told you I was trying to figure out what to grow in that patch where the lilies, where the hostas were, and the deer keep eating them.
Yeah.
If I can ever find some foxglove in a nursery, I'll probably just scoop some up and put it there. But like,
Scoop it up.
Are they annuals?
I don't know if they're perennials, but mine has come back. Like, I don't know if it's reseeded itself. I don't think it's the same plant.
Okay.
Maybe we will find out in these notes.
All right. I'll wait to see.
But I did have one the second year. It was my height. Okay. It was huge. I was like, but then that one didn't come back the following year. I was like, you were a mammoth. Maybe that was like its last year or something.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe they only last for a couple years and then they kind of like fizzle out if they get too tall, maybe.
Yeah. The plants prefer rich, well-draining soil and they cannot grow in damp conditions. Here we go. Foxgloves are biennials. They are hardy in zones 4 through 8. The first year, a rosette of leaves develops at the base of the plant. The second year, the rosette of leaves grows again, and then a stalk with those bell-shaped flowers appears in late spring, early summer. Depending on the variety, the stalks can be from 2 to 5 feet high. The flowers range in color from white through pink to purple. Very often, they sport spots on their inside of that bell. If you prune away the flower stalks before it starts to form seeds, the flower stalk will develop from the side shoots. Yeah, so just deadhead them and more stalks will come up with more flowers. Carefully pruning like this may result in the plant living longer than 2 years.
Oh, yeah. Okay. It's a short-lived perennial. Got it.
Okay. Yeah. Living longer than 2 years, in effect, becoming a short-lived perennial. Many gardeners think that foxgloves are perennials because they are so prolific as self-sowers. They are so prolific that foxglove is considered invasive in California.
Wow.
It is easy to save seeds and grow your own foxglove. When the seed pods on the flower stalk turn brown and open, just hold an envelope or a small container under the pod and gently shake the seeds into the receptacle. Store them as you would any other seed until you're ready to plant them. This person stores them in their fridge. Growing foxglove from seed is also very easy. You can directly sow it into your garden in the summer to germinate in the fall, or in the fall or spring to germinate in the spring. And this is also surface sowing, so you don't even need to cover them up. They need the light to germinate. Like I think lettuce is the same way. You can just like throw lettuce seeds down and it'll pop up.
Yeah, like sunflowers are pretty good too, but I think you have to put them down a little bit. You have to push them down a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, these you could probably maybe run your hand over the top and that's all they need.
Oh, okay.
The seeds will germinate 14 to 21 days as long as it's about 60 to 65 degrees, as long as it's not colder than that. Seeds can also be started indoors in the early spring. Again, surface sow them so that they're exposed to that light that they need, and they can be transplanted into your garden after the last frost. Foxglove isn't susceptible to many diseases. It is prone to crown rot, so make sure that you're growing it in a well-draining soil. Leaf spots, powdery mildew can be avoided by providing enough air circulation, and it's recommended that you space your plants 1 to 2 feet apart depending on the variety. And if they're self-sowing, and I've heard like if you want a very cottagey full garden, crowd everything. Make sure it's crowded so it's gonna puff out even more. And if foxglove is self-seeding as easily as it sounds, like it's gonna be right next to itself.
Yeah.
So that 1 to 2 feet is a great. Okay, so if you're going to put monkshood or wolfsbane, not recommended in your garden. This is a perennial plant that is native to Northern Hemisphere and is hardy in zones 4 through 8. The plant dies to the ground in the fall. Monkshood will tolerate full sun but prefers partial shade. It likes rich, moist soil, so keep it well watered. Full-grown specimens are anywhere 3 to 5 feet tall. When grown in partial shade, the plants need staking. Bloom time is late summer into early fall. The flowers are blue and borne on stalks. Newer cultivars can be white or bicolor, blue and white. Oh, that's so pretty though. And monkshood is usually propagated by division. Dig them up in the fall or spring and divide them gently. The roots, wear gloves. The roots are bristly and break easily. Unlike most perennials, they don't need to be divided regularly, which is fortunate because they don't like having their roots disturbed. Growing from seed is difficult, they say. They should be sown directly into your garden in the fall fall, early winter, or early spring. Plant the seeds where you want them to grow because the plants don't like to be transplanted, and be patient. Seeds take 1 to 2 years to germinate. If you prefer to start your seeds indoors, they will need a period of cold stratification to mimic the cold weather of winter. Start your seeds 10 weeks before the last frost. Cold stratifying them in your refrigerator for 3 weeks, then place the container on a shady windowsill. Germination should start to occur in 4 weeks. You can transplant your seedlings into your garden after your last frost and space them 12 to 24 inches apart. So wisteria, again, that was our episode 31. Varieties like the Asian wisteria are invasive and are discouraged from planting, but there are American varieties that are garden friendly. And these are grown mid-spring, zones 5 to 9. They like full sun. They can tolerate partial shade. Mine's in full sun. They like a little bit of acidity in their soil. And you want to give these guys a lot of room and a lot of space to climb. Make sure they have something to climb on, not your house, not your house, not your house. They will pull it apart. They'll get in under the siding, under the roofing, under the gutter. Mine is on a wooden trellis with like slats, and it's already like crushing the slats
Oh my God.
loose from their nails. It's about 3 years old, and I cut it back twice a year. Usually cut it back in the late winter and then again in August. So I just cut it back, and usually they say do like a third. You can do up to a third of the plant.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask you, is there a certain way that you cut it?
This year, I was just lobbing stuff off, to be honest. They say not to do any of like the old wood, the brown, the hardwood, because you can see the green new shoots coming out. But mine has the trellis. I've been wanting to put a fence in so it can go horizontally across the fence. Haven't done that yet. So it's just reaching like Jesus for something to hang on to.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. I have seen people prune these into trees, and they're so, so beautiful.
That's what Avi wants to do.
Do it. I have had problems with beetles on my wisteria. I didn't know what kind they were until doing this research, but I guess there are specific wisteria borer beetles, and these beetles can include the long-headed borer and the round-headed borer. The round-headed borer is the larva of the long-headed borer, and it's like a yellowish white grub with a brown head. These beetles tunnel into the wood of wisteria, causing the most damage. The ones I get, I didn't even want to look at pictures of these beetles. They look like a little black bean. They're so small, but there's tons of them. They look like little shields. They're not stink bugs.
Okay.
So I'm not really sure what they are. Black vine weevils. The adult weevil is oblong shaped, slate gray to brownish black in color. The larvae are C-shaped and cream colored with shiny brown heads, and the adults feed on the foliage. This might be what it is.
Yeah.
While the larva feeds on the roots and can girdle the main stem, killing the plant. Yeah, they're always eating the leaves. Last is the wisteria, like a wisteria scale. These scale insects can develop heavy infestations covering the stems with blackish brown shell or scale. The scale can be up to 10 millimeters in diameter and can cause the host plant to lack vigor and die back. And just included a picture of a wisteria tree there for you.
That looks so beautiful. Pretty. So they can either grow as a tree or as a vine, depending on how you train it, I guess.
Exactly. Yep.
So if you don't put in a trellis, then it's going to grow as a tree.
Yeah, I think you would have to like cut everything off of the bottom, so it has a very, very thick trunk. Like every year mine has been getting thicker and thicker.
Right. Okay. Good to know. Because I was always like, what's the difference between a wisteria tree and a wisteria vine,
I don't think anything.
Right.
Just
it
style.
just depends on how you train it or whether you trellis it or leave it grow wild, I guess.
Right.
Okay. Good to know. All right. We're going to talk about Brugmansia, aka the angel trumpets. Is that also Datura, the angel trumpets?
This person is calling them Brugmansia, and when I click on the link, it's an angel's trumpet.
Okay.
I don't know.
So the mature size of an angel trumpet is 15 to 35 feet tall. Holy crap.
Aren't they beautiful?
Yeah, they're beautiful, but they're huge. That's outdoors. If you want to grow them indoors, it can get up to like between 4 and 15 feet tall. That's still fucking tall.
It's big.
That's still fucking tall. Who's growing these inside, by the way? I guess if you have a greenhouse, then you can. Like if you have that beautiful Owens greenhouse.
Yes.
It needs full sun exposure. It needs well-drained, moist, and loamy soil. The pH should be slightly acidic to neutral, about 5.5 to 7. And the bloom time is in spring, summer, and fall. So how to grow angel trumpet from seed. So you want to moisten a quality potting mix in a pot and lay the seed on the soil surface. Cover with about 1/4 to 1/2 inch of soil. Keep the soil moist. Place the pot in a warm spot and look for signs of germination. Germination can take about 2 weeks to several months, but most seedlings will emerge within about a month. It can be propagated through seeds and cuttings, and the best time to get a stem cutting is in the morning. Attempt propagation in the spring for the best success. Stem cuttings are the best method because the plant will mature quicker than from seed. So here's how to propagate from a stem cutting. You will need potting soil, a pot, gloves, pruning shears, and optionally rooting hormone. So don the gloves and cut a stem of semi-ripe wood measuring back 10 inches from the tip of the selected cutting. Make a cut 1/4 inch below a set of leaves using the pruning shears. Strip off the bottom set of leaves just above the cut to expose the leaf nodes. Apply rooting hormone to the cut end and bury the cut end in moistened potting soil. Firmly pack the soil around the stem to hold it up. Put the pot in a slightly shady spot and cover the pot with plastic. Water the plant from the bottom by placing the pot with its bottom set drainage holes in a tray of water. After a few weeks, the cutting will develop a good root system and can be transplanted into the garden or to a larger pot. You can also put root cuttings in water. Place the cuttings in a jar with 2 to 3 inches of water and change the water every 2 days to avoid bacteria growth. Pot up the cuttings into containers filled with potting soil once they have some root growth. More roots should appear in a few weeks. And angel trumpet can grow well in containers and are the way to go if you plan to keep them outdoors and in a non-tropical environment. Plant angel trumpet in a 24-inch diameter container. You will need to bring it in if the temperature drops below 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Keep your potted angel trumpet thoroughly watered while outside. Potted plants need more water than in-ground plants. Expect to water your outdoor angel's trumpet at least twice daily at the height of the season's hot sunny days.
Oh my God. Another high maintenance plant. Part of me was like, this sounds beautiful. I want this. I don't think I want this. It sounds so hard to take care of.
That is why I just let my weeds grow and then I get pokeweed berries.
There you go. You don't try so hard and look what happens.
I just wait till nature gives me things and then I'm like, all right, I'll make use of that. And that's what I do. And then I make ink and then,
It's like that meme. It's like a soundbite. It's like, I will survive any conditions. And then the opposite is like, I think I'm allergic to tap water.
What? I never saw that. Oh my God. Anyway, yeah, I agree. I don't think I'm not too on board with the high maintenance stuff. Don't give me that stuff. I'm a very low maintenance gardener. I just wait for the birds to poop shit onto my lawn and I'm like, all right, I'll keep it.
Yeah. That pumpkin, mine.
That pumpkin? Exactly. Yeah. All right. So most angel trumpets will not grow to their full height if grown in a container. At most, the typical container grown angel's trumpet will reach about 12 feet. Keep the plant pruned to maintain that size, and potted angel trumpet should be gradually repotted as it grows to its final container, about 20 gallons in size.
Damn.
My goodness. So I think, is it the scientific name that's Datura?
Dude, you're asking the wrong person. I just took this from a website.
All right. Maybe not. This says Brugmansia spp, whatever the hell that is. It's from the Solanaceae family. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about the Datura. So maybe that's something else. Maybe I'm confusing it with something else. Okay, moving right along. We're going to talk about the death commas again. We talked about these a little earlier. So here's how to plant them if you guys are interested in adding some of this to your Baneful garden. The bloom season is in the fall. The growing zone is 8 through 11B. Growing conditions, full sun, partial shade. The soil type is acidic and sandy. Habitat preferences is open forest and forest-edged damp meadows and rocky or grassy slopes. Seed germination needs about 6 weeks of cool stratification. Seed life about 2 to 6 months, and the recommended seed storage conditions are in a paper bag at about room temperature, and those grow from about 2 to 3 feet tall and 2 to 3 feet wide, so a little shorter than me.
Yeah. Still danger height for Justina.
Yeah. This plant could get on a ride at Great Adventure.
There you go. Yep.
Maybe not me. Taller than me.
Turned away.
Yeah. Next one is the American bittersweet, and this grows on foam poles or used to cover trellises or walls, and do not plant these near trees as its twining habit may constrict or kill other plants. So when we talked about the leaf magic a couple episodes ago, and like some, we were talking about how trees have spatial awareness.
Yeah.
This vine maybe doesn't have that.
It's that clingy X.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
won't get off your dick.
That stage 4 clinger, as they say.
Yeah.
What is it? Wedding crashers?
Stage 4 clinger.
Yeah. The bloom season for these are year round, and these grow in growing zones 3 to 8. The conditions are dappled sunlight or full sun. Soil type is alkaline soil, and the size, they grow from about 20 to 25 feet tall and about 2 to 8 feet wide. So those get pretty big too. Yeah.
Definitely want to put the hellebores in. I think they're beautiful. Angel's trumpet, if it was a little low maintenance, totally. But all these other ones, I just wouldn't want to risk it.
Yeah.
The wisteria has a home here. Foxglove has a home here. But like henbane, monkshood, nightshade, mandrake, no.
Wolfsbane? Hell to the no.
No.
Not after reading that one article that we're going to read in a little bit. I would love to get my hands on some foxglove.
Is it not sold in your area?
I never see it.
Really? Would you want to do it from seed?
No, definitely not.
Okay.
I am such a hack gardener.
Okay.
I feel so intimidated about starting things from seed. I just feel like I'm gonna kill shit. The only thing I've ever started from seed is like sunflowers, catgrass, and I think we did catmint, and that came out okay. But like I know some things are more difficult than others, so I get kind of like intimidated. I don't know.
Yeah, I totally understand. Last year, Clyde wanted to grow foxglove for the mountains because all their shit gets eaten by deer. And they're so beautiful, right? So she had a huge tray that I took care of last year of foxglove seedlings, and they were all popping up. Then we got hit with a really, really dry spell and they all died. So I feel awful for her. But if you are not seeing them in your nursery section, Home Depot, Lowe's, I'm sure you could order them because that's where they sell them. Like, that's where I've picked mine up at Home Depot, Lowe's.
The guy that lives behind us, he actually planted foxglove one year. And I was like, where the fuck did he find that? Because we're at the garden center like every other friggin' week. And I've never seen that at a Home Depot or Lowe's. So I don't know where the hell he picked that up from. But I was like, that's really pretty. And it only lasts like the one season. So it never came back. So I don't know if it ever.
Oh, yeah. It's kind of high. If you're trying to choose between foxglove and the gardenia, gardenia is going to be green during the winter. It is here.
Yeah.
It's going to smell great. Deer, I don't think will eat it. Doesn't mind if you don't water it. Likes the shade.
I like that idea because that is a border, right? Is a gardenia like a border kind of plant?
Yeah, I'm hoping it does like a bush thing.
Yeah, because I want to plant something there, but I'm like, everything we're planting there, the deer have been eating, or it's not good in like all of the pretty perennials don't do well in shade.
Yeah.
And all of like the annuals, they all need sunlight, right?
Can you grow Rose of Sharon? My Rose of Sharon is in the shade.
We have Rose of Sharon on the other side, but they get so huge, and I don't want them to get that big.
Okay.
They're more like, really, if you want a border and you want to like privacy,
our
Rose of Sharon on the other side is like sky high. It's like pretty big. I'm thinking like maybe like a hip height kind of barrier might be nice over there.
Okay. Yeah.
So maybe gardenias, if they get that. Do they get that tall, like about hip?
I think they get bigger.
They get bigger than that? All right.
I'm going to just keep pruning mine to about hip height. So they're under my windows. The side windows are lower.
Yeah, I'm going to have to do my research. And then we're going to have to take out those black lilies. They were beautiful the year we got them. The foliage looks great still. It's popping, but it has not bloomed since last year. I think we put them in. We should probably do that and
give them another chance.
It doesn't really get much sunlight under there. So I'm thinking maybe they probably need more sunlight than I was, led to believe.
That's what's up with my yarrow. Like, I feel like it gets sun, but it doesn't get enough. So I got to move that sucker too.
Right. All right. Anyway, take a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to get into all the folklore and magic. And we have little bits of some pop culture and some interesting news articles for you guys. So stick around so you can find out if Alicia Silverstone is okay. We will be right back. Hey, we're the Stinas, and you're listening to Magnolia Street Podcast.
So I found this cutesy, very demure, very adorable little book called The Gardener's Folklore by Margaret Baker. And I was just looking through here to see if they had any like Baneful stuff going on. And they have a little bit about like Samhain planting, pumpkins, and things like that, but not a whole lot. But the one thing I saw was, and this is a cute little segue into our folklore and magic. Have you ever heard of the Devil's Offering?
No.
Okay, me either. Read this little tiny paragraph. So in this book, The Devil's Offering, this says the notion of leaving a small corner of farm or garden uncultivated as a douceur to malignant forces is a surviving device. In 1973, a Buckinghamshire gardener was heard to reprove his assistant about a weed and tidy the last corner of the garden. Leave it be. We mustn't be too tidy. It was left untended. In New England, this is, quote, leaving a tithe to nature. Ulsterman speaks of Devil's Half Acre or the Lone Acre, a piece of land left in undisputed control of a higher authority. Welshmen make, quote, the Devil's Offering. Scots preserve the, quote, Guardman's Field or Clotty's Croft. In England, it's just Jack's land. In Nigeria, it's called the Bad Bush. Rarely was the beneficiary of the land directly named. An old man in Cork recently transferred these precautions into garden dimensions when he said that his potato patch, quote, we must always leave one little bit of ridge for the frost. Sure, it must have something to eat. The earliest recipient of this particular offering must surely have been a powerful weather god.
Saying don't plant on a specific plot of your land?
Leave a little bit of it untended. Yeah.
Okay. It's kind of easy to do that when you live in the suburbs because you can't,
yeah, for
you
sure.
can't plant on your entire. There's a guy that lives down the street and he plants like wildflowers and like stuff on his front lawn. His entire front lawn is just like sky high.
I
and like
love that.
Avi is very like, he likes his lawn pristine and we drive past it and he's like, fuck this guy. Every time
the same way. He does
every
not like
time we drive by, he's cursing that guy out. And I'm like, he just doesn't want to mow his lawn. Just let him have it. He just
Tom is the same way because like he says it's good for the water table because when it rains the water has somewhere to be absorbed. I'm like, Tom, that doesn't work that way. But like also for the pollinators and stuff, but then you're inviting the snakes. Tom will mow paths. Like he'll do one from our house to his house or to the greenhouse, and it drives Clyde up a wall. She's like, she had a quote. She was saying, let me find this real quick because I still fucking find it hilarious. Yeah. She loves the flowers. She is such a like proper Southern woman. She's very, she just loves the beautiful things.
She's very cutesy, very demure.
Yes, exactly. So we were standing out on her porch one day and she said, look out here. And she pointed to the void that is her yard, void of flowers. And she goes, he wonders why I'm filled with rage.
Because he took all the flowers, he mowed them all.
That was so funny. Look out here and he wonders why I'm filled with rage.
It's amazing. That's like in the springtime when the violets and dandelions start popping up. Avi knows better now to tell me to go pluck them before he A, mows over them, or B, puts pesticides all over the fucking lawn. So
it's considerate.
But it is considerate. Nice. And also now I know I have the mugwort now that before he mows over it, he goes, do you want to go pick the mugwort? I'm like, fuck yeah, I want to go pick that mugwort.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So sweet. Yeah, that's marriage, everybody.
There you go. Filled with rage.
Filled with rage. That's so funny. All right, we're going to get into some more magic now. So for magical uses, these plants could be included to send negative intent and energy back to its source. So you can use agrimony, ginger, mullein, nettle, rue, thistle. To deflect against ill intent, you can use blackthorn, elder, ginger, mullein, nettle, pennyroyal, pepper, rue, willow, star anise. And to return negative intent and energy back to the sender and keep it there, you can use blackthorn, elder, rue, and willow. To use in cursing, and we don't mean by saying rude words, although you might like to add them in here, we mean sending curses and hexes if you are into this baneful kind of magic. You can use cypress, dragon's blood, rowan, wormwood, and yarrow, the witch's herb as we have come to know it. Again, this is just an option. We covered some lookalikes before that would be better alternatives or at least safer in your magical workings if you don't want to come into contact with anything that can, be deadly, toxic, all the above. So, with their infamous reputations and prominent place in myth and folklore, the baneful herbs begin to seem more like mischievous magical creatures appearing throughout history in folktales and first-hand accounts. They are powerful in their chemistry and in their occult power, but they are still plants. The deadly nightshade grows in the same soil as the mint and the lavender. They get light and water from the same sky. It is important to remember this when incorporating baneful plant spirits into your magical practice. People often ask how these herbs can benefit one magically and how to use them. The answer is that they all have their own unique powers and applications, and other than ingesting, can be used magically like any other herb. And like I said before, stuff grows up on my property all the time, and even though I know it's toxic and I ain't ingesting it, I still like to use it for other things. Like I like to use my pokeberry for the inks and stuff like that. So in magic, herbs, woods, and or resins are used in pretty much everything. They can be incorporated into spells so many different and creative ways. For some reason, we forget this when we are working with baneful herbs. Maybe it is their strong personality that distracts us from this fact when it comes to using these herbs in magic. Perhaps it is their desire to work with us in the capacity of a plant teacher or a plant spirit familiar. Rather than play the role of a single ingredient, the powerful spirits of Wolfsbane or Belladonna want to participate in the entire ritual. So I never thought of it like that. Like we always talk about animal familiars, but we never talk about plant spirit familiars, right?
We don't. I would have never thought to do that.
Right. So just like any other spirit familiar, plant spirit familiars act as teachers and guides. They manifest in different ways to different people, helping us to learn and grow while elevating our craft. Regular contact with the plant spirit through meditation, ritual, and offerings, pact making, coming to an agreement with the plant spirit to work in partnership. Physical vessel for the plant spirit, ritually constructed receptacles containing both a plant's physical and energetic bodies. Roots and stems, the bones of the plant, can be fashioned into effigies to house the plant spirit. The living plant is the most natural vessel for the plant spirit. Liquid vessels, such as tinctures or infusions, can be used to transfer the plant spirit to other objects, using the green liquid to enliven bones or other ritual objects with green fire, creating glyphs and sigils for the plant, and using ritual ink empowered by the actual plant material to draw them. Baneful herbs can be incorporated into spellwork just like other herbal ingredients used for sprinkling, dusting, or adding to charm bags. Because of their connection to witchcraft, the baneful herbs are especially predisposed to our art. You could add them to spell bottles, charm bags, and as talismans, sprinkle to bring Saturnian influence to obscure something from view, hide one's actions, or to bind another's, spirit flight, shape-shifting, maleficia, and weather magic, and used to enhance the power of other formulas. So by adding the baneful and otherworldly influence of these herbs to anointing oils, washes, or spirits, we can incorporate them into our work in more ways. You can anoint the body, the ritual tools, effigies, and use them to create a magical space in dedication to specific deities or spirits, producing oils or other infusions containing the plant's physical properties, and create energetic infusions or essences. You can use them in flower essences. This is a safe way to work with baneful herbs internally. It's cathartic mentally and in emotional healing. It helps to process trauma, to overcome anger, anxiety, healing, and integrating the shadow. So if you're doing a lot of shadow work, it's great to incorporate them this way. It can help confront fears, used during periods of mourning to ease your grief. You can use it in ancestral healing, past life trauma, removing spiritual attachments, which we just talked about with Krista in our last episode. And Krista did mention that she was into aromatherapy, and she does incorporate some essential oils if she feels like it'll help her client remove some attachments. And then you can also use these flower essences to open your chakras and clear blockages. Next is my favorite because I love fucking around with some magical inks, especially if you're a crafty art witch and you like spending your time in your Book of Shadows and in your grimoire kind of getting artsy fartsy and getting a little messy. This enables you to practice your creative streak. So you can use plant material, and that can be added to existing ink formulas to add their influence. like so you can infuse that with the plant's magical properties. Plants with berries like belladonna and black nightshade can be made into an ink because of their dark color. You can use it for writing petitions, symbols, sigils, seals for summoning spirits, writs of protection, banishing and cursing, staining and enlivening bones with plant spirits. I think this is a good spot to insert my pokeberry ink here because it's one that I have actually made this and utilized this ink before. So the pokeberry comes from the pokeweed, and these are so common. And you said you had them down south too.
Yes, ma'am.
They grow like crazy here. Like I have even spotted some up, not the last time we went to Salem, but the year before that. I remember I saw some around Pioneer Village. I was like, oh my God, that's a pokeberry. That was around the year that I started incorporating it into my magical practice. So I was like kind of like tuned into it. So I was like excited to see it up there. So yeah, it springs up all over my property every summer. I actually pull out most of it, but like if one starts growing up in like, you know, a corner that I don't really tend to often, I'll let it go. And like we let one go at the end of our driveway, and now we have some ripe berries that I have to make some
Yeah,
ink.
there's no harm in leaving one for your magical apothecary cabinet that you're using.
Yeah. And they just come up as these like super thick stems.
Yeah, they're
Large,
very
flat
thick
leaves.
boys.
They're ugly when they first come up. So like I would pull them like as soon as they come up because like, you know, I would go around my garden just like de-weeding and I would pull them. But one year I let them go. It turned into, you know, that berry bush that we all know pokeweed as. And I was like, oh my God, that's what pokeberry looks like? Okay. I didn't know. I identified it with my app, my Picture This app.
I love technology.
Yeah, I identified it and I was like, oh, that's a pokeberry bush.
Mm-hmm.
And I had seen a kid on YouTube make pokeberry ink, and he like did like a whole painting and like with his pokeberry ink, and I was like, okay, I want to try that.
So this is the second instance, just in this episode, where I was like, I don't know if that was belladonna or horse nettle, so I took a picture of it. And you've taken a picture. I know of so many other things, including this pokeberry. Why did Alicia Silverstone have the time to use her phone to do a live, but not take a picture of this fucking berry?
Or identify it with an app? Like she could have identified it in 2 seconds, but no, she decides to bite into it.
I know. It just boggles my mind.
Yes. So the longer you let these pokeberries go, they turn into these huge tree-like bushes. And if you let them grow throughout the summer, they'll form these little berries on them, and they'll start to ripen around, I want to say, late August, early September. And by now, the berries on my bush are ready to be picked.
Same.
Smashed down into ink. So pokeweed is also known as American nightshade. Humans can eat the young shoots, but only when they are very young and only after cooking them in 2 changes of water. So you have to boil.
Wow. What's the point?
Right, exactly.
If you're starving, maybe.
Just go make some spinach. Like, don't even bother. But I mean, some people insist on them. You know, some people do like to eat them, I guess. I have seen people, because when it first popped up on my property and I identified it, I wanted to know everything about it. So I went to YouTube and I watched all the videos.
Mm-hmm.
Some people do eat it. Some people have eaten the berries, take the seeds out. Those are very poisonous, but I wouldn't fuck with it.
Right.
I would, yeah. So the berries may be edible too, but you do have to remove the seeds. The seeds are highly poisonous. Personally, I'd rather be safe than sorry, not even try to ingest these even without the seeds. But the ink of these berries does make very beautiful ink. Like it's a hot magenta color.
Very pretty.
So if anything, I'd rather just use these for my magical art making purposes. Once I figured out what these berries were, I took to YouTube to see if anyone had a recipe where I could make some ink. And sure enough, I found one from this really cool artsy chick. Her username on YouTube is Studio Tamera, Tamera. And her video, it's just the most chill, like laid back. She didn't really do much editing. And it's just like her sitting in her little she shed outside. And she's got her like incense going. And she's just smashing the berries with this mortar and pestle. And the juice is going everywhere. And she's not giving a fuck. And I'm like,
I love Tamara.
I love Tamara. So I will link her in our show notes if you guys want to go watch this video, because I have this recipe is her recipe. So I'm going to share her recipe, and this is the recipe that I used. She used a mortar and a pestle, but you can use a stainless steel bowl and just smash them with a fork the same, because you're going to put them into a wire mesh strainer anyway, and you're going to
like food processor, or is that too dangerous?
I would say if you're just using your food processor for Baneful magic and
what if you could put it in a dishwasher and like sanitize
I wouldn't. Okay. I wouldn't even bother. Yeah, I would say I would do this the most manual way. I mean, I'm sure there are more sped up
Quicker.
ways you could do this, but they're like the seeds are so poisonous and the seeds and the juice, it gets everywhere. So I wouldn't even do this inside. I would do this out in my garden on my little potting bench, away from my pets, away from all my other, my kitchen utensils. I bought all brand new stuff specifically for this project.
Awesome. Yeah, that's great.
You can get all these things at the dollar store.
Yeah.
So, and then get a little tote and pack all of your Baneful herb magic tools in one tote and keep it in your shed and keep it outside.
With like a rubbing alcohol bottle in there to clean it.
Exactly. Yeah. I think I sprayed everything down with the garden hose after I was done using it, and like that worked fine.
Okay.
And then I just like dried everything out with a paper towel and then stored everything in a little tote, put it in the shed. It doesn't even have to come in contact with anything in my kitchen. Just a note, if you're working with Baneful stuff, might as well keep it separate and not even bother bringing it in, especially if you have pets or children. So this is her recipe, and so she uses about 2 cups of ripe pokeberries to 1 teaspoon of white vinegar or isopropyl alcohol, and I don't know if that's to preserve it maybe from rotting, so I think it might make the ink swish across the page a little easier, so it's more of like a medium, like a liquid medium, so that turns it into paint or ink at that point. So some of your supplies, you're going to want a mortar and a pestle or a stainless steel bowl with a fork, a wire mesh strainer, a cheesecloth, latex gloves, a couple wide mouth jars, a funnel if necessary. So the directions, you're going to want to put on your latex gloves as soon as possible. Harvest your pokeberries, and then you want to rinse these, allow them to dry, like, just shake them around in your little strainer. You could use the berries in your mortar and pestle, or you can use a fork in your mesh strainer over a stainless steel bowl. Just, mash them up till they're all, going to mash. Place your mesh strainer over your wide mouth jar, then put the pokeberry juice into the mesh strainer, allowing the seeds to separate from the juice seeping into the jar. You don't want the seeds in your ink, because the seeds are what's poisonous, and you also don't want seeds in your ink because that's annoying when you're trying to, it's like you want to use this as like a watercolor, right? Imagine little seeds in your watercolors as you're trying to paint. That would be annoying. So you want as many seeds out of this as possible. And then after you bottle your ink, you add your vinegar or your alcohol to preserve, and then label, store in a cool dark place. And it does turn over time, like it gets brown, so you definitely want to use as fresh pokeberries as you can.
Okay.
And I did notice, like, I have gone back to my old pokeberry paintings from 2 years ago, and even on the watercolor paper, it turned like more brown. Yeah. So the ink does turn over time. When you paint with it fresh, it's that beautiful pink magenta color, and you can see in the photos that I added here.
So pretty.
Yeah, very beautiful when you first paint with it, but it does turn over time. I don't know, like, if maybe you seal it with like a Mod Podge glue, if it'll make the color stay.
That's a good
I'm
idea.
not sure if it's like the air or like air coming in contact with, like,
Can you try that this year?
Yeah, I could probably try that and see if it makes a difference. If you seal it in, maybe hopefully it'll maintain the color
Or
over
even
time.
like a spray fixative, maybe?
Right. Yeah, something like that. I'm guessing maybe the air it oxidizes over time and it just, doesn't sit well. So yeah, I would suggest making this recipe outside on a surface that you don't mind getting messy, in clothes that you don't mind getting stained, because this ink stains. Like, it stains, and the berries and the juice gets everywhere. It's a messy project, so I would suggest investing in ink making tools that you keep outside. Again, you don't want to use your everyday kitchen utensils to mix up your poison potions. So dollar store, again, sells cheap supplies. I keep mine in my tote in my shed whenever I want to make my inks, and I also do this outside to avoid the risk of my pets getting too close and possibly ingesting any of the berries or the ink or the seeds. And also, when you use the ink to paint with, be sure to keep your pets away from the ink and make sure you monitor it at all times. My cats like to jump up on my desk while I'm working on stuff. If they stay away from the ink, they're not like, trying to eat it, but just make sure that,
But still,
staying.
like,
Right.
I was painting the bedroom yesterday,
know.
just touching up shit, and Loki decides to just walk along the wet paint. So even if your cats, like, maybe you have other animals, but your cats walk across it and later start cleaning themselves, you just don't know.
Yeah. So just take precaution when using these kinds of inks. I stored mine in like a little bottle, and then I put it in my little apothecary cabinet back there. So I keep mine, in a cool, dark place and high on a shelf away from any pets that can, get into stuff. So when you're ready to paint with your ink, you just use it like you would like watercolors. I love to use this ink on watercolor paper, in splotchy strokes and spatters. I mixed mine with stamps and mixed media. You can use this ink to paint in your grimoires, and it just adds a whole other layer of magic to any journaling you want to do in your Book of Shadows. And I made a little card. I can add this over on the Patreon. I included this on my Bohemian Magic Patreon when I first made it, so I can include it for the sake of this whole episode if anybody wants this little grimoire card. I think I included the recipe as well as the warnings and any other little information along with a little illustration. So
it is so cute. And it's like I have that Owen's grimoire that has like the good side, the easy side spells, and then the other side's baneful stuff and like advanced stuff, and this is on that side. There's not much over there, but this one's on that side, the dark side.
Glad I can supply you with some dark magic.
Yes, my sage friend.
Anyway, so moving right along, with any liquid infusion or extraction, care must be taken with any of these baneful plants. Even topically applied ritual oils can have unwanted effects if not prepared properly. Understanding the plants you are using and how to use them is a must. There are also a few trusted online sources where these kinds of preparations can be purchased. Bane and Beauty, Poisoner's Apothecary, or at Poison Plant Cult on Facebook and Instagram. The magical application of baneful herbs. So this is just some of the magical applications. Their powers aren't limited to this list, and working closely with the individual plant spirits will reveal many more ways of working with them. So first of all, Wolfsbane, aka Monk's Hood, also known as Aconitum, has a rich history and folklore dating back centuries and has been associated with both healing and poison. This plant has striking blue-purple flowers and thrives in cool, mountainous regions with well-drained soil. I guess it's good for shape-shifting. It could take on the desired qualities of a specific animal. Introspection, withdrawing from the world, associates with the Hermit card of the tarot. It attunes you with the dark goddess energy, empowering magical weapons and ritual tools, and it is associated with goddesses Hecate, Shiva, and is that Cerberus, the three-headed dog? So the next one is Datura. Datura are striking garden flowers with some species, also known as moonflower. I think we talked about this on, what episode was it? We talked about the moonflower.
We did.
Yeah, I don't remember
what was it.
It wasn't Jimson weed, was it? Or the thorn apple? I don't remember.
I think so. Now I want to know, because we were talking about moonflower and morning glories.
Yes.
It's gonna be in the same thing, but we never did a morning glory episode, so I don't know.
No, that's why I'm like, I don't remember what the fuck episode that was.
I don't either.
All right. We'll have to go back into the archives. If anybody remembers, let us know.
Let us know in the comments. Yeah.
We get podcast brain, don't remember. So anyway, yeah, so the Datura, some of the species of these flowers, moonflower falls into those categories, but I don't think the moonflower is poisonous like the Daturas are, the poisonous ones. They bloom only at night, making them a popular addition to any moon garden. All species of Datura are very poisonous. Okay, so I guess I thought the moonflower wasn't poisonous.
Oh no, they are.
Yeah. So the seeds and flowers are the most toxic parts of the plant. However, they have been used for centuries as medicine and are, unfortunately, occasionally purposely ingested to experience their hallucinogenic effects. So some daring people out there, I guess, think it's fun to fuck with this shit.
It's easy to get your hands on. It just grows wild,
Right.
sometimes down here.
Yeah. So symptoms of Datura poisoning include delirium, elevated body temperature, increased heart rate, abnormal behavior, dilated pupils, painful sensitivity to light. Those who survive, often report amnesia of the event or that it was a horrible experience. Datura is said to allow one to see spirits, induce psychic dreams, and aid in hex breaking work. It is also mentioned in recipes for flying ointment, along with, I guess, the belladonna, right? Because we talked about that in the belladonna episode. It improves psychic enhancement, dream magic, healing, blessing, and cursing, divination, spirit flight, soul retrieval, breaking ancestral curses, removing attachments, tricksters, and this says coyote and other nocturnal animals.
Oh, I love it. Like the fox is kind of like a trickster animal. Coyote.
Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah, so this is actually the flower that my friend Heather said that she had a bad experience with. All right, so the next one is foxglove, and that is digitalis. What is SPP? What is like the SP? Do you know what that is?
Don't know any of these abbreviations, like
Okay.
L and
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Because I noticed some of that in like the aunt's apothecary cabinet. Like they had an abbreviation like before the actual name of the herb or whatever. So I was like, what is that? So foxglove is a staple of cottage and witches' gardens and is a star in shady places and is also used to create medicine for heart disease and it's an appetite suppressant.
Oh.
Yeah. But again, don't do any of this without your doctor.
Sure.
Right. So the poison in foxglove is a cardiotoxin, which is why it's so popular as a murder weapon in TV shows for making it look like a heart attack. But that is actually fiction. Foxglove poisoning causes visual disturbances, including halos and abnormal color vision. You apparently see yellow, wild hallucinations, delirium, drooling, weakness, dilated pupils, tremors, severe abdominal pain, diarrhea, nausea, and seizures, as well as heart arrhythmia and abnormal heart rate. So
no joke. Oh my God.
It's very unpleasant, and yes, it can kill you. The poison remains potent in the plant regardless of heat or drying. People have been like some with the what do we say, the stinging nettle, like you can boil it twice over and still consume it, but don't try that with this. You'll still die. People have been poisoned by mistaking foxglove for, like you said before, comfrey or even mullein, which it superficially resembles when not in bloom. Yeah, because mullein has like those tall stalks, right, with like the different tiers of flowers.
Yes.
So when it's not in bloom, it could be mistaken for mullein. So definitely be careful. Use your Picture This app.
Yeah.
Say this is not sponsored, I swear, but like literally, like how else, if you're not familiar with certain plants, how else are you gonna identify it?
Right.
Out in the wild?
Those like plant identifier books are great. Online resources are great. I would say have multiple resources for pictures you're looking at when trying to identify. And I think we've said this on here before. If you're not sure, there are probably colleges in your area with like a botany professor that could say whether or not that is the plant you're looking at.
Exactly. And also, if you have the extra funds, it couldn't hurt to take a class if it interests you that much, right?
I'd love to take a class.
Yeah. My friend Heather actually took a class, so maybe she could tell us a little bit about her experience doing that class at some point. Yeah, so don't fuck with foxglove. It's beautiful, but eyes only. Don't touch
eyes
it.
only, yeah.
Foxglove is also considered a fairy plant, and also the bees love it, and probably the hummingbirds. Like, I'm sure if the bees love it, other kinds of pollinators probably love it too.
Yeah.
It represents fairy magic, the underworld / otherworld, love magic, manipulating the heart, the wild adversary. I don't know what this means. It's considered the wild adversary, king and queen of Elphame. Is that like a Lord of the Rings thing? I don't know what that means.
Don't know. It's Elphame. Like Elphaba?
I don't know what that means. If somebody knows, let us know. And taming iron to use in ritual, protection from the fae, bringing tools to the underworld. I don't know. I wouldn't even touch it. I would say if you want to use it in fairy magic, maybe leave little fairy offerings under it.
I love that. Yeah, I love that idea. Because the leaves are big and like droopy and they kind of cascade, and just putting it could be little acorns that could sit on the leaves or little shiny things at the base of the plant. Just like I can touch it. I haven't noticed a rash or anything, but still I would wear gloves. Everybody's skin is different.
So maybe it's not as potent as the datura, because I know my friend Heather, she said when she touched the datura, she just touched it and she had a reaction.
Ooh.
So maybe foxglove isn't as bad. Maybe you can touch it because people plant the foxglove all the time.
They do. Yeah.
So I would say if anything, maybe just leave little offerings under it. I like putting little seashells with little honey water or some kind of sweet water.
Oh, I love that. So cute.
Yeah. So it's good for fairy magic, and it does look beautiful in any kind of cottagecore garden. I was watching a Christine McConnell video. She did like a whole tour of her the house she used to live in on the West Coast before she made her move over to the East. She had a whole garden of foxglove, and she had this cute like pastel yellow cottagey kind of house, and it just made it just looks that much more ethereal.
It was a cool house. Yeah,
wasn't it? I think she was gonna sell it and she ended up not selling it. I think she just rents it out as like an Airbnb now.
Oh my gosh, what a better idea. That's great.
Imagine staying at Christine McConnell's house. Oh god. Yeah, so the next one on this list is hemlock, and this is the common name given to a number of plants in the carrot family, including the aptly named poison hemlock, Conium maculatum, the water hemlocks, Acuta spp, and the water dropworts, Oenanthe spp. We're gonna have to look into the spp. I don't know what that means. They are mentioned in folklore but aren't very useful beyond poisoning and are really unattractive plants. So this The author of this says, I actually hesitate to suggest that many witches purposefully grew them historically. They're easy enough to wildcraft if you really need them. Poison hemlock is best known for being the instrument of the execution of Socrates. Water hemlock is notable for its quick action, often producing symptoms within 15 minutes, including severe seizures, and accidental poisonings occur because these plants strongly resemble edible species within the carrot family, like parsnip, celery, and carrots. That's horrifying.
Yeah, you never
Right?
know what you're gonna get.
Exactly. And hemlock, I guess it's been known to destroy sex drive or break up lovers. It can be used for the consecration of ritual blades and also usage with deities of witchcraft and dark spirits.
Again, as the substitute, the lookalike, we talked about Queen Anne's lace and yarrow. Consider one of those instead.
The witch's herb, exactly. The next one on here is henbane. And although every single part of henbane is toxic, it does have some healing properties and is an ingredient in some of your classic magical brews, so it is a staple in many a witch's garden. It is used to communicate with the dead and other spirits and for binding spells. It is also said to be another favorite of the Fae. Symptoms of henbane toxicity include hallucinations, particularly the sensation of flight. So, like that broom lore that we were talking about in that episode, restlessness, dilated pupils, and a flushed appearance. So again, also poisonous. I said every single part of this is poisonous, so be very careful. Magically, it is said to have been used for rain magic, divination, spirit manifestation, coercive love magic.
Oh,
Hashtag Irene.
Yeah.
Bridges the gap between the living and the dead, and it is ruled by Jupiter, Saturn, Thor, and Apollo.
We should gather a little list of Irene approved correspondences.
Right.
These are the ones you want to stay away from.
Exactly, yeah. The next one on this list is mandrake. Mandrake is an herb heavy with lore that has earned its place in the witch's garden or herb chest. It is used in an impressive variety of spells, from love spells to the treatment and prevention of demonic possession. It also has an impressive number of toxic alkaloids that result in a number of unpleasant symptoms if ingested, including hallucinations, hyperactivity, dilated pupils, blurred vision, dry mouth, difficulty urinating, flushed appearance, dizziness, nausea, and a rapid heart rate. But magically, it is known to have been used for protection, fertility, money, love, invocations, hearing spirits. It increases spell potency, and it is ruled by Venus, Hecate, Circe, and Medea. So the next one on this list is belladonna, and we did that whole episode, so go listen to that way at the beginning of season 1. Also known as deadly nightshade or simply nightshade, this plant has a lot of very interesting history. Belladonna has many medical and folkloric uses, but it is a highly toxic plant. It is especially dangerous because the berries are attractive and sweet, yet just 5 could kill an adult. Symptoms include dilated pupils, sensitivity to light, blurred vision, very fast heart rate, difficulty walking, loss of balance, headache, flushing of skin, and the appearance of rash or hives, dry mouth, am I on belladonna? Slurred speech. That's funny that I slurred it on the slurred speech. Inability to urinate or defecate, confusion, hallucinations, delirium, convulsions, and general disruption of the parasympathetic nervous system. Recovery is possible if medical treatment is received in time. This says 5 berries alone could kill an adult. So I'm wondering, those little things in the movie that Sally puts into the tequila bottle, those look like seeds. Those don't look like...
Right.
Is it
or are they dehydrated berries?
But is it the seeds of the berries? I'm wondering, because how many seeds?
Yeah, maybe.
How many seeds could kill a person? And this has been known to be used magically for sexuality, protection, and death. Opens gateways to other realms, astral flight, and battle magic. And again, ruled by Hecate, Hela, Valkyries, and witch goddesses. So again, the belladonna tied to Hecate, the whole Jimmy resurrection scene. So I don't know. You had a theory that maybe the belladonna, maybe he wasn't dead. Maybe he had just had enough to make him unconscious. And maybe, I don't know, maybe he wasn't resurrected. Maybe he was actually still alive. Sally only killed him the one time. I don't know.
Yeah, this says what we see Sally give him and what this says. This says typically a belladonna berry will contain 30 seeds.
Okay. Wait, 5 times 30.
5 berries.
155.
150.
Yeah, I don't know. The math isn't mathing though, because she dumped that entire bottle into that tequila bottle. So that was definitely over 5 berries worth of seeds.
I
If that
really
was,
want to take a closer look at
yeah.
like what the seed looks like, and has anybody dehydrated the berry, and what how big those are in comparison to a seed.
All right, hold on.
Okay, since we're here.
What does a dehydrated belladonna berry? I wonder how small it is. Look like.
Oh, you can buy them on Etsy.
Dehydrated berries or like the just berries?
Is this legal?
Yeah, probably not.
The berries are big.
Are they?
They look juicy. I mean, like the not not the dehydrated.
Belladonna berries. Whatever Sally's using in that film to put in that little to put in the tequila bottle, those have to be the seeds. Those can't be
Yeah,
dehydrated berries.
Donna.
I would imagine. Anyway, if you guys want more info on the belladonna, go listen to our whole episode about it. But apparently, like, we didn't go that deep down the rabbit hole. We only had 12 pages of notes.
Something like that. Something very short.
So I don't even remember like how far we went down that rabbit hole. But anyway, moving right along. The next one on this list is yew, like a yew tree, Yew. Yews are popular landscaping plants. I actually have one on the side of my house. It's huge. And witches love them too, as they link us to the underworld and are considered sacred to several traditions. But yews are highly toxic, with the interesting exception of the juicy red aril, Aril, never heard of that word, that surrounds the highly toxic seed. And this author says, I am told it is delicious. I wouldn't go trying to taste a yew tree if this thing it's toxic. It says the leaves and needles are also toxic and actually increases in potency when dried. Symptoms of yew poisoning may appear mild or not present until it is very advanced. Symptoms include accelerated heart rate, muscle tremors, difficulty breathing, poor circulation, blue lips, cold limbs, fainting, and heart failure. Like, I feel like some of these are just like so contradictory. People are like, oh yeah, it's toxic, but the berries, the leaves taste great. Like, what?
Maybe they just taste them and spit them out.
Like Alicia Silverstone.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my god. So yew trees have been known magically to have been used for banishing, necromancy, and astral travel. They're ruled by Saturn, Pluto, and the other world, and they're good for transformation and death work. So, lots of, I guess, death connections there. A lot of connections to the dead. The next one on this list, I love this name, hellebore. That sounds so cool. Hellebore is a beautiful flower in the buttercup family that blooms in early spring in the shade. It was used by the ancients to heal a variety of illnesses, including insanity. But hellebore is toxic, causing symptoms including vertigo, ringing in the ears, excessive thirst, stupor, panic, a feeling of suffocation, swelling of the tongue and throat, vomiting, slowing of the heart rate, collapse, and death.
Whoa.
Yeah, a lot of symptoms there. Luckily, hellebore tastes horrible and burns going down, so poisoning events are rare.
Okay.
Like, you know how some things are sweet and they're kind of like those trickster herbs, like the cyanide, like it's sweet, but it's deadly.
Yeah.
No, this, like, it's not even enjoyable to consume, so many people don't even try it.
Yeah.
Some believe that Alexander the Great died of hellebore poisoning, and hellebore is used in invisibility spells and preparing talismans. They're known magically to have been used as a classical herb of ritual magic, used in banishing and necromancy, and also used to consecrate talismans that I guess are represented by Saturn and Mars.
Or as an offering to, like, some people don't work with gods, they work with planets.
Right, yeah. Yeah, that's it as far as the herbs go. And then Christina, you did a couple beautiful Baneful herb Book of Shadows pages, so why don't you tell us about that?
Thank you. Yeah, this was like dipping my toe in at the very beginning. I did a bunch of Book of Shadows pages on my YouTube. I will link them, but Baneful herbs was one of them. And a couple years ago, I went back and like digitized a lot of them. So the video, I think that I've linked here in our notes, is me digitizing them. And it's a lot of the information we just went over. And it also has like 2 columns of probably the more well-known Baneful herbs, but it's a 2-sided page. It has all the information we just did, you know, how he's using flying ointments, what the definition of baneful means, cautions, use in ritual and practices. And I'm just going to link that. I'll give these to our patrons. So if they want to print them out, they can. I'll put that all over on our Patreon for them. But I love, like, I just got to watercolor these pages a little bit, and it gave me more options, I guess, because initially when I was doing these, I was trying to hand draw everything, but they're such cool graphics out there. So I found this little picture of this like streganona down in the corner holding some mushroom. She's like a little mushroom fairy. I needed all of the fonts to be cohesive and the same. So that's why I put the page together. So I'll include that for you guys.
How cute. And you did a whole YouTube video on it. Is this like a time-lapse video?
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
I love your
time lapse for you there.
Your time-lapse Book of Shadows page videos are so relaxing to watch and just like have on in the background while you're working on other stuff, and like it's just so cool.
Thank you.
I love, is that a mandrake root on the bottom left?
It is. I should go back in and like add some more now that we know so much more.
Yeah.
But through this whole episode, yep, I got the mandrake, I got a little foxglove, and the belladonna. I think those are like the top three most of the time. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I illustrated a mandrake root a while ago. Maybe I'll include that in the Patreon as well.
Yeah.
You guys are getting like a whole bundle of baneful herb shit, because me and Christina have done quite the studies of all of these things in our own, I guess, practice and grimoire. So yeah, look,
it's a cumulative work of education for you.
Collective, yeah.
For
the collective conscious. Yeah, whatever. Take that part out. If that makes sense. I guess that we're gonna end this episode with talking about some famous poison deaths in pop culture, and we're also gonna talk about some news articles and some actual happenings of poison deaths as far as baneful herbs goes. Mm-hmm. So let's just talk about how poison has often been used as a tool for murder in fiction, including in books, in TV, and movies. So we're gonna get into some of those now. So some of the most common ones are the use of arsenic and cyanide. In Champagne for One by Rex Stout, I guess that's a book, cyanide laced champagne is used for murder. Or maybe that's a show, I'm not sure, I've never heard of that before. But this next one, ricin, that was actually used in the show Breaking Bad, where Walter White uses ricin, a poison derived from castor beans, to kill one of the characters. In case anybody wants to watch it and doesn't want to be spoiled, I'm not going to tell you who he killed with it. Next one is thallium in Drop Dead Diva, Two Steps from Heaven, Father Brown, Elementary, and NCIS Hawaii. Thallium is used for murder or poisoning. So I guess thallium is a popular one that is used across many different...
We haven't even gone over thallium. I'm sorry.
What the fuck is thallium? Yeah. Other examples of poison deaths include, I don't know this character, Lin Kui, a billionaire millennial who was working on a Chinese bestseller for Netflix and the creators of Game of Thrones, shocked China's technology and gaming worlds.
How did they die?
I have no... Oh, I guess... Yeah, it doesn't say, like, what kind of poison they consumed.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I guess it was a content creator. The next one is Napoleon Bonaparte, and there is a theory that Napoleon was poisoned by arsenic. The next one is Socrates. What's Phaedo? Phaedo reports that Socrates died from poisoning with hemlock in 399 BCE. So now we're going to get into more, I guess, literature. The first one is quite a popular one in Romeo and Juliet. Juliet takes a potion to make herself appear dead, so she doesn't have to marry Count Paris. The potion is most likely deadly nightshade, Atropa belladonna, a European plant that can cause madness and a deep sleep or death depending on the amount taken. However, none of these effects would have caused Juliet to fall into a coma with a heartbeat so slow that it could be mistaken for death. Well, I don't know, because it seemed like maybe that happened to Jimmy too.
That's true. Yeah. Right? It doesn't have a pulse, Gillian.
Right. So if this source is saying that belladonna doesn't have that effect, then if that's true, maybe that wasn't the belladonna that caused Jimmy to act that way. Maybe could it?
You don't think it was the belladonna that slowed down his heart to make him appear dead?
Well, this is saying that none of these effects would have caused Juliet to fall into a coma with a heartbeat so slow that it could be mistaken for death. So if that's the case, then that it couldn't have been the case for Jimmy either.
Okay. Got it. Okay.
Right? I don't know. It just doesn't. It's the math's not mathin'. But anyway, some other possible candidates for the potion include the seeds of the bulrush plant or the herb leopard's bane. Both of these plants are toxic, but they wouldn't have been able to induce a coma with a heartbeat that slow. In the play, the poison symbolizes how society can poison good things and make them fatal, similar to how the Capulet-Montague feud turns Romeo and Juliet's love to poison. So it's also used, I guess, more symbolically. So in Shakespeare's Hamlet, King Hamlet is poisoned in the ear with juice of cursed hebenon. Hebenon is an herb. It's a poisonous plant or substance mentioned in William Shakespeare's Hamlet. So yeah, it is an actual plant. And it
How sneaky.
It kind of looks like yarrow or like the Queen Anne's lace. It kind of has that same clustered white flowers at
Oh
the
my
top.
God.
Very feathery foliage. It looks the same.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah. So another one to add to the lookalike list. So the poison is used as a means of death in many works of literature, including novels and plays by authors such as Agatha Christie, Shakespeare, and others. So rolling with the Agatha Christie, with her mention, she was actually known as the Queen of Poisons. Christie used many poisons in her works, including strychnine, arsenic, cyanide, and there's the thallium again. She uses thallium as well. In her book, Appointment with Death, she uses digitalis, an extract of the foxglove plant, as a suspected poison. I'm not sure what other ones she uses across the board or how she uses it, but she's known as the Queen of Poisons. Macbeth. In Shakespeare's play, The Three Witches, which we talked a little bit about all of the their baneful herbs in the aunt's midnight margarita spell, right? The three witches use the root of the deadly hemlock plant and yew in their potion. Both plants are highly poisonous and can cause death. Now, moving on to Sherlock Holmes and the case of the Devil's Foot. In this 1910 story, Holmes investigates the deaths of two siblings that left their brothers insane. Holmes deduces that the siblings were killed by a West African plant poison that affects the brain. In The Labors of Hercules, in this short story, another story from Agatha Christie's 1947 collection, the victim suffers from insanity and hallucinations, which are symptoms of, again, the belladonna poisoning. In The Impossible Girl, in this book, Cora Lee, the character, drinks a concoction containing foxglove, belladonna, and opium to fake her death. So in The Half-Life of Ruby Fielding, in this book, the titular character grows poisonous plants like rhododendron, hydrangea, and hellebore in Brooklyn. In Robert Louis Stevenson's novella, Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, Dr. Henry Jekyll creates a special serum or potion that allows him to transform into Mr. Edward Hyde. The exact ingredients of the serum are never explicitly revealed in the text, which adds to the story's mystery and gothic elements. However, we know that Jekyll developed the serum as part of an experiment to separate the good and evil aspects of his personality. The transformation potion allows Dr. Jekyll to become Mr. Hyde, who represents his darker, more immoral side. The key to the potion's effectiveness is a rare salt, which Jekyll later discovers was impure. This impurity was crucial for the potion's success. Once Jekyll uses up all of the salt, he is unable to recreate the serum, trapping him in a cycle of becoming Hyde uncontrollably. And then the last one I have on this list, and you have a couple after this, but the last one that I found was in The Nightmare Before Christmas, deadly nightshade is a key ingredient used by Sally the rag doll, to put Dr. Finkelstein, her creator and keeper, to sleep. Deadly nightshade, also known as belladonna, is a real-life toxic plant, but in the film, it's used more playfully as a sleeping potion. And Sally uses deadly nightshade to escape Dr. Finkelstein's control multiple times. She adds it to his soup, masking the taste by mixing it with other ingredients like frog's breath, right?
Is she Gillian? Just microdosing him.
Might be. Yeah, she might be. The result is that Dr. Finkelstein falls into a deep sleep, allowing Sally to sneak out and pursue her own interests, especially her fascination with Jack Skellington. The use of deadly nightshade reflects Sally's cleverness and resourcefulness, helping her navigate the oppressive control of Dr. Finkelstein while highlighting the dark gothic humor of the film's world. And I remember, like, when watching this as a child, like, you know, I didn't know what deadly nightshade was. I thought it was like something they made up for the film. I didn't know it was a real thing. And she has a little jar and she goes to the little nightshade patch and she like gathers it in the little jar. And Disney, when Disney bought The Nightmare Before Christmas, I guess from Touchstone Pictures, I think was the original studio of the film, when they bought it out and they created a whole line of merch, they recreated that nightshade jar, and I have it.
Oh, cool.
I have that nightshade jar, yeah. It's really,
how big is it?
It's like a cookie jar.
Oh my God, that's huge.
It's really cute.
That's awesome.
Right. So, you know, I could store if I buy some belladonna on Etsy, I could store it in there.
That movie is so freaking popular. As a movie, I'm not really a fan, but for the artwork, I think it's so well done. I mean, it's incredible artwork, and like the music is really good as a concept. It's not my like go-to Halloween movie, but the Dr. Finkelstein character is such a like, oh, I hate you character,
shit, right? He's such a turd. Yeah, and Sally, every single time she gets one over on him with that damn nightshade. She knows what she's doing. I love that movie. It's such a classic. And like, I remember back when it came out, I was like 12, 13, and I was just obsessed with it. Obsessed. And it didn't even do well in the box office. It like gained more popularity over time. And now it's like a huge cult classic. You can't go anywhere around October without seeing something Nightmare Before Christmas.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah,
And the ultimate question, is it a Halloween movie or is it a Christmas movie?
it's like Die Hard.
Exactly. Thank you for saying that.
Exactly. You can
Thank
watch it on both occasions and it's just as good. Right.
I only had a few more. The ones I've never seen, White Oleander, but I've heard that one come up often. And the premise is that 15-year-old Astrid lives in Los Angeles with her free-spirited artist mother, Ingrid. Too young to remember her father, she relies heavily upon her self-centered mother. Ingrid's relationship with a writer, Barry, ends when she discovers he's cheating, murdering him with White Oleander poisoning. Ingrid is incarcerated, leaving Astrid under social services. And like I said, I've never seen it, but I think what they did was they dipped the oleander stem into his milk, and that's all it took to kill him.
Is this the movie that had like a star-studded cast back in the 90s? Like
Nicole Kidman's in this, isn't she?
Is she?
I think so.
I thought it was Michelle Pfeiffer and like Meryl Streep, but I could be wrong. I don't know. I think I've seen
of Cold Mountain. Hold on, I gotta look this.
I think I've seen this once, like ages ago. I think I rented VHS from like the library.
Oleander. You're probably right. Yeah, Michelle Pfeiffer, Allison Lohman, Renee Zellweger, and Robin White. That's who I'm
There
thinking
you
of.
go. There you go. Yeah.
Another one, this show, I don't think is going to continue. I liked it. It's called Ginny and Georgia. Little correction on this one, guys. I fucked up. Georgia is the mom. Ginny is the daughter. My bad. Kind of like a modern day Gilmore Girls kind of thing, but darker.
Oh.
And Ginny, the mom, grows wolfsbane. And when she was younger, her ex would abuse her and she used it to kill him.
Oh.
And then when she's grown up and she has Georgia and Georgia's in her teens, she witnesses her husband, or like her then, not Georgia's dad, new daddy, husband kind of crossing the line with the daughter trying to touch her. So Georgia does the same thing to him. She like blends it up into his smoothie.
Oh shit. So is the whole like premise of the show like them trying to cover up this murder?
Towards the end, yeah, she's trying to keep her rap sheet away from this pristine little small town that they've moved to.
So they basically pull a Sally and Gillian.
Yeah. I don't think the daughter knows about it until later, and then she finds out on her own, so she burns the plant to try to hide evidence from mom.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly what you want to do. Let's just burn a toxic plant, let the fumes run wild.
Right. It's cute. I think it's really cute because Ginny is just this like Southern belle that uses she's very Gillian.
Her charm.
Yeah.
You had me at, I loved Gilmore Girls, but you had me at darker Gilmore Girls. And I'm like, oh.
The next one I have is the show You, which I also haven't watched.
What?
I know.
It's so good. It's so good.
Are they still coming out with new seasons?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Okay.
They were it was supposed to be a limited series, and then it blew the fuck up so much that they were like, all right, we'll do another season. And then they did a third season. And it's just taken off. Yeah.
Okay.
So good. So good.
So in this Netflix show, You, Love Quinn grows aconite, also known as wolfsbane, in her garden. She tries to use the poison to paralyze her first husband, James, so they can talk through their problems, but she misjudges the dosage and kills him. Later, she uses the same poison on Joe, but he injects her with adrenaline, which is the antidote to aconite, and she dies.
It's so dysfunctional, their whole
it sounds like it.
Yeah, so he's like a serial killer, and then like he finds her.
Mm-hmm.
And he doesn't realize that she is way more unhinged than he is. So he like met his man.
I think I saw a photo. It was like one of them's a sociopath and one of them's a psychopath. You know, they both have those characteristics.
The chick who plays Love Quinn, she was also the daughter in. Did you watch Haunting of Hill House and Bly Manor?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was the daughter in one of those shows.
She was in both of the shows.
Was she in both?
In Hill House and Bly Manor.
But different characters, right? Was it like different storylines? Yeah.
Yep.
No, she's good.
There is another one. This doesn't have any specific poisoning, but in No Time to Die, it's a James Bond movie. There's a poison garden, and it's a fictional island and chemical manufacturing facility located somewhere in the Sea of Japan, originally constructed by the Soviet Union in this world in the 40s, and the site was subsequently utilized by the Safin family, Spectre, and finally by.
It looks like it's
Lucifer.
It's spelled Lyutsifer, but it's probably supposed to be like a play on Lucifer, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And then the other one I found was ginger snaps. Monkshood or wolfsbane is a toxic plant containing lethal alkaloids, aconitin, potent enough to kill within an hour. In mythology, it's also known to kill werewolves. And in this film, when Ginger becomes a werewolf, she and her friend risk the poison's deadly side effects. So there you go.
Lots of literature and films and movies.
No, love it. So from one pop culture segueing to a little more pop culture, let's talk about Alicia Silverstone. What happened? Is she okay? This article says she's fine. It says Alicia Silverstone confirms she's not dead after eating mildly toxic plants from stranger's garden. Okay. The actress likely ate a winter cherry that could have given her a stomach ache if she had eaten a lot, but also she probably shouldn't be eating plants from people's yards, it says.
Right, yeah.
This is from Rolling Stone. This says Alicia Silverstone assures fans she is alive and well after succumbing to one of life's most irresistible yet potentially dangerous instincts. What's that pretty looking plant? Can I eat it? She ate it. She says, whoops, is this poisonous? On Instagram, Alicia shared a video from England where she plucked an orangish plant from someone's yard and took a bite of it because it kind of looked like a tomato, which for the record, Silverstone pronounced it tomato. As Silverstone then pointed out, it was definitely not a tomato. Even she could tell the insides didn't look like a tomato, nor did the leaves attach to the plant. As for the taste, Silverstone certainly picked up on something that led her to say, I don't think I should eat this. It turns out she was nearly on the right track when she said that the plant tasted a bit like pepper. That's because the plant was likely a pseudocapsicum, which means fake pepper, though the plant is more widely known as either Jerusalem cherry or winter cherry. And yes, as many in the comments of Silverstone's post pointed out, they're a little bit poisonous. So I've heard of Jerusalem cherry.
Can we just talk about though how like she did this on a live, right? And then she dipped and nobody heard from her in like how many days? And everybody's like, is she alive? Like what happened with this poison thing, tomato that she just ate off a random book?
That's how you get your limelight back. You start a controversy.
I guess so. Or you fake your own death with fucking capsaicin. Well, I'm glad she's okay. This next person that we're going to talk about, unfortunately, it did not end well for this gardener. So this headline reads, Gardener dies after brushing against deadly wolfsbane flower on a millionaire's estate. And this was written by Rose Troop Buchanan on Friday, November 7th, 2014. So this article is pretty old. So this happened quite a while ago. So in 2014, Nathan Greenway, a 33-year-old gardener, died from multiple organ failure after coming into contact with wolfsbane, also known as monkshood or aconitum, while working on a millionaire's estate in Hampshire, England. An experienced gardener who collapsed and died after tending to a millionaire's estate may have been the victim of the deadly wolfsbane plant, a coroner has heard. In a twist worthy of TV programs Midsummer Murders, it appears that Nathan Greenway, 33, may have brushed up against the flower aconitum, also known as devil's helmet and monkshood, while tending the garden of Mill Court House, owned by retired venture capitalist Christopher Ogilvie Thompson and his wife Catherine. After collapsing at the £1 million estate, Mr. Greenaway was rushed to the hospital where, despite numerous blood tests, doctors were unable to establish what was wrong, and he died from multiple organ failure 5 days later on September 7th. It was only after the gardener's distraught father, Richard, took up investigating his son's mysterious death that the connection with the deadly plant came to light. Histopathologist Azmat Mustajab said it was more likely than not Mr. Greenaway died handling the deadly purple flower to North Hampshire coroner Andrew Bradley. The toxins of the plant, which is rarely identified as a cause of death despite growing wild across the country, can easily enter the blood if protective clothing is not worn when handling the flower. Tom Wells from the Chelsea Physic Garden said to the Times that wolfsbane was one of the most dangerous plants found in Britain's gardens. The roots are where the highest level of poison is found, although it is still found in the flower, he said. If there were cuts on his hand, it would enter his bloodstream and affect his heart very quickly. In severe cases, the poisoning causes heart arrhythmia, paralysis of the heart, and respiratory problems. Other symptoms include vomiting, dizziness, and diarrhea. Mr. Greenaway had been one of a small number of staff employed to care for the gardens and the house of the South African-born Mr. Ogilvy Thompson and wife in Upper Froyle near Alton, Hampshire. The sprawling Grade 2 listed home, which includes staff cottages, a tennis court, as well as a complex of other outbuildings, is reached by a long drive. A member of staff who spoke to the Daily Mail on condition of anonymity described Mr. Greenaway as, quote, a really nice guy who was really good to work with, end quote. The Greenaway family say that they have faced difficulties in getting to the bottom of their son and husband's death. Maggie Bloom, who is representing the family, said in the pre-inquest hearing yesterday that the initial blood sample had been destroyed, despite being against hospital policy, and that later samples that were retained could be useless as the poison leaves the body within a day. So it's like in and out, right? It's like
yeah.
sneaky.
It's funny that that lady's name's Bloom.
Right? Yeah, it's so weird. So the flower's name proper is derived from the Greek word meaning without struggle, akovitov, meaning without struggle. That's probably not how you say it, but while toxins extracted, while toxins extracted from the flower were historically used to kill wolves, lending itself to its more popular title of wolfsbane, Mrs. Ogilvy Thompson said she and her husband did not wish to comment on the inquest or the circumstances leading up to the gardener's death. It seems a little fishy. I don't know if foul play might have been involved since it seems like the sample was destroyed, but I don't know, like if it left the body within a day, then how could they have gotten
more samples? Yeah, they can't get more samples. It doesn't sound like family was shady. It sounds like they had nice things to say about the guy. I think anything could happen if you're not being safe around poisonous plants, you know?
Yeah, right. This next little bit is about an elixir called Aqua Tufana. Actually, I think it was a perfume, Aqua Tufana. So Aqua Tufana, also known as Aqua Tufania and Mana di San Nicola, was a strong poison created in Sicily around 1630 that was reputedly widely used in Palermo, Naples, Perugia, and Rome, Italy. It has been associated with Gillia Tofana, or Tofania, a woman from Palermo, purportedly the leader of a ring of 6 poisoners in Rome, who sold Aqua Tofana to would-be widows. The first recorded mention of Aqua Tofana is from between 1632 to 33, when it was used by 2 women, Francesca Lasarda and Teofania di Adamo, to poison their victims. It may have been invented by and named after Teofania. She was actually executed for her crimes, but several women associated with her, including Giulia Tofana, who may have been her daughter, and Geronima Spana, moved on to Rome and continued manufacturing and distributing the poison. The trade name, Mana di San Nicola, may have been a marketing device intended to divert the authorities, given that the poison was openly sold both as a cosmetic and a devotional object in vials that include a picture of St. Nicholas. Over 600 victims are alleged to have died from this poison, mostly husbands. Between 1666 and 1676, the Marchioness de Brinvilliers poisoned her father and 2 brothers, amongst others, and she was executed on July 16, 1676. So I've seen YouTube videos on this and stuff, and it seems like a lot of these 2 women who invented this quote perfume or cosmetic, it was kind of like a secret. It was like a veil of secrecy it was given to women who were quote being abused.
Right.
They were trying to get.
Are they the aunts?
Yeah, they were trying to get out of these abusive relationships in a more sneaky way. So it seemed like there was no blood on their hands when their husband died of these mysterious circumstances, and they could get out of that abusive situation.
Yeah, got it.
So these 2 women were helping women who were abused.
Mm-hmm. And making that coin.
In the process, exactly. So apparently the active ingredients of the mixture are known, but it's not known how they were blended. So Aqua Tofana contained mostly arsenic and lead, and possibly belladonna. It was colorless, tasteless, and it was a liquid, and therefore easily mixed with water or wine to be served during meals. Yeah.
Oh my God.
So some of the symptoms, poisoning by Aqua Tofana could go unnoticed, as the substance is clear and has no taste. It is slow acting, with symptoms resembling progressive disease and other natural causes. The symptoms seen are similar to the effects of arsenic poisoning. Those poisoned by Aqua Tofana reported several symptoms. The first small dosage would produce cold-like symptoms. symptoms. So I don't know, maybe a little sneezing, maybe a little coughing. The victim was very ill by the third dose. Symptoms included vomiting, dehydration, diarrhea, and a burning sensation in the digestive system. The fourth dose would kill the victim. As it was slow acting, it allowed victims some time to prepare for their death, including writing a will and repenting for any of the sins, maybe admitting that they abused these women that they were with. If they were writing wills because they were preparing for their death, then maybe this was also used by women who were a little bit of a gold digger and
Maybe that's
abusing this situation.
it's very subtle. Like anybody, especially then, you get sick. You get a cold. You try to ride it out, but like the worse it's going to keep getting. Allowing them more time to give you more, and put all those little things into place. Okay, kind of thing. Oh, that's so crazy.
Yeah, so it says here that the antidote often given for this was vinegar and lemon juice. I don't know how well that worked.
Right. Does that speed it through your digestion faster and get it out of your system, or does it make you throw up?
I don't know, but I'm wondering if people who did this ended up not dying. I don't know if it was like an antidote kind of like given to them in hopes of it making it better and then it didn't.
Maybe the wives are like, no, honey, take this. This is from the doctor. This is how you are going to kick this. You'll be all right.
Yeah, maybe. There's YouTube videos that go way more in depth than this. There's a girl, she has a YouTube channel called Murder and Makeup or something like that. Have you seen that girl?
Uh-huh.
I'm pretty sure she's done the whole thing on Aqua Tofana. If I find that, I'll link it into our show notes if you guys want to go ahead and watch that and learn more about this mysterious cosmetic perfume elixir thing that these women in Italy were using to murder husbands, kind of along the lines of Gillian and Sally and the aunts. And anyway, so there was a legend about Mozart. There's a legend that Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart was poisoned using Aqua Tofana. It's completely unsubstantiated, even though it was Mozart himself who started this rumor.
What? Gotta drum up that press.
So I don't know if he died mysteriously, but if he drummed up the rumor, then how would he have done that if he died from Aqua Tofana,
That he was poisoned. He didn't die. He's just had the symptoms maybe. Maybe he's the one who was like, oh no, it's the vinegar and the lemon juice you gotta use to kick it.
Or maybe he caught it before they gave him that fourth fatal dose,
Yeah.
Since it's so slow acting, maybe after the second dose, he was like, oh my God, I don't feel good. This must be the Aqua Tofana. Are there any women who have it out for me?
Right.
Yeah.
That's funny that you had that in there because the next thing that I have was by an author who actually wrote a book called Such Pretty Flowers. And I wanted to read the description of this book, but I won't repeat everything Justina just said. So this book's premise says, this is from Goodreads by K.L. Sarah, Michael Sarah's sister. It says, it was the last message Holly received from her brother Dane before he was found cleaved open in the lavish Savannah townhouse of his girlfriend, Moira. Police ruled his death as a suicide sparked by psychosis, but Holly can't shake the idea that something else must have happened, something involving another message he sent earlier that night about a quote game Moira wanted to play. Determined to discover the truth, Holly begins to stalk Moira, a magnetic black-eyed florist with a penchant for carnivorous plants. But what begins as an investigation quickly veers into a fixation that lures Holly into the depths of Moira's world. Savannah's high society, eerie black roses, and a whisper of something more sinister. Soon, Holly is feeling a dark attraction to the one woman she shouldn't trust. As Holly falls deeper for Moira and her secrets, she's left with only one choice: find out what happened to Dane or meet the same fate.
That sounds scandalous as fuck.
Scandalous. I love deep South, old South Gothic stories. So it sounds cool. So she wrote on crimereads.com this little passage. She says, we've all heard of the tale of a woman who slips poison into her husband's food or drink, which turns the stereotype of the gentle, loving homemaker on its head. Exactly what the Tofana women were doing with this perfume. She says, while doing research for her book, Such Pretty Flowers, she came to the realization that weaponization of plants has been a way for women in particular to wield power and extract revenge within relationships. Julia, who Justina just told us about, her clientele were often these abused women in arranged marriages with no escape in sight. Wives in India utilized the datura plant to similar ends. A member of the nightshade family, datura boasts lively white blossoms and has earned the nickname Devil's Trumpet for for its hallucinogenic and deadly properties. There are accounts of women feeding datura leaves to beetles, then seasoning the meals of their cheating partners with the poison beetle feces.
Oh my God.
That's deep cuts.
Oh, wow.
Similar stories crop up quite close to this author's home. One of the 15 women on California's death row attempted to claim her husband's life insurance by poisoning his food with oleander leaves. Though it's worth noting he didn't die from the plant, but rather from a follow-up cocktail of Gatorade and antifreeze.
What?
That's savage. Weaponizing flowers plays with the juxtaposition of beauty and deadliness in a way that fascinates all of us, I would say. It's unexpected, especially because flowers are often associated with expressions of love, like think Valentine's Day and bridal bouquets, and femininity. The belladonna from Julia's Aquatofana, for instance, has purple star-shaped blossoms and striking black berries. It's deceptively pretty, yet merely rubbing up against the plant may cause angry pustules to form on the skin. Eating a handful of those berries is likely to lead to seizures, psychosis, and death. We heard about 5 berries is all it takes. It doesn't even take a plant with the name like deadly nightshade to be noxious. In fact, many everyday plants have dangerous properties too. Hydrangeas, often placed as decorations on wedding cakes, actually contain small amounts of cyanide. Through K.L. Sarah's research, she says, I learned that the bleeding heart flower I gathered from my garden in my childhood home contains alkaloids capable of causing breathing problems and seizures. Even tulips produce poisonous sap responsible for the rash and swelling called tulip finger amongst florists. All around us, there are toxins hiding in the pretty and quotidian.
Wait, I have that just made the tulip fingers thing.
Yeah.
Made me think of salad
fingers.
And then I'm like, okay, so if tulip fingers is when people touch tulips and have like a reaction from the toxins in the tulips, what if the character Salad Fingers was called Salad Fingers because his like whole backstory was like if he touched some Jimson weed or like some thorn apple, boiled salad, and then he just like he turned into that character because like he went mad because of the toxins in the thorn apple.
Oh my God.
Salad Fingers.
I like your theory. Yeah. She goes on to say, I guess I shouldn't be so surprised that there's often a fine line between the beautiful and the dangerous, though. It's likely that some of Julia's Italian peers used eye drops made from belladonna because the concoction would dilate their pupils and make them appear doe-eyed. And what is today's Botox if not a toxin repackaged for the beauty industry? We seem to have a history of dancing around the beautiful and the toxic, testing our limits. Again and again, the power these products offer, beauty, the illusion of youth, has proven too alluring for us to resist.
Right. Like, real quick. So, what is that stuff that they put on? Retinol? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Retinol, apparently, like, you can't use that if you're pregnant.
Oh, so wow. Didn't know that.
What the fuck is in retinol? What is retinol that it's like, it must have some kind of toxicity to it if, like, you're not supposed to use it if you're pregnant, but
I don't know. I use retinol.
So, do you?
Yeah. It's not good for you, but
that's why I guess you're not supposed to use it if you're pregnant.
Yeah. Not a problem.
Yeah.
She goes on to say, I relish the experience of writing the character Moira in such pretty flowers because it meant experimenting with all of these facets of dangerous flowers. As a respected florist among the Savannah elite, Moira draws power from her plants. She's also a contradiction, beautiful and feminine with an edge of something darker lurking below. And it is the contradiction that makes her so enthralling to our protagonist, Holly. There's something covert about Moira's power too. It's not too in your face like a gun-wielding masked murderer, and this is even more unsettling. After all, it takes Holly the entire book to pin down what exactly is going on within the walls of Moira's greenhouse. Moira would undoubtedly have a field day were she ever allowed to visit the Alnwick garden we talked about earlier, the so-called poison garden in Northumberland, England. The garden is said to be filled with over 100 toxic, intoxicating, and narcotic plants. An imposing iron gate stands at the entrance featuring a skull and crossbones and an unnerving warning, these plants kill. Someday, they want to visit this place for themselves. They say, I think the Alnwick garden as an armory of these oh-so-unique weapons that are deceptively beautiful and covertly wielded, that are often hiding under our noses in the form of the mundane. And as a horror writer, I appreciate the reminder that there are different flavors of evil, and that sometimes what's dismissed as simply pretty can be concealing the most sinister of all.
Yeah, real quick, like talking about all this literature and stuff. What was the name of that book series that I sent you the picture of that one day? It was like Foxglove and then
Belladonna.
What
I
was
don't know.
that?
I have it on my Goodreads, but I don't know the author.
Yeah, there's like a whole series of them, right? I don't know if it's more than 3 books or was it just 3 books?
It is by Adeline Grace.
Mm.
And I thought it was three. Wisteria,
Ooh.
Belladonna, and Foxglove.
Ooh.
I want to read them.
Yeah, those look really cool. I wonder if they're all connected or if they're all like individual stories,
Right.
you know?
This article was from people.com and it was written this year in August. It said, inside an alleged mother daughter plot to kill the mom's husband. An Indiana woman and her mother are accused of poisoning her mother's husband to gain access to his retirement money and savings before killing him with a tainted root beer float, authorities allege. A probable cause affidavit obtained by People alleges that authorities uncovered potential incriminating text between Marsha Allen, 52, and her daughter Ashley Jones, 30, when a gallon of a compound used in antifreeze arrived at their home on December 19th, 2022. Jones texted her mother saying, "The mail is here," smiley face emoji. The affidavit alleges Marsha, quote, loved the image, responding with a heart emoji. It says, weeks earlier, Marsha appeared to express her annoyance with how slow their efforts were taking. A supplemental probable cause affidavit filed August 16th, 2024 alleges, and this is a quote, "I am irritated and can't sleep peacefully," Marsha alleges, texting Jones on November 28th, 2022, according to this affidavit. "I need this to be over. I wish it would reach its climax and be done, LOL." Marsha died by suicide on October 16, 2023, the day she was questioned by authorities about her husband's death. Jones was arrested October 18th, 2023, and charged with 2 counts of murder and 1 count of conspiracy to commit murder, among other counts, according to court documents obtained by People. On August 16th, prosecutors additionally charged her with 2 counts of attempted murder, according to these court documents. In December 2022, Marsha's husband, Herb, also known as Peanut L. Allen
Peanuts.
Jr., Peanuts, 52, quote, passed away suddenly at the Freetown home he shared with her, according to his obituary. No foul play was suspected until the Jackson County Sheriff's Department began investigating a September 19th, 2023 burglary at the same address where Marsha still lived. One of the 2 men who was arrested in connection with the burglary told police that Jones had told him that Marsha had murdered her late husband by poisoning him, the affidavit alleges.
Wait a minute. So they have the burglars obviously have ties to this woman. How do they fucking know that she poisoned her late husband?
I don't know. Are we going to find out? Let's see. I don't know if it says it in here or not. It says the man allegedly told the deputy that Jones had also recruited him to burglarize Marsha's home, the affidavit says. Marsha denied killing her husband, but consented to allowing police to download information from her phone. On the phone, police found a trove of allegedly incriminating text messages beginning November 27th, 2020, between Marsha and Jones, in which the 2 discussed poisoning Harold. Marsha told Jones in one of the texts that she needed foxglove seeds, which are toxic if ingested, with Jones writing back that the seeds are traceable. The same day, Harold went to the hospital because of numbness on the side of his face. He returned to the hospital November 30th because of vomiting, fever, chills, symptoms of foxglove poisoning. The 2 then, quote, decided to use ethylene glycol to poison and kill Harold Allen, with Marsha ordering a gallon of it for $31.99 on December 13th, 2022. Ethylene glycol is colorless, odorless, sweet-tasting compound used in consumer products, including antifreeze. Ingesting it can be fatal. Later that day, Marsha texted Jones saying, "He's sick, all in for root beer floats." Harold died the next day before the emergency call could be placed. According to the affidavit, Marsha and Jones bought the foxglove seeds and water hemlock, another poisonous plant, on Etsy. They put the hemlock in Harold's chili and in a margarita in mid-December, the affidavit alleges. How sad is that?
So why is this stuff able to be sold on Etsy? There's no regulation of this stuff on Etsy. Like we
Guess
just
not.
saw before, they're selling belladonna seeds on Etsy. Like,
yeah,
what?
I don't know. That's
Oh my
awful.
God.
That's awful.
It is awful.
I got one more awful for you, and this is from CBSnews.com, written this past winter, January 2024. Missouri woman accused of poisoning husband with toxic plant charged with attempted murder. murder. A Missouri woman accused of poisoning her husband has been charged with attempted murder, officials said Wednesday. A Jefferson County Police Department said in a statement that its officers investigated a call involving allegations of intentional poisoning of a spouse on January 16th. The victim told officers that he believes his unexplained illness was actually due to poisoning by his wife, identified by CBS affiliate KRCG as 37-year-old Sarah Schaefer. According to court documents reviewed by KRCG, the man said he was suspicious of his wife and thought she had been putting substances in his food and drinks for about 6 weeks. He experienced symptoms of fatigue, confusion, blurred vision, dry mouth, and nausea. He also told police that he saw a bag labeled Lily of the Valley on the table in their home. He also saw a green bowl with what he said was a root from the bag. The man showed police a photo of the bowl and a video of Schaefer making a smoothie using its contents. The man brought the smoothie to law enforcement. It was submitted to the Missouri State Highway Patrol laboratory for testing. Police said that when they interviewed Schaefer, she admitted to putting the Lily of the Valley in her husband's food, knowing that it was illegal and would cause harm.
Wow. I think there was a video on TikTok of a guy who set up a hidden camera, and you could see his wife like putting shit in his smoothies and drinks. I'm wondering if this is the same.
Whoa, that's
Yeah.
crazy.
It is crazy. Lily of the Valley.
Yeah.
What? Murder opulence.
Murder. Murder decadence.
Y2K opulence. Damn Lily of the Valley will get you every time.
I love this topic. I'm
Yeah.
glad we finally got to do it.
It's a fucking rabbit hole, man. There's so much. There's so much.
This is the umbrella. We have
Yeah.
not even gotten to like the meat of half of these. We've only done belladonna and lily of the valley, really. Jimson weed.
Yeah, each
That is all we
plant,
have for you guys
herb
today.
needs its
Just
own
a reminder,
episode,
you can
and we'll
check
go
out
down
all of the
each
sources
individual
pertaining
rabbit
to
hole
today's
as,
episode via
time
our
allows
hero
us.
page.
So
The
excited.
link is in our
I
show
such a
notes. And
wormhole.
thanks again to our patron and Palmiers for creating this app and keeping creators like us organized. If you guys do want to support the podcast on Patreon, you can support us for as little as $1 a month. That's our seedling tier, and that gets you access to our patron-only polls where you get to weigh in on what topics you would like us to talk about next. It also gets you our monthly calendar so you can see what topics we have coming up for the month, and it also gets you a welcome shout out on the show. Our $3 Lavender Bud tier gets you our show notes for each episode in an aesthetically pleasing PDF, our after hours posts, if there's any extra tidbits or behind the scenes info pertaining to any of our episodes, we'll post those along with a blog post or extra photos, and access to our specially curated Spotify playlists. We have created playlists for our WMSR episodes as well as Production Dream playlists for each song episode, and more. Our $5 Lilac tier gets you access to our private Facebook community where we host a monthly live stream. Plus, you'll get access to our Discord server where we host our monthly watch parties. And also on the Discord, you can join in on the discussion with other Magnolia Street neighbors via the various interesting channels and threads. And then here's the $8 Rose tier. This gets you access to extra audio visual content such as a once a month full-length video episode, unlimited bonus videos, uncut footage, cutting room floor footage, bloopers, outtakes, meditations, exclusive interviews, and old home videos from the vault, or spell or ritual videos, and more. It also gets you bonus content to coincide with our song-episodes, such as full-length demo streams of our original Practical Magic inspired music, plus lyric sheets, guitar chords, and original scratch demos, or bonus video performances of our songs and more. Lastly, we have our $15 Wisteria Vine tier. Just like a twisting Wisteria Vine, there's a way for you to stay connected with us, the Stinas. In this tier, we invite you to join our private Marco Polo video messaging app. The app is totally free for both Android and iOS. Sign up with your phone number or email, and we will help you do the rest. This is a great way to chat with each other in a more intimate group setting, face-to-face via video recording. We love to show each other our pets, our gardens, or anything else you'd like to share. And just a reminder that the higher the tier you sign up under, the more rewards you get, because you get all of the rewards of the tiers below it. You can upgrade or downgrade or even cancel at any time. So to support the podcast, head to patreon.com/Magnolia Street Podcast.
Yeah, and there are additional ways to support us and our podcast that don't cost you any money. If you do listen on Spotify, please give us a star rating. If you listen to us on Apple Podcasts, please give us a written review. We love sharing those on our Instagram. And if you're on Instagram, we would really appreciate any reposts or blurbs about our podcast. And make sure to tag us at Magnolia Street Podcast in your feed, posts, stories, and share us with your Practical Magic loving friends.
And yeah, we have some merch in our Teespring shop. We got really good news yesterday. We're going to get to put some live strings on One Green Eye, One Blue.
Yeah. Oh,
We didn't think was going to
fantastic.
happen, so that's awesome.
Great
right?
surprise. The total opposite of what we thought was going to happen.
Right, yeah.
Which was, we thought it was going to get nixed altogether.
Yeah.
So.
All right, man. Are we ready to wrap this one up in a pretty little baneful bow?
Yeah. Oh, I like that.
You like that?
Yes. Just as a reminder, be careful out there. If you suspect of any poisoning or need help identifying a plant, please do some research. And we have the poisoning contact number for your safety in our notes. Until next time, I'm Christina.
I'm Justina. We'll see you next time.
At the house on Magnolia Street, would you go down to Magnolia Street where the wisteria grow wild? And the house of magic and mystery, so would you go down to Magnolia Street?
Bless you.
Look.
That at the
I
end.
feel like that one just took over my soul. Oh
Someone
my God.
bless me before my soul escapes. Bless you.
Oh, thank you.